Chess captures threats in this position. हर मन में खोज ले best decision. जब हो जाए सही calculation, इससे better feeling नहीं है यार. शतरंज का कमाल, शतरंज का कमाल, शतरंज का कमाल, शतरंज का कमाल, शतरंज का कमाल. This is the chess song. हाँ चेस में जो ये मजा है, इसके इतने सारे रंग, सीखे खेले आजमाए, चेस बेस इंडिया के संग. थोड़ी लेके चेस थ्योरी, इन-डेप्थ कमेंटरी, यहाँ कवरेज है बेमिसाल. इम्प्रूवमेंट होगी तेरी, ब्लंडर से ब्रिलियंसी, बनना चाहे तू भी तार. शतरंज का कमाल, 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 शतरंज का कमाल.
देख ले मुझे, मैं आंखें मिला लूं, ट्रैप लगा के मैं नर्वस करा दूं. तुझे क्या पता तू करेगा खता, फिर मैच की कथा को प्रथा बना दूंगा. कितने के टाइम जा रहा है नीचे, प्रेशर तुझे मिसे देख में खींचे. गुरुजी ने इसे काबल बनाया, पीसेस के यूं खड़े कर दूंगा बगीचे.
एक मिनट, बगीचे?
हाँ बगीचे, अटैकिंग प्लेयर यार.
Chess captures threats in this position. हर मन में खोज ले best decision. जब हो जाए सही calculation, इससे better feeling नहीं है यार. शतरंज का कमाल, 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 शतरंज का कमाल. This is the chess song. हाँ चेस में जो ये मजा है, इसके इतने सारे रंग, सीखे खेले आजमाए, चेस बेस इंडिया के संग. थोड़ी लेके चेस थ्योरी, इन-डेप्थ कमेंटरी, यहाँ कवरेज है बेमिसाल. इम्प्रूवमेंट होगी तेरी, ब्लंडर से ब्रिलियंसी, बनना चाहे तू भी तार. शतरंज का कमाल, 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 शतरंज
लगा के मैं नर्वस करा दूं तुझे क्या पता तू करेगा खता फिर मैच की कथा को प्रथा बना दूं किटिंग के टाइम जा रहा है नीचे प्रेशर तुझे मिसल देख में खींचे गुरुजी ने इसे काबल बनाया पीसेस के यूं खड़े कर दूंगा बगीचे
1 मिनट बगीचे
हाँ बगीचे अटैकिंग प्लेयर यार
This is the chess song. हाँ चेस में जो ये मजा है इसके इतने सारे रंग सीखे खेले आजमाए चेस बेस इंडिया के संग थोड़ी देखी चेस थ्योरी इन-डेप्थ कमेंटरी यहाँ कवरेज है बेमिसाल इम्प्रूवमेंट होगी तेरी ब्लंडर से ब्रिलियंसी बनना चाहे तू भी तार शतरंज का कमाल शतरंज का कमाल शतरंज का
देख ले मुझे मैं आंखें मिला लूं ट्रैप लगा के मैं नर्वस करा दूं तुझे क्या पता तू करेगा खता फिर मैच की कथा को प्रथा बना दूं किटिंग के टाइम जा रहा है नीचे प्रेशर तुझे मिसल देख में खींचे गुरुजी ने इसे काबल बनाया पीसेस के यूं खड़े कर दूंगा बगीचे
1 मिनट बगीचे
हाँ बगीचे अटैकिंग प्लेयर यार
Checks captures threats in this position हर मन में खोज ले बेस्ट डिसीजन जब हो जाए सही कैलकुलेशन इस बैटलफील्ड में शतरंज का कमाल शतरंज का कमाल शतरंज का कमाल शतरंज का कमाल This is the chess song. हाँ चेस में जो ये मजा है इसके इतने सारे रंग सीखे खेले आजमाए चेस बेस इंडिया के संग थोड़ी देखी चेस थ्योरी इन-डेप्थ कमेंटरी यहाँ कवरेज है बेमिसाल इम्प्रूवमेंट होगी तेरी ब्लंडर से ब्रिलियंसी बनना चाहे तू भी तार शतरंज का कमाल शतरंज का कमाल शतरंज का
देख ले मुझे मैं आंखें मिला लूं ट्रैप लगा के मैं नर्वस करा दूं तुझे क्या पता तू करेगा खता फिर मैच की कथा को प्रथा बना दूं किटिंग के टाइम जा रहा है नीचे प्रेशर तुझे मिसल देख में खींचे गुरुजी ने इसे काबल बनाया पीसेस के यूं खड़े कर दूंगा बगीचे
1 मिनट बगीचे
हाँ बगीचे अटैकिंग प्लेयर यार
Checks captures threats in this position हर मन में खोज ले बेस्ट डिसीजन जब हो जाए सही कैलकुलेशन इस बैटलफील्ड का कमाल, शतरंज का कमाल, शतरंज का कमाल, शतरंज का कमाल, शतरंज का कमाल। This is the chess song. This is the chess song. हाँ चेस में जो ये मजा है, इसके इतने सारे रंग, सीखे खेले आजमाए, चेस बेस इंडिया के संग। थोड़ी देखी चेस थ्योरी, इन-डेप्थ कमेंटरी, यहाँ कवरेज है बेमिसाल। इम्प्रूवमेंट होगी तेरी, ब्लंडर से ब्रिलियंसी, बनना चाहे तू भी तार। शतरंज का कमाल, 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 शतरंज का
देख ले मुझे, मैं आंखें मिला लूं, ट्रैप लगा के मैं नर्वस करा दूं। तुझे क्या पता तू करेगा खता, फिर मैच की कथा को प्रथा बना दूं। टिक टाइम जा रहा है नीचे, प्रेशर तुझे मिसल देख में खींचे। गुरुजी ने इसे काबल बनाया, पीसेस के यूं खड़े कर दूंगा बगीचे।
एक मिनट, बगीचे?
हाँ बगीचे, अटैकिंग पे रहो यार।
ढूंढ ले, checks captures threats in this position, ढूंढ ले, हर मन में खोज ले बेस्ट डिसीजन, शूट ले, जब हो जाए सही कैलकुलेशन, इससे बेटर फील नहीं है यार। शतरंज का कमाल, 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 शतरंज का कमाल। This is the chess song. हाँ चेस में जो ये मजा है, इसके इतने सारे रंग, सीखे खेले आजमाए, चेस बेस इंडिया के संग। थोड़ी देखी चेस थ्योरी, इन-डेप्थ कमेंटरी, यहाँ कवरेज है बेमिसाल। इम्प्रूवमेंट होगी तेरी, ब्लंडर से ब्रिलियंसी, बनना चाहे तू भी तार। शतरंज का कमाल, 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 शतरंज का
Welcome everybody to Sagar Shah gives COVID to day 3, to day 4 of Chess Olympiad.
भाई आप तो बहुत ही फ्रेश लग रहे हो। मेरे साथ सबसे ज्यादा टाइम तो आप स्पेंड करते हो, फिर भी कुछ हुआ नहीं।
अरे हमारे बीच में इम्यूनिटी है ना भाई। तो सागर शाह कैसे लग रहे हो आज?
Today I'm looking good, right?
Looking hot यार.
Today I wore
104.
today I have worn a shirt that was like a cloth piece was gifted to me by one of my friends from Odisha.
Oh wow.
So I made a shirt out of it. So आजकल कैसे you don't stitch a shirt, right?
Yeah,
You just
yeah.
buy it. But I stitched a shirt and I made this. So
But stitching a shirt is a lot of effort, right?
Yes.
Like it's a lot of commitment also. Also I feel एक बार तुम size मोटा पतला हो जाओ फिर क्या करोगे?
फिर वापस stitch करना रहता है.
अच्छा,
हाँ.
रीस्टिच हो सकता है ये?
Restitch हो सकता है.
बढ़िया.
So that is what life में you have to be a little bit more hardworking generally.
Okay. How does
So-
that come from stitching clothes?
No, but anyway, today is round 4.
Today is the most difficult round I think so far.
I feel that today we might see that some of our Indian teams might find the going tough because they are the lower rated players.
Yeah.
For example, the India 3 team is lower rated than Spain, and the India 3 women's team is lower rated than the Georgian team that they are facing.
But everybody is lower rated than Magnus Carlsen, who's also here, guys. And I'm here to read the chat and interact with you and take you down if you try to be smart. Let's see. Gillette OP, thank you, brother. Levon Shah चल रहा है chat में.
11, huh? So today let's start with the women's section first. Okay, how about we do that?
Okay, ladies first, as they say. Let's
Right.
go.
Let's have a look at the game of Humpy first, and also we can have their cameras on the screen. अरे दोस्तों,
क्या हुआ?
सब लेवन शाह बोल रहे हैं. And there we have Humpy taking on Hong Than Trang. It's basically India versus Hungary. तो समय Hong Than Trang ये जो नाम है, which country do you think it comes from?
I think it would be very racist if I say something like that, right?
No, it's a common name. Like these sort of names are from one country,
France?
Vietnam.
Okay.
So she's actually from Vietnam originally,
Acha.
but now lives in Hungary.
Okay, okay.
So Hoang Thang Trang is black. Humpy opens with d4, e6, c4, and we have f5 on the board.
F5 already, the Dutch, as they say, right?
Yeah,
What is कोई Vietnamese opening है क्या?
nahi. This is a Dutch defense. There's no Vietnamese opening. But now it's going to be very interesting to see what Humpy plays.
I think knight c3 is most likely going to happen.
Yes. Also, there is g3 move, which is very positional, like knight
Oh.
f3, g3, bg2. Now you know this Catalan kind
Yeah.
of a play. But we'll see how this goes.
Chat like and मार दो stream पे फटाफट. BM is looking so innocent. I am an innocent boy यार.
Bhai Samay, what do you do the full day after commentary?
Well, I sleep.
Bas.
At night I play some chess or I go to beachside streams.
Mhm.
And I sleep at 5 a.m. Then I wake up, I have lunch and I come here. What
Yeah.
full day? Full day starts when I come here, right?
Acha. At night you are till 5 a.m.
Yeah.
awake. Wow. Okay, let's go to the second game. Today we have Harika also. Let's have the cam on Harika today. And can we have her on full screen? सौम्य रंजन मिश्रा जी कह रहे हैं सागर शाह लुकिंग क्यूट इन दैट शर्ट. बाय द वे समय भाई, इंडिया जीता तो प्रॉपर्टी पेपर्स इनकमिंग.
Let's go, Swami Ranjan ji.
कौन
बेच
से
दो.
प्रॉपर्टी पेपर्स?
ये भाई आज भाई $5 से शुरू करेंगे, फिर 10
हो,
पे
हो,
जाएंगे,
हो.
फिर 30 पे. I think ऑस्ट्रेलियन डॉलर की वैल्यू बहुत कम है.
And by the way, Samay, we have Harika on the screen right now. Guys, let's have Harika OP in the chat. It's the second consecutive day that she is playing today. And we all know that she is right now pregnant, 8 months. And she is still fighting it out.
Sagar, do you think Harika will deliver today?
On the board, yes.
Of course on the board.
Yes. Knight f3. Harika is black. She plays d5, g3, and she's facing Gara Tisha. Now, Gara Tisha is also a well-known player in Hungary, and she has a sister. Her name is Anita Gara. So,
Okay.
Harika OP, thank you guys for having Harika OP in the chat. G3, G6, BG2, BG7, D4, C6 was played. तो मतलब ऐसा थोड़ा solid setup ले रहे हैं हरिका. Not taking any pressure or anything, just being very solid. And where, oh, she's gone away from the table. Let's have the third game now.
I think she heard a joke.
It is Vaishali versus uh, Vaida Sidonia.
Vaida. V-A-J is pronounced Vaida.
हाँ मतलब J is I know in some of the countries.
Beautiful.
So D4,
Saga has
D5,
traveled a lot, guys. It clearly shows.
Bishop F4. Samay, what's the opening name?
It's the Lennon system.
Very nice. Knight F6. Rakshit Singh कह रहे Shiro versus Ganguly will be the game of the day.
Wow.
इधर जाना है अपने को.
Bilkul,
Samay?
bilkul, guys. For those of you who don't know Shiro, Sagar, who is he?
I thought you knew him.
No way.
So Alexei Shiro was one of the most aggressive players back in the 2000s, or you can say the late 1990s. And he had written a book which was called Fire on Board.
Oh, fire
Very
on board.
famous. And actually, Samay, you should read it about him. He was called the modern day Mikhail Tal.
Hmm.
And he comes from the same country as well. Mikhail Tal was from Latvia. And this Shiro also was from Latvia. But then he changed federations and now plays for Spain.
Acha.
So, and at some point, Surya Shekhar Ganguly went to Shiro and helped him as a second. Just as Vidit had helped Anish, same way Surya had helped Shiro.
And now he's
And
fighting
now
against
today
him
they
only.
are both are playing each other.
Oh,
तो
damn.
बहुत मजा आने वाला है. By the way, C5 played here by Vaida Sidonia, Knight F3 on the board, and this will be a London system game. Let's go to Gal Zoka versus Tanya Sachdev. And it seems like all openings very similar. D4 kingdom में G3, D5, Bishop G2, E6. So Tanya goes for E6, while Harika had preferred G6.
No, Dinesh, but I think Sagar knows about everybody. He knows about men, he knows about women, he knows about you also, Dinesh.
So Knight F3, and this is the position right now between Tanya and Gal Zoka. Samay, what are your thoughts on this matchup between India and Hungary from this just the opening stage? I feel India is the favorite today.
India will always be the favorite by. But on the board, I think today also, on paper also, we are the favorites. I think it's too early to say anything. Let's wait until the mid game.
Right. Okay. Oh, look at Tanya's move. B5. And I want to ask you, Samay, why did she play B5? She could have just played Bishop E7, castles. Why did she go B5?
Why did she go B5? Probably to prevent A4.
No. Opponent will play A4.
Does she want
Yeah.
to go B4?
That she will do when he'll go A4. But why B5?
पूछ क्या तो एक सेकंड. अरे मेरे को क्या मालूम भाई B4 भाई आप बताओ.
Acha, so suppose I play Bishop E7, you castle, I castle. What is the most common move for white here?
C4, C5.
C4. So now you understand why B5 was played to stop C4.
Wow. But now if you go B3,
Yes, B3 is possible, but at least you have to spend some more time. And also, like after some check business, it can become a little bit irritating. So I don't think that she will play
okay.
B3.
No color bars for team today. I think they will be here very very soon.
आएंगे दोस्तों, it will come.
Who's the guy today in Northern? Is he a Gujarati?
Samay. Q?
I don't know. There are no bars.
गुजराती का क्या रिलेशन है?
Well, you need to improve your general knowledge, I think. By the way, for real, the guy at Northern, his name is also Samay. And it's the first time I've met somebody whose name is Samay, you know.
अच्छा.
Usually people don't name their kids such a cool name. And
I also liked Samay, and I was wondering ki why Samay is not so common.
Samay is not a common name, I think. It's just a unique name.
It's just used so much that people think it's a common noun. Why should we keep it as a proper noun?
True. Like, you look at this guy's name, Manish. Arey, Niklesh, what's up?
दरवाजा खोल दिया है
निकलेश
ना
भाई
उन्होंने.
फोटो क्यों ले रहे हैं आज?
He's in photographer's mood.
निकलेश भाई दरवाजा बंद कर दो यार. थैंक यू सो मच. अरे अंदर आके बंद करो ना, बाहर जाके बंद कर दे. निकलेश भाई भी क्रेजी है यार. निकलेश भाई को दरवाजा बंद करो तो बाहर से बंद कर दिया भाई.
Okay, so let's go to the game of Surya Ganguly today because they have said, and guys, we will go to And there we see Tanya on the screen playing against Gal Zoska, who after b5 has now gone into a thought. She's played castles.
हाँ बोलो ना क्या हो गया कान में कुछ बोलने वाले निकले
अरे बाप
better
रे।
be crazy if you are telling me in my ear tell me watch हिंदी चेस बेस इंडिया ये जोर से बोल सकते थे आप
क्या हुआ?
देखो जरा
वॉच हिंदी चेस बेस इंडिया क्योंकि आज हमारा स्पेशल गेस्ट आए हुए जो आपके यहाँ नहीं आए हुए हैं।
है
देखो
लगाओ जरा
मुझे पता है कौन आ रहा है।
हाँ
बल्गेरिया की WGM है।
नोवेल के साथ देखो कमेंट्री चल रही है बढ़िया।
हिंदी चेस बेस इंडिया
अब जाओ उधर थोड़ी।
कौन है ऐसा क्या कर दिया
समय
मैंने
वहाँ जाओ थोड़ा हिंदी में थोड़ा
आपको-
कमेंट्री अच्छी जरूरी है।
एनजी
एनजी नहीं है वो, बल्गेरिया से।
बल्गेरिया की प्लेयर है।
अच्छा ये कौन है ये
शी इज वन ऑफ द गुड प्लेयर्स, विक्टोरिया राडवेवा का।
अच्छा
और अभी तक अनबीटन चल रही है वो।
अनबीटन चल रही
और
है
इधर आई बात।
तो इधर आई है अब तो फिर हार गई मतलब कल
पीपल आर आस्किंग व्हाई द प्लेयर कैम्स आर सो डार्क। बाहर लाइटिंग कम है क्या आज?
पता नहीं पुराने कैमरे लगा के।
maybe some of the lights have been not
ओके गाइस स्किप ऐड हो रहा था चैट में
okay.
let's come back to the chess sagar bhai
Let's look at first the game of top board. Let's go to Harikrishna's game and let's have a look at that. Samay.
please go ahead
Yes.
women 3 have the
and
toughest draw also
and-
men 3
both are क्योंकि और आज है ना इंडिया 2 का भी गेम देखेंगे.
बिल्कुल
The youngsters, they are on fire.
I think they are leading the
They
entire
are
tournament
playing
right
Italy. They
अच्छा
are the only one on 12 out of 12 game points, but they are playing Italy, who beat Norway yesterday.
अरे वाह
तो मजा आएगा. Okay, Hari is black. E4, E5. Hari, देखो समय. Understand the strategy. Black players solid, white players going for the win.
okay
So Harikrishna goes E4, E5, Rui Lopez, A6, Bishop A4, Knight F6, castles, Bishop E7, Rook E1, all standard stuff. Bishop E7, castles, and now Moussard says that भाई अगर मैं C3 करूंगा तो Harikrishna will play
d5
which is the
which central break
वो Marshall
okay
Gambit बोलते हैं उसको. So he says I'll play A4. This is known as the anti-Marshall. And it was played a lot in this World Championship match between Carlsen and Nepo. So A4, B4, A5. अब ये पॉन थोड़ा अकेला हो गया है. D6, C3, and we have this position on the board. So this is where we are right now, Samay. And now let's go to the
let's go guys let's see what saying chat is saying footy shots को मैं ban कर देता हूँ because I don't care man let's remove him
क्यों?
I just trying to be smart let's go
क्या बोले वो?
कुछ जो भी बोला भाई क्या फर्क पड़ता है
अरे
Footy shot-
भाई मेरे को 1
देखो,
मिलियन
अबे
पहुंचने
एक
में कब
मैं
हो-
सब्सक्राइब करा दूसरे चैनल से फुटी शॉट बाय बाय लेट्स गो रुक B8 के लिए गया है सागर भाई क्या करना है इधर?
क्या बोल रहे हो? रुक
इधर क्या करना है
So Rook B8 has been played. Supreme leader is here. लोग बोल रहे हैं.
लाइफ इज अनफेयर भाई फुटी शॉट्स
So Rook B8 putting pressure down the B file. So Harikrishna is well in his opening theory. अब हम जाते हैं विदित गुजराती के गेम में. Can we have Vidit's camera here? It is the second. Oh भाई Vidit,
already in the end game
भाई this I must tell you, this is something I studied recently.
अच्छा
हमारे उधर स्ट्रीम भी हुआ था बहुत ही बढ़िया वाला. तो इसको हम पहले से देखते हैं. देखो D4 खेला. विदित बोला भाई D4 I'm playing since young age, I must play it. Opponent said look Laurent Fressinet, you know him,
no
he's the second of Magnus Carlsen,
अच्छा
he's in part of the team. ठीक है. तो अब विदित ये विदित का बोर्ड है या हाँ विदित का ही है. विदित देखो ना कैसा आराम से बैठा है. दिख भी नहीं रहा है
थोड़ा
कैमरा में.
जूम आउट क्यों नहीं कर लेते हम
जूम आउट नहीं होगा, इतना ही रहेगा ना व्यू.
विद्युत को बोलो ना थोड़ा पास आने फिर
इसको बोल दे भाई हमने कैमरा के लिए पैसा
Come on यार
प्लीज कम.
किसी दिन कैमरा चलता नहीं है किसी दिन प्लेयर नहीं है आगे बैठा है पीछे बैठा है क्यों पैसा दिया भाई हमने
So D4, D5, C4, E6.
आर्बिटर को बोलो यार
Vidit is also drinking something by the way. Do you see?
Yeah. Probably some green tea, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a
Oh,
queen's
and he
gambit
plays
decline.
as a knight f. क्या style में खेल रहा है यार विदित आज एकदम full. C4 knight C3 knight F6 ठीक है. Takes ये queen's gambit declined है. अब देखो E3 खेला. ये बिशप को सबने बोला था भाई your life is sad.
Okay.
Yes.
This कौन से bishop को?
ये वाले
Okay.
C8 because ये pawns are on your color. Secondly, you cannot go out because you are not meant to go out right now.
Okay, patriarchy में है अभी.
Knight D7 आएगा. You have to sit inside and then you will get a chance later.
ठीक है.
Bishop is a rebellious person. He's like कि भाई यहाँ पे इतना सुंदर स्क्वायर है.
अच्छा.
Why should I not go?
बिल्कुल.
So he says भाई पहले H6 खेला and then he says भाई जाऊंगा. ये मूव खेला तो विदित भाई बोला कि भाई ये बिशप को तो यहाँ मैंने बोला था नहीं आने को. Still is coming. So what I'll do is I'll play Queen F3.
अरे
Now
बाप
look
रे.
at this. Very weird move.
But it's attacking the bishop. Bishop has to go back.
Bishop has to play here. Now Vidit says भाई ये तो तुम्हारे pawn double हो गए.
तो यहाँ पे उन्होंने क्यों G6 क्यों नहीं खेला भाई?
Take. Sorry.
पिछले मूव में G6 क्यों नहीं खेला उन्होंने?
Very good question.
But what is the reason?
So now guys in the chat please figure out कि why is Samay's move very logical but at the same time wrong.
Let's go chat. Great commentary. Was waiting for this since last 3 rounds. We are just getting in the groove. Manish Bhatta जी बहुत लंबे दिन है हमारे पास और.
क्या कर रहे थे last 3 दिन फिर हम?
Just gearing up, right?
नहीं but अब क्या ये
Last 3 दिन वही figuring out क्या चल रहा है क्या नहीं चल रहा है. Now I am at 0 care zone. I don't really care today.
चल लोगों को ये पसंद आ रहा है आपका.
Yeah, today I am in 0 damns given. Hi Sagar, I ordered a chess set from CBI but couldn't receive it as it was ordered from CBI.
नहीं out of station बोल रहा है वो खुद out of station.
Kindly tell me how to get it from Paramount Deals. Thanks for the wonderful coverage of Olympiad though. Yes, Arkaji, thank you so much.
Arkaji, just write to us on chessbaseindia@gmail.com. We will get it sorted. Hey, ये देखो क्या हुआ? ड्रॉ हो गया अर्जुन का गेम.
क्या बात कर रहे हो?
Oh, something is happening.
Sicilian हुआ है.
नहीं look, something is happening. Go. अमृता ran.
हुआ क्या है? कुछ तो हुआ है दोस्तों.
Arbiters आ गए. And let's look at Arjun's game. What has happened? Oh, they have played so many moves. Oh, this is the same line. वो Salem versus Adiban and also Wei versus Praggnanandhaa. Same line.
हुआ क्या लेकिन?
Can we get rid of the chessboard right now? Oh no, let's keep the chessboard. And maybe we can have the video camera 3 of India. Third video camera. ये नहीं next वाला. Arjun Erigaisi वाला. Camera 15.
ये बढ़िया कैमरा.
ये कैमरा
बढ़िया एंगल.
शर्ट आ गया है इनका.
अरे यार क्या ही उसने छुपा के रखा है देखो. हटना भाई. हट जा मेरे भाई जल्दी. चल लेफ्ट ले.
नहीं बट उसका बोर्ड तो पूरा ही लाइक दे हैव केप्ट.
सर कोई और कैमरा एंगल दिखाओ ना यार.
क्लीन फीड में शायद.
डर गया वो. नाउ वी कैन सी गाइस.
ये अर्जुन का ड्रॉ हो गया यार.
Is it a draw already? Beauty. No controversy, unfortunately, guys. Just a draw.
Oh, they drew.
But why do you think they drew?
This is huge result, Samay. This is huge result because Arjun was black. And okay,
It's a good result, no? Then.
Yeah,
That's
Matthieu Cornette is a strong player.
But they're saying no draw before 30 moves.
But they repeated, and the thing is, they were going to repeat 3 times. So Bishop H4, King F8, Rook D8, King E7, Rook D5, King F8. Now he was going to play Rook D8. Before that, only they agreed to a draw.
Oh.
So, but then they said, now the arbiter is saying, did you guys repeat? No. Oh my God, is this going to be something? They are going to make them sit again and play.
हाँ.
है पूरा गेम फिर से न्यू गेम. I can't believe. No.
अमृता जी करेक्ट एंगल पे है. बढ़िया. हमारी वॉचिंग इसी तरह बढ़ते हुए. बढ़िया है यार. मजेदार कंट्रोवर्सी.
There you can see Arjun Erigaisi. Ah, they are signing the score sheet. So it's done.
हाँ, हो गया क्या? अरे यार मैं जैसे वॉचिंग बढ़ी रही थी यार, सॉल्व हो गया यार. नो कंट्रोवर्सी गाइस अनफॉर्चुनेटली. भाई अमृता क्या टाइम पे पहुंच जाती है यार.
भाई आज तो अपन ने ही भेजा ना उसको यहाँ से.
अमृता शुड बी इन पुलिस. करेक्ट टाइम पे शूटिंग करती है वो.
By the way, this is a very famous line which happened recently between Praggnanandhaa and Vei. So the story was कि on one day before it was happening between White Adiban, Black Salem Saleh in Sharjah Masters. So Praggnanandhaa is sitting at home and just browsing through YouTube and he sees this live commentary on Sharjah channel. So he sees this opening very interesting and then tells his friend Karthikeyan Murli to prepare it. Next day he's facing in Wei in Champions Chess Tour and he plays the same opening and he wins.
Wow.
And now Arjun has played the same opening here, E5, Knight F5. ठीक है, अब ये मर रहा है, correct? This is attack. So you play A6, you say कि I will attack this. If you take here, I will take and your bishop will hang. So bishop goes back. Now you play Knight C5, Knight C3, D5. He plays bishop G5, DE, bishop E4. अब पूरा complicated हो गया because if you now take here, which he did, तो knight G7, bishop takes, because otherwise if you would have taken back then this was hanging.
Yeah.
So he took,
And knight takes. Yes.
And now you're piece down, but this is hanging here. So you have to play king E7.
Wow.
And now F4, again putting more pressure here. And then he played king E6, now pushing it back. So abhi ye pin fir se problematic. Rook comes here. And now Samay, the threat is to come here and take this. So what do you do?
Rook D8.
No, Rook D8 में मार देगा वो यहाँ पे. He takes and then F6 hangs.
I mean, what do you do then?
So A5. Idea is Rook A6 और ऐसे बचाएंगे.
Oh wow.
Amazing, yeah?
Beauty.
Rook A6. He played Rook E1, H6, Bishop H4, King F8. Now, ये बच गया है. You are piece up. So you have to give a check.
अच्छा,
So
ऐसे
what
repeat
White did was he was in his feeling कि Arjun will be not prepared. But with these youngsters, you can never play like this. They are always prepared because chess is the only thing that they do.
True.
They are fully focused. So you cannot play these drawish lines against these people. By the way, Amruta, any updates from outside?
Yes, I got the video also.
Okay.
So, nothing. I don't
You
know.
can
तो हुआ क्या exactly? बैठिए अमृता जी आज.
So I think they had a draw.
अमृता
Agreed
तू जब
draw.
तो बेस्ट है ना. अमृता जब पास आती है तो मास्क निकालती है, जब दूर जाती है तो मास्क पहन लेती है. Bro, crazy. Let's go.
Okay, so वहाँ पे they agreed for a draw and the arbiter was like, maybe you cannot agree for a draw so soon. don't have the whole story, so this is what Nikhilesh told me.
Achha.
So then they called the chief arbiter and then they were checking whether they can draw or not, and finally it ended in a draw.
Can we
Oh.
call Arjun?
Yes, I called Arjun. How can we call? Yeah, because I called him.
Huh. And what did he say?
So he said, I want to analyze my game first. So he's analyzing his game.
हाँ.
Then he will come?
Yes, then he will come.
Oh.
Great guys. बने रहिए, जाइएगा मत. कंट्रोवर्सी हम कुछ ना कुछ कर देंगे.
But
अगर नहीं भी होगी तो कुछ तो चाहिए रहता है. वॉचिंग देखो भाई क्या बढ़ रही है. कुछ करके आना, कुछ तो करके आ. बीच में अगर वॉचिंग कम होगा किसी का प्लेयर का पीस गिरा देना एक.
हाँ, good idea.
Yeah,
So
10K
guys,
watching.
I'll do something today. I will take you to the hall of the walk at the whole hall. I have got an interesting link today, which you've sent, which I can use.
Yeah. Amruta has a link today where she can show the people everything in the hall. Like,
अरे
but you
बढ़िया.
need to be connected to internet, Amruta.
Yes, of course.
Of course ना भाई, अमृता को इतना तो पता है. देखो
नहीं,
क्या.
नहीं, वो-
No, exactly.
इसको क्या लगता है अमृता
what
के बारे
the
में?
hell?
चलना है.
Exactly. Anyway, no, because today I was okay. Let me not tell you more stories right now.
What?
No.
Tell.
Next. अरे कुछ ना
Because
कुछ होता
today
ना
I was pushed out of the hall.
What?
Some woman
Did-
just pushed me out
Did you
of the hall.
Did you crack a joke in front of her?
No, she because there was a special thing access, but everybody, I think I've got that access, but somehow she just thought ki you need that access, that specific access.
She
And
pushed
then
you out of the hall.
Yes, she pushed me out.
Been
And
there.
then I was literally it was like get out types, and then I had to go somewhere. I have to get the pass, but by that time Magnus entered. So my task actually I couldn't do it well because Magnus already reached there and I reached after him. So yeah, I'm sorry.
Why are you sorry to me? I'm sorry.
Why are you
Fine.
sorry?
Yes,
Okay, अर्जुन का गेम ड्रॉ हुआ है
हाँ.
और ऑर्बिटर ने एक्शन लिया, ऑर्बिटर ने बोला कि तू जल्दी ड्रॉ क्यों लिया गया, व्हाई दे टुक अ ड्रॉ फास्ट, सो सम डिस्कशन हुआ, काफी कुछ पूरा इंडियन टीम वहां इकट्ठा हो गया था एंड देन फाइनली इट्स अ ड्रॉ.
बढ़िया.
So, Samay, why not you do this? Come to Hindi, speak some Hindi, and we'll send the women grandmaster here to next to Sagar Bhai and Amrita Mokkal.
Why not, Amrita ji?
So we are going to have a lot of guests. So one is Arjun is going to join after his analysis at some point.
Arjun
Yes.
is coming, that's great.
So at some point, maybe Vishwa may join.
Yeah, Vishwa
Yes.
Vasnawala, who's
So I'll send her also maybe
sure.
whenever. So you can send both.
बहुत जगह है इधर. 8 लोग एक साथ आ रहे हैं चैट. बता देना जब मैं एक की जगह में 8 लोग बैठेंगे क्या बेसिकली. कह रहे समय हट जाएगा तो विश्वा भी आ जाएगी, अर्जुन भी आ जाएंगे, निहाल भी, तो 4 लोग तो बैठ ही जाएंगे इधर भाई. मेरे को निकालो यहाँ से पहले. Okay guys, do like the stream and do subscribe to Hindi Chess Base India. राजेश कुमार पत्रा को बैन भाई.
क्यों?
अरे बस लाइफ इज अनफेयर फॉर हिम.
क्या लिखा क्या था पर?
कुछ तो लिखा था. चलो
अच्छा,
लेट्स गो.
अरे वो बोले यू
अरे
कैन
लेट्स गो भाई.
अच्छे से बोला.
अरे लाइफ इज अनफेयर यार.
अच्छा
हो जाए.
भाई ये है डच डिफेंस.
ओके.
बिशप G5. ओ भाई आज अपन ने डच देखा और एक गेम में डच देखा था.
बिल्कुल.
कहाँ पर?
अभी था ना एक आई थिंक
हम्पी
हम्पी
का.
जी के गेम के अगेंस्ट.
तो यहाँ पे और एक डच. बिशप G5, G6, Knight C3. Wow, SL Narayanan. By the way, Samay, do you know this trap?
Yeah.
H6, Bishop H4, G5, Bishop G3, F4, Bishop trap.
बिशप ट्रैप. लेकिन यहाँ पे एक मूव है, डू यू नो?
You tell?
E3
Very nice.
एंड क्वीन मेट.
And if you take here, checkmate. अरे how do you know?
भाई इतना तो मैं बाहर देख के बता ही लेता हूँ.
नहीं बाहर देख के नहीं, आपने ये ट्रैप देखा है?
नहीं.
वो फर्स्ट टाइम.
आई थॉट ट्रैप मतलब बिशप ट्रैप हो गया. जैसे बाहर ऊपर गया मैंने कहा भाई चलो ऑलराइट सागर शाह I'll be back.
Yeah.
Please you can have a seat.
There? Or?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. It's too many stuff.
Yes. Yep.
I'm careful.
Careful.
ये माजा मेरी है, मत पीना ठीक है.
Thank you.
So I'm joined here by two guests today. We have Victoria Radveva, is that correct?
Yes, Victoria Radova.
Radveva, and we have Vishwa Vasnawala, both playing in this tournament but today taking rest. Victoria playing for the Bulgarian team and Vishwa playing for the India 3 team. Victoria, how's it going for Team Bulgaria?
So far, it's going great. We're actually leading after round 3. And today we are playing Ukraine, so we are hoping for the best result.
Ah, okay. You're playing against Ukraine, which is a tough match.
It's a very tough match, but the girls are strong, so I put my trust in them.
Can we look at few games from your match?
Of
Or have
course.
you already seen it there?
We did it. We actually just finished, but we can go
Or can
see
you-
them now or a bit later, whatever you.
Okay. Or can you tell us a bit about these games that we are watching? Maybe we can discuss them.
Okay, of course.
Okay. And Vishwa, how are you doing? You are playing for the India 3 team. She's
Yes.
just 16 years old, guys. And she is here to... So today you came all dressed up like you're going to play.
Actually, I like to dress comfortable when I'm playing.
Hmm.
And
So
when I'm
right,
not playing.
so right now, do you listen to Chess Base India commentary?
Yes, like yesterday only I was listening.
And so you today decided to join. You enjoyed.
Yes.
Do you
very much.
enjoy Samay's commentary as well?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, nice. And have you seen Chess Base India before?
Of course, I have seen.
Oh,
it
really?
before, yeah, it's very famous.
Thank you. That's very nice to know. Okay, so we are looking at the game between Narayanan, who's fourth board of India, and Maxime Lagarde, and G6, Knight C3, Bishop G7, F3, Knight to C6, attacking the pawn here, D5, Knight E5, E4, takes, and Knight H6 was played, Knight F3 and Knight H7. My God, what a weird position this is.
I feel like all these chess players are just going for something crazy and different,
Right.
not just boring lines.
Yeah, today this is just very exciting. But what do you think? Is this better for black, white?
I mean, it's still hard to say. But if I have to choose, I'll probably pick black because of this knight scoop. The knight on e5, the square
Yeah,
is just
knight
so
on e5 is
nice.
a good blockader.
But still,
But I
feel
have the
like they
space.
both- You
as
have the
white.
space, yeah, definitely. But how are you going to use the space? Like
I
you
thought I will
need
just
to-
play queen d2, maybe
Okay.
long castle, put
Mhm.
bishop here, play maybe h4, h5. Does that make sense? Like, okay, I have concrete problems, like my bishop is hanging.
Mhm. Maybe I'll try attacking like real quick, play d6, bishop d7, then start pushing the pawn somehow.
Okay, so it's a complicated position.
It is very
Right.
complicated.
Okay, we agree to that. Let's go and see. So this was this game. We have a very interesting game that is between Surya Ganguly and Alexei Shirov. Oh my God! I mean, I didn't see the game.
This
The pair-
position has arrived already.
Yes, yes. It was like fire on board we were expecting, but this is water on board. It's just nothing has happened here.
Nothing crazy.
Yeah, I think, but still, sometimes white plays on in such positions. I remember there was this game Vidit versus Karyakin from the Tata Steel, and maybe there white was pressing in such positions, no?
Yes.
But draw, yeah, most likely.
Most likely. But it's okay. You know, sometimes you have some of these days when you don't really feel like pushing like crazy, let's say. So it's good to play positions that are more like chill and...
Yeah, they probably want to secure a draw on the
Yeah.
top board.
Okay, so let's go to the women's board. And
But actually, if you pay attention, he has like 1 hour 32 minutes. So there should be some...
Everything is
Perfect,
preparation.
oh, that's a nice point. That's a nice point. We're just going to move ahead, and we just now see that Surya has 20 more minutes on the clock. Maybe we can have Surya's cam here. It is cam number 1, if we can have that. Yeah, there we have. No, this is our India 3 team. India 2. We need cam number 1 for the India 3 team. And Surya Ganguly playing against oh, and we have Arjun joining in. Arjun, if you can join in, maybe. One second. No, you can say.
Okay, I can stand.
Huh?
I can stand it. Fine.
No.
No, you can come here.
No,
You
it's
can.
not an issue.
Maybe he can join for 5 minutes and
Yes,
then
yes,
you can
sure.
come.
Yeah, sure,
Or maybe.
Or I can go if you
No,
want.
it's fine. Arjun, maybe your game was anyway like a very short
I
one.
can stand. It's not an issue for me.
Okay, fine. He'll
No,
stand.
you can come.
That's okay.
Okay, come. Vishwa, you will have to sit for extra 10 minutes later, okay?
Yes.
Thanks. Oh, Amruta is removed. Amruta, camera ऐसे ही रख रही हो? हाँ.
Is it okay now?
No.
नीचे करो.
But it was okay here. They were all seeing decent.
Acha, okay. So I think I messed up, guys. Very sorry for that.
Now it's good. Now it's good.
Now it's good, he says.
Maybe shift it a little this side.
Which one?
This side.
Yeah. But it says plus 216.
I think it's perfect like that.
Sorry, I will be doing it. Give me a moment. Please.
Can
We-
I help you?
Yeah, just hold it. You can continue, guys.
By the way, we have Arjun Erigaisi joining in. Arjun, there was a small bit of how do we say back and forth that happened outside. What happened there? Was it like the arbiter said you drew before 30 moves?
Before 30 moves, so we had to repeat twice, but we only repeated twice and agreed to it. So they asked us to write down the moves and not repeat it again.
Okay. So just to tell our viewers, wasn't this the same line that you played, that Praggnanandhaa played with Vei?
Correct, Vei, yes.
And
Also,
also
it was played
Adiban.
between Adiban and Salim. But I think Salim went wrong and Eri got some advantage.
Right. So knight f3, d6, bishop d5, knight d7, and this was all well known. e5, knight f5, a6, bishop d3, knight c5, knight c3, d5.
Yeah.
You knew all of this.
Yeah, I actually just checked it today before the game.
Bishop g5, de, bishop e4, knight e4.
It's all pretty much forced.
And then came knight g7.
Yes, it's all forced until the d5, I think. So here, white has a few options. Rook e1 is one more, rook takes e5 is the other.
But rook e5, king f8, right?
No. King d7 is an important move.
If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, where you went king d8, it was
rook c5, right?
C5, correct.
This was a key move that Prag had found. But why not king f8 here? Is that too bad?
Yeah, the bar says so.
Maybe rook d1 or rook c5. Okay. So king d7 is critical here.
Yeah, and the line goes on with d1, king c7, bishop f4.
And this goes on. Okay. So here, instead of that, he went rook e1.
Yeah,
and his threat is maybe just take this.
Yeah.
Okay. So h6.
Yeah, here again, white has the e5, but it led to some very complicated position. King d7 again.
Now you have an extra tempo also.
I think rook d1, king c7, bishop f4.
Knight e4.
Yeah, knight e4, maybe king c6 or king d6. Yeah, something like this.
Very interesting.
And after bishop h4,
King f8, he checked.
yeah.
And it was funny that he was okay with a draw.
Well, he told me that he asked his captain whether to repeat with bishop h4 or go for 7 with rook e5, and his captain told him to go for before the game.
I mean, when you have 1 hour 38 minutes,
Yes,
it is already a good idea to sort of draw the game because you are so well prepared. Arjun, overall, how are you finding playing in your first Olympiad?
It's great. Yesterday I was a bit nervous because I was playing for India and it was a crucial game. But apart from that, it's been pretty cool.
I guess that one win yesterday would really have boosted you up.
Oh, yes, it did.
Amazing. And overall, it seems like a strategy that stay solid with black and play for a win with white, which is common, right?
Yeah, especially in team events.
Nice. I think great team spirit right now with the team doing very well. But the most important rounds are yet to come. And overall, how are you finding the entire team spirit and all? Do you guys meet often?
Yeah, it's great. We are hanging out at night. We are playing football.
Football also?
Mm-hmm.
And you go to the beach and all?
Not that much. Maybe on the rest level.
Okay.
And how much is the temptation to watch so many games, so many other games? Anish, Magnus, Aronian, all they are playing.
I haven't watched many of them actually, but I have been keeping a track on Magnus's game.
Fantastic. Arjun, thank you for coming here and for joining our broadcast. People over here are, guys, please do send your best wishes to Arjun on Instagram. He's there active. And good luck, Arjun. Play well.
Sorry, you can.
Please remove this. Amruta was holding the camera for 10 minutes now. Very nice.
I did the mess up, so I have to.
Yeah. Okay. Victoria is thinking, what sort of broadcast is this?
I'm having so much fun. I'm just sitting here and watching you fix everything.
She's like, oh, is this supposed to be the official commentary where everyone's just messing things up?
But that's the beauty of commentary, isn't it?
So, can we go and look at the women's games?
Let's do that.
Okay. So, let's first look at the games of the Indian team. Right now, Humpy playing with the white pieces. A typical stone wall position.
Mm-hmm. But it started very interesting. Like it started with e6, f5.
It was that.
Yes, and then c6. So very nice.
And here b3 to play bishop a3, and opponent stops it. Then knight e5, queen c2, knight d3. I generally have learned that if you are able to exchange these dark squared bishops, white should be better.
Mm-hmm. Slightly better, yeah.
Slightly.
Actually, in Stonewall, another idea is that white develops his knight on h3 also.
In the opening itself.
Yes.
So here, instead of this, you could have even gone here
Uh-huh.
to keep this square under control. Okay.
Maybe we could wait till black commits d5.
And sometimes then black goes d6.
Yes.
Okay. So knight d2 was played. And I think these are the kinds of positions that Humpy really likes to play.
Mm-hmm.
No, very slow positional play. So perhaps this is already pretty okay for white. Slightly better. Let's go to Harika's game.
Nothing too crazy on this board.
Yeah, just normal,
Just
normal chess.
stuff.
And then we have Vaishali here. Ooh. This
Yeah, we
looks...
actually saw this position. She played the London system.
Yeah, looks like London.
But I mean, if I just look at this, I would ask myself that why does white have an isolated pawn here? I mean, what is the compensation?
Well, to be honest, I think there isn't compensation in this exact position. But okay, maybe she will figure something out. She's
The
a
bishop
strong
on
player, so
c8.
The bad bishop, yeah? Maybe that's
Yeah.
the
maybe
thing.
she would figure out how to exchange it in the future.
Maybe bd7 and just play this way, or do you think b6,
b6,
bb7?
a5 could be
Yeah,
very
that looks
interesting.
better. And bishop a6, yeah.
Okay,
If she
okay.
has time to do it, then black is more than fine.
But if Vaishali gets like bd3, knight e5, castle, something
Some attack on
that
the
could
king
be
side.
her style of positions. Okay, so maybe here equal or slightly better for black now. Let's look at Tanya Sachdev's game against Gal Zoska.
How did this happen?
She played the line with b5.
Yeah, b4. And we also have something happening there on the screen. Can we go full screen there? Oh, Harika
Oh.
drew. Did Harika draw her game?
I think so.
That knight h4. You said they're nothing crazy, and actually,
They went for the draw.
So here Harika went bishop f5, knight h4, bishop e6, knight f3, and both players are happy. Harika has got a draw.
So that's the strategy, right? You draw with black and you win with white. I guess
Yes.
that's what they are going for.
Yes, but very interesting thing here. Especially, I mean, as white, you want to press, and you also know that Harika is pregnant. So maybe you want to play on, right? But I mean, making such a quick draw might not be the best idea, right, for Hungary. But okay, she's also very strong as a player.
Maybe yeah, that's the
Yeah.
advantage, that she's very strong.
What would you do? Let's say if you were in that position, would you? Or you are a very fighting player, or?
Probably depends where I play. If it's an open tournament, maybe I would go for a draw. The Olympiads, I don't think so.
I guess
I'll
they
keep
knew
playing.
Harika can still slay.
They knew that Harika could still slay, and that's the reason why they were okay. And Harika has drawn her game, her second draw in this tournament, and slowly getting her feet. So your team is playing against
Ukraine.
Ukraine.
Yes.
Wow. So it is Salimova
Yes.
on top board
Mm-hmm.
facing Maria Muzichuk.
But the preparation is going well.
This is prep, yeah?
Everything's prep.
Oh, really? Because you took rest, you prepared everyone.
Oh yeah, I don't sleep. The whole night I'm just preparing, analyzing games like crazy.
Yeah, look at the time. White's time.
But why is Maria thinking so much? Isn't this the same line that Gelfand Anand played in their World Championship?
Was it D5 immediately?
Yeah, and then Queen A5 was played by Gelfand, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I am, but
Maybe you're not. It seems like Queen F5 is a good move.
yeah.
So,
So Maria Muzichuk put under a lot of pressure here by Victoria's prep. Okay, let's go to the next board. Wow. Anna Muzichuk versus Pecheva Gergana. Can you tell us a bit about... I know Salimova because she came to India for the World Juniors.
okay.
What about Pecheva Gergana?
It's, as far as I know, it's her first time here in India.
Okay.
Only me, Salimova, and Antova, we've been to India before. So she's one of the young, talented Bulgarian girls. I mean,
How old is she?
19. She actually just turned 19 2 days ago.
Okay.
Yes, so we had to celebrate her birthday, and it was really nice. So of course she's very, very talented, strong player. I can say the same thing for all of the girls. We are all very passionate, very crazy about chess. We like to play for a win, so we're a good team, I would say.
Do you think chess in Bulgaria is growing right now, or is it?
It's a bit a tricky situation, but I don't know. It's a bit crazy, but we hope for the best.
And like India has Anand, who's a world champion, and many people follow him. Does Bulgaria also have a player like this? I mean, Topalov is a natural.
Yeah, of course, we have him, and we have Stefanova. So I basically grew up with some of her books and wanting to be like her. So she was my inspiration.
Okay.
And I could say that we look up to these two very strong players. Of course, we have Cheparinov, who's also like very, very strong. And yeah, we have pretty good and strong GMs.
Amazing. And Bulgaria has a very rich chess tradition. So, and this is also prep.
Yeah, it should be, yes.
Okay.
But I'm not gonna lie, at some point I wasn't there, so I can't really judge what's happening.
Okay, Anna Muzichuk, of course, an amazing player, and she's going all out on the attack. We'll see how Gergana faces it.
Yeah, we
next.
have some crazy game there.
And Anna Ushenina taking on Krasteva Beloslava. And tell us a bit about Krasteva. Also, you very young, or?
Yes, she's 18. Actually, all of us, we're very young. I'm the oldest, and I'm 21.
Really?
Yes.
Wow, what a young team.
So I can say, of course, this is also prep. Everything's prep.
Yeah, we can tell by the time.
Yeah, by the time. But again, everything applies for all the girls. I believe also for your team, you're also very young and passionate.
She's just 16.
Yeah, crazy. It's your first Olympiad?
Yes.
Amazing.
Yes.
So how do you feel about it?
So good. So good. Yeah.
So.
And she got to know just 2 days before that she was going to play the Olympiad.
Really?
Yes. I
Because
was actually
India had
at
2
another
teams.
country.
She was in Serbia.
Oh, and then you just flew back to
Yeah.
India. Amazing. So you had time to make it?
Yeah.
Amazing.
One day.
One day. Great.
Okay, so this is very good. And the last board on your team, you have Antova Gabriela taking on Osmak. And again on this board, okay, here maybe slightly behind on time.
But it's okay.
It's a decent position.
It's a decent position.
We'll just
I saw
play
that
maybe Bishop
Osmak
D6.
took on D5, which I don't know if it's... Maybe White could wait a bit with taking on D5, not
Yeah.
immediately. I would say it's a very solid position for White.
So What are you expecting today from your team?
Of course, I'm rooting for them. So
But
I
from
hope,
the
I hope for
positions,
a win.
yeah.
I feel like it's a bit too early to say.
Mm.
I'm pretty sure we have good chances, and of course, I'm here to support them. Even if they win or lose, we are one team, so we just gotta support each other no matter what.
Sure. And before we let you go, would you like to see a few games of her team?
Of course.
Okay.
It would be a pleasure.
Let's look at India's C team. India 3 team, they are facing the very strong Georgians.
Yes.
And first board, it's Nana Zagnidze versus Isha Karawade. And here the game started off with, Nana Zagnidze says, okay, I'm going for the exchange Slav. And maybe if we can have those cameras here of India, it's on the third board in the women's section. So I guess it was camera number 10. Bishop f4, a6, rook c1, bishop f5, knight f3, rook c8, and Isha is very well prepared, yeah? No, Isha is
Yeah, she's very well prepared. Yeah.
knight e5.
How old is she?
She's in her 30s.
Oh, okay.
And she recently became a mother.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
amazing.
So she took a break from chess for some time, and now she's back.
Her daughter is with her right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I think that's very tough to be able to manage, like, to play good chess and also have your kid.
Definitely.
But amazing. That's the dream one day, to bring your kids to the tournament.
Right. So here, what about takes? I guess you can still go here. D5 pawn isn't hanging because of the rook on
Yeah.
C1. So here you can't take this because of take, and this hangs. So looks good. Looks good for Isha. I think around equal, maybe.
Yeah. Yes.
Or yeah, but that's okay. Yeah. Let's go to the game of Nandita versus Batsyashvili. And this started off with knight f3, d5.
Oh,
Oh,
Okay. Takes,
interesting.
takes, takes. Let's see. Okay, looks good for white. A6, stopping knight b5. And now g3, very interesting move to put the bishop here. E5. What do you think?
E5?
Sorry?
You don't like E5?
Yeah, I just feel like in such endgames, white putting the bishop here and all these little weaknesses, I think black is going to have some difficulty.
trouble.
Yeah. Like let's say knight b3,
Knight C6.
knight c6, bishop g2. And then maybe I castle the bishop e3. Get some weaknesses, I don't know.
White's preferable.
Yeah, it's a bit uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Also, this bishop on g2 is very happy. So, yeah, this looks good. This looks good for India. What's this? How is this queen here? What? White won?
What is this one?
White won. Sahiti lost.
Oh.
Plus
Oh my god.
5 or what?
Oh my god.
And how many
Is this
moves?
right?
Yeah. She's
7
resigned.
moves?
No. 12 moves.
Wow.
So this was normal. Let's just look at it here. Bishop a6, knight b2, bishop b7, bishop g2, c5.
Took on before.
She took here. And she completely missed knight e5. And now the knight is hanging. You can't take here because this is hanging. I mean, you could play.
Too many motives.
You could play d5, but then maybe there is this queen a4 check business.
Uh-huh.
So let's say cd, ed, check here.
Some take and bishop h2 is coming or what?
Oh yes, wow. Oh my god. Oh, you lose a
That's
piece.
sad.
So you can't play d5 and you can't play f5 because then the queen comes from this side, I believe.
Yeah.
And the g6, knight g6 is maybe there's something better, like you can take here, take
And
here,
then play that, or-
and then play this because then there's no knight f6 back.
Yeah.
And then g6, knight takes g6, and I
We
mean,
can also
Yeah, you take on
we can
G6.
also take on g6 and bishop g5.
yeah, this is over. And she played knight c3 here, and she thought that okay, if you take here, I'll take on g2, but queen h5 came in, threatening mate in 1. So g6, and what a nice move, queen h3.
Queen h3 is a really nice one.
Yeah,
This
that
is
was
a nice idea.
because now this is hanging and this is hanging, so she had to take here. Now the rook is hanging and the knight, and she lost a piece. She's your roommate, yes,
She's my
Sahiti?
roommate, yeah.
So what do you think, like what went wrong with her? Was she preparing this line or?
She was preparing a lot. She focuses a lot on the openings, but I don't know what went wrong. I think she miscalculated knight e4.
I must ask you, Vishwa, because you are also playing the Olympiad for the first time, and so is Sahiti. Is there a lot of pressure?
Not really, actually. Our teammates are really supportive and they're just like, give your 100% and don't think about the result.
But this definitely looks like something that has happened because of pressure, because Sahiti is very strong. She's a young player, 15-year-old, but I mean, this doesn't happen often.
But it doesn't. But it happens once in a while.
It happens, yeah.
It's a bit painful, but if you
Quite
get over it
unfortunate.
faster, it's better for your mental health. I'd
Right,
say.
right. So as a roommate now, what do you do? Like you just tell her
I
that-
will try to cheer her up, definitely.
Very nice, very nice. Okay, and then so we had already 1-0 in the favor of Georgia. What's happening here? This is Pratyusha, who was yesterday's MVP. She managed to beat her opponent and give India that win. This also looks like a very standard position.
It's very solid. Maybe some bishop a6 is coming.
Somewhere around equal.
Yeah.
Yeah. So right now we can say that if Nandita strikes back with white here, then India has chances, because in the remaining games it's around equal. Like Isha is around equal here. So is Pratyusha. So interesting position.
How did that happen? D4, knight f6.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. That's how we reached here.
Interesting game.
Wasn't this possible here? Like queen even knight c6. There was no takes
Yeah.
and takes here because queen moves out. Okay. What would you do now? Like after you were here in the commentary for the remaining duration?
Well, hopefully just get the chance to see the games in real life.
You'll go there. And
Yes.
Is it allowed for the reserve player to be there?
We'll see.
No, I don't think it's allowed.
Okay, then maybe I'll just see some friends and then go back to my hotel.
Okay. But Victoria, it was wonderful having you. Thank you so much.
It was a pleasure.
We got to know more about the Bulgarian team, and that's really nice to know. Is Bulgarian's open team also playing here?
Yes, they are playing. And I'm not sure who they are playing today, but we actually beat Croatia in round 2, so that was...
That's a big result.
Yeah, it was a big result.
Was Ivan Saric playing for Croatia? Or?
Yeah, he was playing first
Whoa.
board. He drew,
That's
and
nice.
the other board we just won, so
That's big.
that was a
Oh.
good one.
And we hope that your team progresses, and then
Thank you.
we don't face you guys because you guys look very strong.
Then we have a battle. Okay, thank you for having me.
Thank
It
you,
was a
Victoria.
pleasure.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Well, that was Victoria Radveva, all the way from Bulgaria, joining us. Such a pleasant personality. Very nice, yes?
Yes, absolutely.
And Vishwa, how does it feel? Yeah, your team on one point. Do you think that one, like losing a point, do you think you can fight back?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely, yeah. I still think we can manage
Yeah.
because, yeah, the other positions look decent.
Okay. We'll come back to these games. Let's quickly look at our board one games of India because there is half point now in the men's team.
Oh, this.
Okay, Surya, Hari is what? Pawn down? Yeah, how did Hari quickly exchange so many pieces?
This was such a quick game.
Yeah, rook b8, bishop c4, bishop g4, h3, bishop h5. He took on a6, d5. I guess this is all prep.
Definitely.
Take, 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 take. This is hanging, but this is also hanging, and this is also hanging.
Yeah.
So he took c5, attacking
Attacking
here.
d3. White is a pawn up, but like the pawn structure is like the pawns are shattered everywhere, so black has compensation.
Should be draw for Hari, I guess.
Yeah, it's a draw. Yeah.
Okay, what about I put my rook behind the pawn? Would you worry a bit because then I can push my pawn?
Not really. I'll just bring my king and
King f8.
yeah.
Let's say I bring my king, you bring your king, I bring my king, you bring your, and then you will put your king here, and then your rook will be activated,
Yeah.
something like this, and
Yeah.
it should be draw.
It should be a draw.
Okay.
I think it's both of theirs. Black and white both are very well prepared. I think both are.
Yeah, Moussard Jules has 1 hour 29 minutes. He plays c4, but I guess now Hari can. Oh, he should take care of his back rank. King f8 maybe looks good.
In rook and games, the ideal structure is g6 h5 also, so you can ideal pawn structure. So basically, so when the rook comes to the 7th rank and we go to the 7th rank, the pawns are not in the same line, so it won't go together. So g6 h5 is the ideal structure.
You would play this way.
Yeah.
So then there's only one pawn which is on the 7th. Okay, got it. Let's go to Vidit's game and see what is up with Vidit Gujrathi. This is what we was talking about. I think Hari, very solid with black. Arjun drew with black. And now Vidit,
It will press from white.
yeah, he'll press from white. And this, I can guarantee you, Vidit will make his opponent's life really
Very
miserable.
hard, yeah.
Because this is the kind of positions he was brought up playing. Very, very small edge, positionally moving around, and as we saw, this was the position. And Vishwa, I was looking at this, like there is this line where you don't play h6.
Yes.
And you play directly here, queen f3, and you reach this position with the pawn here. But in the game, they reach this position with the pawn here and the bishop here. My understanding is that this should be worse for black than that way, because now earlier when the bishop would come here at some point,
Yeah, we would have the pawn on h7, our pawn structure.
and I could never take, because then you would take back with the h pawn and you would straighten up your structure.
Yeah.
Like this pawn would go here. But with
Yes.
pawn on h6, it doesn't look good. But I think they played. This line is played.
They played, yeah.
Knight d7, bishop d3. So with it straight away goes for this, because then he gets control of the f5 square. Takes, rook g8, g3, f5, knight f3, rook c1, knight e4, Now f2 under pressure, but Vidit just brings his king back. Bishop e7, knight to e5, and this is a nice maneuver. The knight goes here, this knight will come here, and then they will all angle for the square here. h4. What do you think?
The dark squares are pretty weak in black's camp.
Hmm.
So black has a bishop, but for that white has
Two
they
knights.
also two knights, and black's pawn structure is they have double pawns and weak pawns.
So what would be your thinking, like how should white try to break through, because you need some kind of a you can go
It would
knight
be-
f4, but he'll
it-
take, I guess.
It would be good if white can exchange the dark squared bishop. Obviously, it would be like a dream because the dark squares are very weak and the dark squared bishop is protecting it.
Hmm.
So
And we have already with its hand there. Can we go full screen here? Can we go like Vidit goes rook to c2. There you see Vidit on your screen. He's played his rook up, very focused. Did you manage to interact with Vidit?
just hi, good morning, sir.
You can talk in Gujarati, no, with him.
He
Are you
knows
Gujarati?
Gujarati?
Are you Gujarati?
Yes, I'm Gujarati.
He's
knows
with,
Gujarati.
he's Vidit Gujarati.
But I'm sure he does not know Gujarati.
No, he knows.
He knows?
Yeah, you should tell him કેમ છો.
I'll try.
આપણે તો કોમેન્ટ્રી ગુજરાતીમાં પણ કરી શકીએ હમણાં.
Yeah.
તને ખબર હતી હું પણ ગુજરાતી છું.
हाँ, खबर है.
So guys, all those who are Gujarati can stay back. Rest all can go away. Now we are starting commentary in Gujarati. Scores are updated, guys. On the right, I think scores have been updated. Vishwa, you see, Vidit has like a cup of coffee with him. Do you also take something to eat during the games?
Chocolates. Lots
Chocolates.
and lots of. Yeah, like games are a very good excuse to eat chocolates. No one will stop you. Yeah.
So like I became a chess player to eat chocolates. But isn't it like chocolates give you sugar and that's a rush of energy, but then it just drops down again?
I think so, but
She's like, don't tell all these things. I can't eat chocolate from tomorrow. So let's not get there. Yeah, I'll go and get a coffee. Can you sit for a minute? I'll come back. Yeah.
Oh, hi, Vishwa.
Hi.
So it's just you and me, and I think for the first time, it's just only females here. Exactly. There
like
you are.
it.
Yeah, I like it. Okay, I'm gonna tell this to Sagar. You cannot come here anymore. But what's happening? I think you were watching Vidit's game right now.
Yes.
After Rook C2 and Queens are exchanged. What is the assessment here?
I think Vidit should be slightly better.
Vidit should be slightly. If Vidit is slightly better, this kind of
It's
endgame
almost
positional
equal.
maneuvering and all,
Yeah.
chances are that
Vidit can push. White
yes,
can push.
exactly. Of course, it's not easy because his opponent Fressinet is really a strong player.
Definitely.
So he's going to show very strong defense here.
Yes.
And what about?
Looks like it's going to be a tough game.
Yes, absolutely. By the way, do you know today there is a very interesting pairing between?
I think India men and women both are playing Estonia.
No, that we already saw, right? All in. I am guessing that all the Indian games we have covered. If not, I don't know.
I think we have not
But-
seen.
But the one which is very interesting is Caruana
Uh-huh.
versus Nadirbek.
Oh.
So it is USA versus Uzbekistan, and the game is so interesting right now. Just to take you all over here for a moment, this is the position. Caruana is white. Kings are in the center, and I think
so dynamic.
they're planning to be in the center for a while more.
Yeah, looks like it.
Yes, exactly. So just forget about the assessment. Yeah, just looking at it, how would you assess this position? Lot of imbalances are there.
Yeah, I think it's quite difficult to assess. White cannot castle kingside because of the d3 bishop, and Black's bishop is still on f8. Black still needs time to castle.
Yeah. So it is white to play, and the first thought which comes to the mind is, can you take here on d3? This is the first thought. Of course, cd3. After cd3, I think you're winning the pawn. No, it is equal. So white was already a pawn down.
Yeah.
So some simplifications are happening there on the board. Like, let's say,
How did this arise? Can we check it from the start?
definitely. So it happened London system here.
London.
E3, c5.
Many players are playing London nowadays, no?
Absolutely, it is becoming one of the mainstream opening. It has already become. I can't say it is becoming. Knight bd2 takes cd4 ed4, bishop f5. Now the threat is knight b4. He went bishop b5, stopped the threat. Queen b6. There is a poisoned pawn here. c4. It seems like all of it is preparation, because if you look at Caruana's time, he still was on 1 hour 32 minutes.
Yeah.
And d takes c4, a4, bishop d3. This is how black stopped the castle. But looking at the time, it's half an hour difference. So Nadirbek is thinking on the board, he's not prepared, which means Caruana could have this edge, opening out playing edge. Queen f3.
Plus, you also get this kind of confidence when you know the opening and you're playing fast and your opponent is thinking.
Yes, but what I think, Vishwa, when you're so well prepared and you go and then it happens on the board, your confidence is very high when your opponent is thinking.
Yes.
But when your opponent is able to withstand that preparation and comes out, it's even sometimes worse, because you think, oh, you had prepared, and now he has actually defended himself. You did not get any advantage, and it puts some extra pressure.
The advantage of
Time, that's true. But in this game, I think even that has gone. Caruana is down to 1 hour 2 minutes, and this is the current position, guys. So this is one more thing which was interesting. Going back to our games, of course, of our Indian team games. Going back to Vidit's position, rook c2, king e7 has been played here. And first of all, what is also going on in the chat? Okay.
So many heart emojis.
Nice. That's cool. And this, why is there coffee?
He went, Sagar Shah went to...
he went to... Okay, and this is Hari's position. Hari is black. He's a pawn down, but doesn't look likely at all that white can convert this due to the pawn structure as well. SL Narayanan, what's up with SL's game? So we have one more person, a guy joining in, Nubair Shah Sheikh.
Hello, dosto. Hi guys. How's it going?
Yes, guys. Are you joining the English commentary for the first time, Nubair? Or did you join until
Yeah, for the Olympiad for the first time.
Oh.
As Sagar was there, we are shuffled.
Sagar is in Hindi?
Yeah.
And Sama is also in Hindi?
Yeah, and he told me to help you.
Oh, okay. So it seems like Sagar wants to speak in Hindi for a while.
Yeah. Let him with English.
Yeah. So, guys, your English is good, I believe.
Yes.
Definitely.
Because my English is not the best. Okay, we have this position on the board right now. SL Narayanan, were you analyzing this game with Sagar by any chance? Because I don't want to repeat it.
No, we have not.
Taking quickly through the opening moves.
We saw this. But...
Okay, then I'm going ahead. But it is Dutch for all those who have joined right now. It's a very interesting opening. It's very, very dynamic.
Actually,
it's very complicated.
Dutch is getting very popularized now.
Yes.
And let me tell you this, Lagarde Maxime. I have played with him recently 2-3 times. And one of our games went into Dutch, and he's one of the Dutch. Like, he plays Dutch regularly, and he likes to play very complex positions where he can, go for crazy tactics.
Okay.
And also maybe he's surprised with this move order to SLG. Usually he's very well prepared, but as we can see, both the players are having a little bit less time on the clock. They're taking the time for the first initial moves. And let's come to the live position.
Yes. When you mentioned that you played with him recently, what was your result like?
Actually, I missed +8, +9 against him and lost.
And
in BL, I played, there I drew, but that too I was like +5.
Okay.
So the point is, like, he fights until the end, like just like all French guys. Maxime, Lagarde is there, Bashir is there. All these have got the same way of playing, tactical, attacking, and fighting chess. As we can see, he's playing very creative already.
Exactly.
Yes.
We are only on move number 11 and they have taken half an hour. So that too, this is complicated. We have short castle versus long castle, which means, guys, it's going to be a bloodbath. That's what I call.
Definitely.
So he played queen a5 right now. Generally, in such positions, there are ideas. If when your king is on b1, the knight goes to d5, and there are some discovered ideas. But right now we are too far from that.
And maybe, for example, just let's say you play king b1 here,
Yes,
and
I think
cd5 happens, it's a blunder, and it's not a blunder really, but it's a mistake, 95,
Correct.
and
You
you can win a pawn
cannot
here.
take here.
Yeah.
It would be a blunder because there's an intermezzo check, and if king could come to f7, then yes, it's good for black, but unfortunately it cannot, and black would have had to go queen b8. So that was a nice variation.
Typical idea in such kind of positions. Usually this is in Sicilian, but if players are so creative, even in Dutch it can come.
Absolutely. By the way, in the chat they are saying Ronak drew. Is it true? Did Ronak draw?
We can take a look at India B team open. We have not seen it.
We have not seen it yet?
No.
Oh, of course.
By the way, which is your favorite
So
team,
let's-
India A or India B?
Sorry?
Which is your favorite team, India A or B?
Nobody is coming here to put you in a googly situation.
That's what I've learned from Sagar Bhai. One should not ask easier questions.
I think B.
B, and who's your favorite player?
Prague.
Prague, okay. Maybe let's go and have a look at Prague. Also, I think we have
Yes.
Prague's camera today.
We have what?
Prague's camera.
Do we?
Yeah. We have special camera today.
That's a nice thing to
Yeah.
see right now. Let me go there 1 second
Sure.
because this is all a little bit new to me, so I have to find it. And maybe it's here, maybe it's somewhere here. But in the meantime, just to have a quick look at Ganguly's game. This is Ganguly versus Shirav, one of the most creative pairing again, which we had got, but it is ending in a draw. Shirav, as we know from his Fire on the Board book,
Yeah.
and Ganguly, obviously, all of us know he loves to sacrifice. So, but the game ended in ending in a simple draw.
Yeah.
Yeah. At the same, what about Setu Raman?
I think Pac was going to push slowly. And Setu looks quite strong. The pawn on c6 is weak, but there are some discoveries. For example, f4, and maybe we can,
F4? You mean discovery?
some discoveries
Huh.
on the queen.
Okay.
Yeah, some knight can go
Yes.
somewhere, and
So
maybe
black
d6.
is doing fine.
Yeah, it's
Setu-
dynamically balanced. Let's put it like this.
Correct, exactly.
Yeah.
And what about Abhijit Gupta versus Anton Gujaro?
I would like Abhijit to win this, because if he wins, it will put a lot of pressure on the France team. Sorry, on the Spain team. And there's an ND5 coming in. There's a tactic here.
Mhm.
If it works out, it's really
Very
good for.
quick. Nuber is very quick to
Yeah.
spot. But do you think that Nuber speaks very fast?
Yeah, I do.
Maybe a little bit.
Yeah, I think he's the second. He is on second number to after Anish Giri. Yeah, I think Anish speaks
Oh yeah,
fastest.
yeah.
So after that, maybe Nuber, you would get a trophy.
I will still take
Okay.
the compliment.
Guys, bar 10 second for 10 seconds the bar was not there, and it's like bar ही चाहिए.
थोड़ी बार सोच भी लिया करो.
So this is the position of Abhijit Gupta versus Anton, and I think we are having a decent, like, white has some initiative, though Nuber, what I'm worried about is 1 versus 2 on the queen side, which means black is a pawn up.
Exactly.
But I also don't see a way that he is going to lose the pawn very quickly.
Yeah, I think all Bhayu has to rely is on tactics, something like rook b1, knight d5 coming very quickly. If tactics doesn't work out, black can easily stabilize and he'll be all right. For example, he gets rook c8 and rook d8 and he's completely perfect. He's a
Correct.
pawn up, and
Even
so,
endgame would be good for black because
Yeah,
of
all-
the queen side majority.
all endgames are perfect. I mean, fantastic for black because there is extra pawn already.
So Bhayu has to be careful here. Actually, I would leave this conclusion and let's see how he does that. Going to the next game. Oh, it is
This
so
looks-
interesting.
Yeah, already a lot of
Murli is
things
black,
happen.
but
Yeah.
yeah, Murli is black, but his
Mhm.
king is still in the center. White's queen looks beautiful here. And this pawn is hanging. Of course, black is 2 pawns up already, if you
That's the
observe.
only good thing. Otherwise, this could have been like a disaster.
But 1 pawn he is losing. And
Yeah.
after he loses this pawn, I am doubtful that he can save this pawn. So logically, it should be like black gets castled. in exchange for giving up the 2 pawns, and it ends in equality.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But it's not easy because of this queen.
Or maybe you have to just go c4 and pray that you survive.
So right now, if you do c4, bishop c5, then
Something
I am
like
stopping
bishop
your
f6
castling.
and bishop f6 and hope to castle.
Bishop f6, take here, and
And
now you
castle
got a
here.
castle here. Okay.
And try to survive this or something.
But these are the double pawns, so white has good compensation. Murli will have to defend really, really well here
He's
in order
going-
to be
Yes.
able to hold.
He's going to have tough day
Plus
defending
the
this.
bishop, white's bishop is more active than
Correct.
black's bishop due to the
Yes,
E5 pawn.
absolutely.
It's a
Absolutely.
permanent good versus bad bishop.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now let's move to the youngsters team, the youthful team. I'm gonna find the games there. Give me a moment. Yes.
I drew.
Ronak has drawn the game. By the way, this was the last position. He had a good bishop, but too many pawns were on dark squares as well. So it was not at all like a good bishop versus bad bishop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about Praggnanandhaa?
I think she can tell.
Yes.
Is just opening.
What is the name of the opening, Vishwa?
I think it was semi-Slav, right?
Queen's
That's
Gambit
how I
something.
can.
It very quickly
Yeah,
to
so
all
Slav,
those who
yeah.
have joined late. Why did you join late? So that's why we are here directly now. All the explanation go watch later. But yeah, it's Slav. By the way, whom are you picking? India A or India B?
Gukesh.
India B.
Very
So
India B.
Gukesh, Praggnanandhaa. Okay, awesome.
It's hard to, pick one, but all of them are favorites. And recently, actually, I saw Gukesh playing at the BL. I was also playing in the same tournament. And the way he was playing, I like his determination, everything he's doing. He's just perfect, I feel. And I think right now he deserves to be rooted for.
So is it
he
very
just touched 2,700
Yeah.
at such a young
Yeah.
age.
Like one day was 2700, okay, next day was losing, and then again 2697, 98, and again next day is winning. So this ability to make a comeback at that level, playing 2700 guys every day, is not something
Yeah, it's
usual
not
for
easy.
this. I cannot really call them kids, but they are too young. But they are doing it really well and handling the difficult situations, dealing with the losses. I really like his ability, and that's why I'm rooting to him.
By the way, Aneet says that I saw Nubair in BL. Beal.
Yeah,
Did you
Beal.
meet Aneet? Aneet.
वो तो अनिति बता सकता है.
Aneet ने बताया है. So many times we meet a lot of people, but we remember by face,
Yeah.
but sometimes not by names.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's very nice. That's cool. By the way, Vishwa, I want to ask you because you're 16, you said.
Yes.
So all your friends, the chess friends, and how is it age-wise? Because we talk a lot about Gukesh reaching 2,700, Praggnanandhaa beating Magnus Carlsen, and all of that, which is but our group is different. We're like now old, we are doing commentary and all that. But in your group, your age group, how is it seen like? What is the feeling like?
Actually, it is so good to see so many youngsters like already 2,700, 2,600. It's just phenomenal. I mean,
Amazing, no?
so amazing.
You are 2,000 plus at the age of 16, and that's very great. You're here in the team. So
Wow.
congrats.
Thank you.
How is it feeling, by the way? I probably you must have answered this before.
Like 100 times.
Yeah. But just for those guys who have just joined like me, can you once again repeat, please?
Again, I feel so good to be selected for the Olympiad because the top players of the world are playing. It's just such an honor to be playing the same tournament as them.
Guys,
Amazing.
someone please just make a clip out of it so that next time she don't need to repeat this, and we can just play this clip.
Good suggestion, Nubair.
Yeah.
By the way, we have a super chat by Harikrishna, and that is in Japanese. And he says, I have a suggestion. It is difficult to understand which team you're watching. Where is the scoreboard on the right? Maybe highlight the team you are concentrating on in the right side just to improve the UX. Well, already if you see the setup, it's very complicated. So I will give you a suggestion, and if it is possible, definitely we will try. Thank you so much. Oh, by the way, Aneet says my friend played Nubair in round 1 of Rapid in Peel. Okay, got it. Nice. Okay, so this is the position after Slav has happened, and knight.
This is a very
takes-
typical position
Knight-
arising from Slav.
Yes, exactly. And Praggnanandhaa is white. Generally, you see these two bishops here are going to create some havoc, I believe, at some point.
Yeah. So
Or
the
no?
plan is very simple in this position. Like usually you go like rook d1, and at some point you want to just make a battery or just put knight e5. Sometime even some people get the bishop back and even just try to push h4 g4 if it works out. But this is risky. But this 3-4 moves are really easy and to proceed with. You can just put knights in the middle of the board and try to create some battery towards the king.
Yeah, I wish the way Nubair says that you can just play these 3-4 moves and then you can just play for a win. I wish I could do that. But my point is, what is Black going to do is
Black
he's
should
going
try
to
for
go
C5,
C5 at
but
some
he-
point.
Yeah.
And if he gets that successfully, then it's going to be equal.
Right now some problems for black. Let's talk about the black problems. So for example, this bishop is hanging. So if white can hit this bishop at any point, it's long-term advantage with two bishops. So first he needs to waste some time with bishop c7, or this is a good move. This is a good move. It's always better to exchange one of the bishops instead of playing with two bad bishops. It makes sense to play with one bad bishop. And after this also, if you play c5, then you don't need to, you take and c5.
Yeah.
It's a right way to equalize. So maybe Prague may play this, and then bishop b4 will happen. Recently, one of my opponent did this to me, and I cannot avoid the exchange because before I could play rook d1, the bishop was already on a3. So in this case, I preferred doing bishop c3, bishop b4, and then rook d1. So in that case, if it takes, at least
Our queen
my
will be
queen
on
will be
C3.
slightly better square. So this could be one idea, or you can sometimes also just take and say that okay, your queen is here, and now
Misplaced.
I can just take advantage of this dark square and try to build some advantage. So here he needs to calculate some lines and decide between bishop c3 or bishop e3. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah.
Amazing. Nubair, in such a short time, because of his ability to play hyper bullet chess and bullet chess, he can also speak very fast and give out so many plans. Oh, hi. Hello, Sagar. By the way, guys, have you noticed Sagar Shah today? Something's different about Sagar Shah.
Yeah, better. I have won.
1 second. You're not in the camera. Yes.
A funky
What
shirt.
is...
I have
Look at her. This is actually the 16 wala thing. Funky shirt. I was going
this
to
is
say
a very traditional shirt.
But the perspective, Sagar, when you're 16, you look at it as funky.
आपको जाना है तो you can go there.
That's fine. Yeah.
But this is something that I made in Odia style. This shirt. So this is very famous in Odisha.
Ah.
And Ranjan Mohanty, who is part of the Odisha Chess, so also All India Chess Federation, he had given me a cloth and I made it into this.
You made it.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't make it, tailor made it.
When did you learn, stitching? That's an interesting hobby. Levon Shah. Everyone's calling you Levon Shah. If you wear a different creative shirt, then you are Levon Aronian. Yeah, basically that's the tag.
Or Jethalal.
Yeah, exactly. So going back to the game, Sagar, we were having a look at Praggnanandhaa's game right now. We have the cameras. That's what.
We can see, no?
Yes.
We don't have individual, but we can see the three boys sitting there against three Italian players.
Uh-huh.
And the last board has already ended in a draw. Ronak Sadhwani drew his game.
Yes, exactly.
But Amrita, I think it is all boiling down to Prag's game. Because if you look at Gukesh's game, it seems like around equal and very difficult.
Come, समय आजा
बहुत जगह है।
आजा
बहुत जगह है भाई।
आजा
बहुत जगह है।
तो भाई स्नेक एंड लैडर खेलना क्या?
किधर?
1 second.
बैठ ना अमृता, तेरा और समय का बैंटर तो सुनते हैं।
क्या बैठ रहे?
अरे अपना क्या बैंटर है भाई?
तू आएगा नहीं सागर। और तू मुझे तो ये कैमरा को you're just not even giving me a chance to move that camera.
No, don't worry.
So Amrita, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking कि समय यहाँ पे क्यों है?
Okay. समय आज मूड में है कि वो सबको बैन कर रहा है जो ऐसा बोल रहा है, बट
अमृता को कैसे बैन करोगे आप?
बैन कैसे करेगा ना तू?
भाई माजा तो नहीं पिया मेरा किसने?
नहीं, बस मैं पीने ही वाली हूँ।
भाई माजा दे दे यार, माजा मत पी।
आगे तू जा।
आप बोर किया इसने अभी मराठी जोक खतरनाक वाली की ना.
देख, all the Marathi people are going to appreciate the timing
It's
of it.
called Maharashtrian people.
समय पे जोक मारो.
तो अमृता, आप कभी हिंदी चेस बेस इंडिया में क्यों नहीं जाते हो यार?
जाती हूँ यार, मैं बीच में
समय?
एक दो बार गई हूँ, पर
हाँ.
मेरा हिंदी में बहुत इंग्लिश आता है. फिर निकलेश जस्ट कंप्लीटली स्कोल्ड्स मी कि अमृता हिंदी बोलो.
भाई इधर भी किसी ने 10 मेंबरशिप गिफ्ट की. आप जिधर जाते हो सब मेंबरशिप गिफ्ट करते जा रहे हैं.
अरे बढ़िया विकास.
ओ
साहिब जी,
अभय
thank you
कदम,
so
अभिषेक
much
रवि, बाप रे,
for
बहुत
for
lot
using
of
your parents'
memberships.
money.
Guys, let me just tell you about the memberships, because all this membership amount will go to the young upcoming talents of India. It will be selected, shortlisted, properly analyzed, and then all this amount, monthly amount, will be given to different talents, which will be shortlisted by us. So thank you so much for supporting this thing.
हंस क्यों दे रहे
तू क्यों हंस रहा है?
मैं थोड़ी हंस रहा था.
पता नहीं. ओके,
Young talents, guys.
हाँ, मुझे लगा कि तुम ऐसे थोड़ा सोचोगे यंग टैलेंट में अभी, when after doing all this clean shave and all, but इसको नहीं मिलने वाला है, don't worry.
Can we have the left bars for India 2 team?
भाई ये क्लेम लिखने से क्लेम हो जाता है क्या?
नहीं, वो लोग को ऐसे ही लिखना चाहते हैं.
भाई नहीं होता चैट, इससे कुछ नहीं होता.
Okay, so claim okay, before I go guys, last 3 games I'll quickly have a roundup here. Rook c8 has been played. This looks equal, but it is pretty unclear. That's what I feel. This king is in the center. The chances of going wrong is pretty much there, because the king is exposed. And if white was Samay, then 100% he would have lost it within 5 moves.
That king is like Sagar Shah.
But it is Gukesh, and he will show how to play.
He
is the one. So ये ड्रॉ अभी के लिए पकड़ लेता है.
नहीं, ड्रॉ तो नहीं होगा. I think it will be a very complicated game.
It will be a long game.
It will be a long
have
game.
to play accurately.
Correct. But white's pieces are very active.
Yeah, white should
in
try
that
to
sense.
exchange the queens.
Correct. If he can, then he is definitely having a big advantage of having the king
So, Rook
in
D7?
the center. Rook d7.
चैट में क्या चल रहा है भाई? क्लेम से नहीं होता, कुछ और लिखो ना यार.
Queen f6 के बाद, guys, the bar is loving Gukesh's position, but I just made a very intuitive, natural move. What could be the reason?
You didn't make a good move, Amrita. Go back.
But what could be the reason?
Rook b7.
Acha, just so what else can I do, Sagar? This queen doesn't have any
I was
square.
thinking
Okay,
queen
e4. Yeah.
Queen b4.
Black would not want to exchange the queens for sure, because you exchange, and as
take,
just
take.
Vishwa had pointed out.
And bishop b3. Bishop hanging. Bishop.
King on
Sorry.
Bishop b3.
King on e2 is a huge advantage for
Right.
white.
And f7.
Right.
So this is good. So black cannot
So maybe
exchange. So queen e4.
c5. Why not queen
So why
c5?
not queen e4?
Queen e4, I think.
Because the mouse is in my control, I'm going to check queen e4 first, because I like with a direct
BD3,
threat
BD3.
here.
अरे विकास साहू जी फिर से मेंबरशिप गिफ्ट. अरे थैंक यू सो मच.
Thank you,
विकास
Vikas.
सैनी जी. सॉरी
Vikas
विकास.
Saini gifted 10 memberships. Thank you. ये क्लेम क्या रहता है? उनको मिल जाता है क्या वो?
नहीं,
उससे मिलता नहीं. जितने लोग एक्टिव होते हैं चेस बेस पे, इतने लोग ज्यादा यूज किया है, तुम्हारा कमेंट किया, चैट किया, उन लोग को मिलता है.
Okay.
Hello, it's been so amazing seeing people from 187 countries getting together and spreading COVID for chess. Kudos to the organizers and TN government. Also, great work by ChessBase India as always. By Kalpak Toleji.
थैंक यू कल्पक.
इसने खुद का डाला है क्या? थैंक यू.
तो उसने जो कोविड डाला उसकी जगह चेस था. बस इतना ही फर्क.
Chat, any questions you
Queen
have
e6.
for Amrita, you can please ask here.
Okay, so this right now
Okay,
from
can we
here,
look at
Sagar
Nihal's
is going to
game?
carry on.
Can we look at Nihal's game? Oh,
Sagar, can you carry on?
E5. ऑल्सो डायरेक्टर साहब, वो जो अपना ड्राइव है उसमें देखना, हमने थोड़े डाले हैं वीडियोस, तो हम फिर विल प्ले इट. E5.
Nihal is black here. अभी इसका क्या करे? Do you want to take here? But then this
No,
bishop.
95.
Oh, with the king in the center, is it okay?
I think what's the problem here is that after 90.
Wait, let me ask Samay or Vishwa. Vishwa, are you looking at the engine or no?
Not really.
Okay, so did you see the move or
No, I did not see them.
We have to
so?
find
What
the
should
move.
black play?
Black should just go knight h5, knight takes f7, rook
Chal,
takes
chal,
f7,
chal.
bishop
ये-
f7
ये-
side, I think. You know?
इसकी जिंदगी इंजन के बिना अभी चलेगी नहीं। समय तुम्हारा वो
मेरे
चांद
ग्रैंडफादर भी यही को भी हम यही करते थे, उनके हाथ में पेस में करना।
Dark humor.
समय
हाँ जी।
listen, your charm was that you used to make blunders. You remember your name is Blunder
I mean,
Master.
here,
Your
I mean, we
logo
can
is
play
Blunder
queen
Master.
takes e3 also then.
So no, not those kinds of blunder. It's literally hatke blunder. So what I'm trying to tell you is, if you don't look at the engine, we will be able to get the charm out of you.
Okay,
So you will have to not look at the engine today.
okay,
Is it okay?
done.
Sure.
Yes.
Then why are you looking
He
at?
just take the piece.
I'm not looking. Tell me, ask me a question.
ठीक है, नाइट h5 का आइडिया क्या है? Why नाइट h5?
Because you want to go rook f7, right?
कौन है?
Rook f7.
नोटेशन से मैं नोटेशन.
Rook takes f7. After knight f7.
अच्छा, after knight f7. But why will you play knight f7?
Because it's working, right?
So because Samay cannot think without engine. Samay has got addicted to engine, guys. So please think of ways where he can actually get out of
So
that
if,
addiction.
I'll tell you, if you don't make that move and then ask me, then I can't tell you, no? If right now you ask what happens after knight h5, like
Ah,
that. है ना?
yeah. Sometimes he is smart, some rare times, definitely. So knight h5 को क्या होएगा?
नाइट h5 को क्या हुआ यार? नाइट h5 को बिशप उस नाइट पे अटैक कर रहा है, वो जो रुक उसके पीछे है वो पिन है भाई।
By the way, guys in the chat, can you just stop writing this claim? Can we ban this word of claim?
हाँ ना यार, इरिटेट
अरे
हो
फिर
गया।
से वो इसने गिफ्ट बहुत लोग गिफ्ट कर रहे हैं।
अच्छा,
We have had
so
30,
claim.
40
So what
memberships.
is claim? Can you explain in 30 seconds?
It is what Sagar Shah gave to Hikaru.
No. The thing is, if you
You know, I hate such jokes where I don't want to laugh, but I have to laugh
Because it's funny.
Okay, so yeah, sorry.
Arey, when someone gives memberships, then people want to become members, so they write claims so that they can get that membership for themselves.
Oh.
अच्छा,
That's
but
it.
अभी 10 होने के बाद हो गया ना, मतलब if
अभी लेकिन सबको थोड़ी ना पता है कि वो 10 ही लोग लिखेंगे।
Okay, got it. So that's the claim. Okay, not a problem. Fine. More the members, better. I think claim is fine. I'm sorry, I take it back. Claim is fine. We want more members.
Okay, Amrita, I will sit
Chalo.
now.
Nah, thank you. I was wanted. Sagar, don't get into any cramps,
आराम
please.
से भाई।
Bye, guys.
कहाँ जा रही है अभी तुम?
So, guys, whenever Samay tells the best move, he may have looked at the engine. So then, please try to attack him in the chat. Ki Samay, get your charm back.
Okay,
Yes.
let's go. चलो भाई, finally. अरे जगह बनी, finally जगह बनी हमारे लिए बैठने के लिए।
जगह बनी है बलाटली।
Oh,
मतलब इसका he felt
I'll
it.
defend you.
गला कटिया।
In front of me, all
No,
of
no,
this
he
is
said
happening.
it. He said it.
ये ऐसी चीजें बोलता है ना यार, क्या
नहीं,
बताऊं,
नहीं,
6 घंटे स्ट्रीम में अब मैं टाइम स्टैम्प भेजूंगा, ऐसी चीज बोलता है ये आदमी,
भाई
तो विश्वास भी नहीं होगा यार अमृता। मेरे को बुरा लगा।
Vishwa, you heard the stream, no?
Please
Yesterday.
manage this
It was
somehow.
normal only.
It was normal.
She
But
is keeping us intact.
Correct, exactly. And I do agree that I am the bala.
No, Amrita.
No, na?
No.
Exactly, I wanted to hear this. So मैं देखा.
भाई चिल्लाओ मत, हम सबको टला देंगे यहाँ से। ठीक है, so please tell me here what happens after d5 and d5.
So Nihal played is a nice move because after takes knight e5,
Knight h5 only.
knight h5, and now this piece is hanging, and it's trouble, yeah. Like here, if you go move your bishop back, then you lose a piece. So I think Nihal has calculated this thing very well.
Yeah, these fianchetto bishops are quite trouble.
Yeah. So a good position here for Nihal. I think Nihal is doing well.
Yeah.
Come on, let me so that you're in the frame. Yeah. What about Prag?
Oh, we just saw his game. Oh, bishop a3 was played.
I think Prag's game is pretty good. Yeah, Samay.
Yeah, he plays good यार।
I mean, he has all the pieces in the center, definitely well positioned. Rook is well placed. Also, if black gets c5, he should be doing well, but c5 will always be met with d5.
Yeah.
So I believe that this is not going to
After a5, c5 does not look that good.
yeah.
Now
So-
a5 you have to aim for a4 only at proper time.
So if we look at this match, Gukesh around equal, Nihal slightly better, Prag slightly better. So I think India is well poised against Italy. Would that be right to say?
I think here's an interesting idea: knight b8, knight a6, and knight b4.
Ooh, isn't that too slow?
It's just an idea.
Mhm.
Like b4 is a kind of a blockading square right now because bishop on a3 is quite.
It's a very nice idea, though, to bring your knight here. But it might take a lot of time.
Yeah.
That's-
but what's next?
Okay, let's go to the game. I wanted to check a few games very quickly. Let's first start with Vidit's game. But before that, let me just ask our director sir, have you downloaded something? हाँ, फिर जब ready होगा तब बताना. Okay, let's go first to Hari's game. Vishwa, what are your thoughts here?
How did they progress? Can we check?
Yeah, I think it was here. He brought his king.
And just like we said,
Yeah. Brought his rook behind the pawn.
it's a draw only. It's a
Draw
quite a dry game. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a draw. चलो draw पक्का. Vidit, हाँ ये Vidit का game जो भी
so interesting.
मजेदार. Rook c2. Can we have Vidit on the screen here? Rook c2. This is Narayanan, but Rook c2, Rook b1, and Rook d8.
He wants to play b5 at the right moment.
You mean to say he wants to play
I
what?
mean b4. Sorry.
b4.
But at the right moment, white has to be careful because otherwise black will double his rooks on a5 on the
Yeah,
a5.
yeah. So Vidit के पास definitely एक edge है because these pawns are weak and he can keep on grinding. But if he can get a knight here, so what I would love is that if he can somehow, I don't know.
Yeah, both the knights, so we don't have to capture with a pawn.
Right. So if I can do like, let's say knight c3, let's say he makes a waiting move, rook a8, king f1, let's say rook a7, and now knight e2. I think this is where white wants to perhaps.
This is ideal.
And then this pawn is weak. Maybe it's just an idea that he wants. And he went king d1.
King d1.
Maybe somewhere he is planning this maneuver. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because playing f3 is very difficult. g3 pawn is weak.
Yeah. f3 is.
Oh my god, another gift by Kalpak Raut. 10 memberships. Thank you so much, Kalpak.
Everyone's in a good mood today. Huh?
Yeah, Manan Sheth, thank you for becoming a supporter of Indian chess. Akshat, thank you for your message. Says, love the coverage and efforts put by you guys. Yeah, today, I mean, Vishwa joining us has been a very pleasant addition to our stream. So thank you so much, Vishwa. And by the way, whenever you are tired, you can always decide. Yeah, I mean, we love having you here, but based on your preparation and all of that, you can take a call. Can we go and check Narayanan's game? Because this was the real complex game. Wow.
Actually, even Fabi's game was very dynamic and interesting. After this, you can take a look at it.
Okay, sure. So Narayanan right now is playing against Maxime Lagarde. And we saw the game till here. We were talking with Victoria, who was here. e6, castles, queen a5, king b1, take, and knight e5 was played. Now, Vishwa, if you are in this position, what would you think? Because, see, my first thing is that, oh, my f3 pawn is hanging. You know?
It's very dynamic.
Yeah.
What should white play?
Because f3 is hanging. Let's say if I play a move like bishop e2, which looks like the steady move here, maybe black tries to start an attack with b5, b4.
Yeah.
But here there is a very spectacular move. Of course, I didn't find it. I saw it with an engine here. But maybe if you haven't seen it yet, it might be interesting to see why that works. And can a player find it?
Definitely.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What?
Oh. How about D6?
D6? Amazing. By the way, this is the best move, but what's the idea if I take here?
Then I'll play Queen E3, attacking the knight, and also E7 pawn is hanging.
But I mean, my bishop C3. But I think to bishop C3, you will have a D takes C7 intermediate
move, yeah.
Rook E8, and then maybe I can give a check.
Yeah.
This is hanging. Could also take here. That looks bad.
This is crushing, yeah.
But look at this move. D6.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's an amazing move.
If I play E6, then this bishop is permanently bad. Yeah, that was a very powerful move. And also, if you take on D6, which looks natural, then you can go H4 and just launch the attack. And actually, Narayanan had an idea like that. He goes directly H4. But now, the issue as compared to D6 is that if you take Queen E3, which is what you want to do, now I take, and check, exchanges the queens. Something like this. But then, if I think back to our variation with D6, E6, H4.
This looks very good for white.
Yeah, but take. Now in this very position, because the pawn is already on D6, this bishop is very bad.
Yeah.
So it's the computer way always that, you push this, make this bad, and then go for it. But I think for humans, it's never easy.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah. Actually, today, something interesting happened at the start of the round as well. So we will ask our viewers, we will show it to our viewers whenever we are ready. So there was a very nice clip of Anish Giri, but we'll try to put it on the stream. And
I haven't seen him yet.
You haven't seen?
No.
He's there out. He's playing for the Netherlands team.
Yeah.
And he won his game yesterday.
Yeah.
Are you a sort of, do you follow him?
I love his sense of humor.
Really?
Yeah.
And if you had to choose between meeting one top player here, whom would you choose?
That's a tough one. I would have to choose between Magnus or Anish.
And whom would you choose? Because that's an important question.
Magnus.
Yeah. So let's, because you said Magnus, let's look at Anish's video here. And director ji, can we have a look at that?
Deze is ook niet. Nee, wordt daar ook niet. Nee, ze zijn gewoon opgevallen. Totaal.
Voelt toch een beetje naakt zo.
Als iemand meeneemt, maar elke dag.
Anish is so funny.
He's naturally funny.
He was like, he was putting that in that holder, and he was like, oh, I saw that video by Sagar which he had shown there of the holder. He said,
Let's just try it.
But I don't like it, I'll put it back. Always trolling everyone. And very interesting. And I think, guys, how do you like this idea of playing these small videos? This was shot by Aditya just before the round today, at the start of the round, and we just wanted you to get a glimpse of of this. So
Anish being Anish.
yeah, do you change your decision that you want to meet Anish now from Magnus?
I'll have to think about it.
Okay. Darshan says, I'm coming tomorrow. What time should we reach ideally? Darshan, the sooner the better. You get to meet someone or the other generally, like maybe by 12:01. If you come, you get a good 2 hours. If you come by 2:30, there are already players coming in. It's all rush. So maybe coming early is better. People, by the way, like this entire thing where we showed. This was the first time we showed the video during the stream.
Yeah, it's really fun.
It's
really
nice.
fun,
It's a good idea. We'll have more coming up, and guys, so you can stay tuned. So right now, I have a feeling, Vishwa, that this game is really complex, and Narayanan has played a very practical move, h4.
Yeah.
And I think Maxime Lagarde will have his.
It's actually quite difficult to play from from a practical point of view.
Right.
Because h5 coming and your attack on the queen side, I mean black's attack on the king side is still not, queen side is still not, has still not started.
Yes, so basically black has to resort to this kind of forced way,
yes,
and then exchange the queens so that his position is okay now. Rook f7 he can play on.
Black would have to be precise to consolidate.
Right. So let's see where this game takes us, but let's also quickly check what is up with India women's B team. Did you check that second team?
No, I did not.
So let's have a look at that, because there we have also very strong players playing. I think they are taking on the team of
against?
Estonia.
Ah.
So Vantika, by the way, she's been my favorite player in this tournament until now. She has been so good.
Yeah.
She's not making any errors and leading from the front, because let's say if your top board scores,
it's difficult to score from the first board.
Yeah, and if the top board scores, you're already 1 point into the match. You just need 1.5 more.
Yes.
So let's say d4, knight f6. Vantika goes knight f3, c5, d5, b5. The Blumenfeld takes cb, d5. So black gives up a pawn for a very strong center. Knight c3, knight d7, e4, b4. She went back. Okay, so this is definitely preparation. This is definite preparation. You just force this, weaken the pawn square here.
Oh, before this move, did she have 1 hour 27 minutes and now 51 minutes, right?
Yeah, she thought here for a good solid amount of time, which is a lot, but she's got a nice position, no?
Yeah.
And by the way, her opponent here, after bishop e4, bishop c4, has been thinking for half an hour already.
Oh.
So she is now got all her time back. Vantika on 37 minutes, Narva Mai on 41. This is going to be a great game. We'll follow it. This pawn is hanging. You can't play a move like bd5 because after take castles, the king is too exposed.
Yeah.
Let's go to Padmini Raut's game. And Padmini Raut, playing with the black pieces here, has just plonked her rook on f4, and she's telling Olde,
positional exchange sacrifice like Petrosian.
Exactly. Take my rook and I will open up my bishop here. So very good position here for Padmini, but I think engines are preferring white. I wouldn't say that, that white is clearly better or something.
Yeah.
It's going to be an interesting position. Let's go to Soumya Swaminathan's game. Soumya playing with the white pieces here against Sinitsina. Anastasia. Check to her king. Oh, by the way, this is that line, I guess, of e4, e5 opening, which has become very popular in the open.
Yes.
Where you take on f2
yes.
and then you play f6. Yeah, that's exactly the line. And black here has a very nice center, but white has two minor pieces.
For a rook.
What do you think, Vishwa? Here, Soumya looks to be putting pressure on e5, but black is just so well coordinated.
Yes, the black has really great center.
Yeah, seems like good position for black.
Yeah, seems like a good position for black because of the center.
Right. So still quite early in this match. We'll see how it goes on. But Divya is playing here. Have you been able to interact with Divya?
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah. So you both are same age or you're younger to her?
I'm a year younger.
You're younger. Okay. So Divya is playing right now, and I think yesterday she had a rest. Today she's playing with the black pieces against Sofia Blokin. And by the way, she played the classical. Oh, knight b4. And she's controlling the d5 square. 5 takes, and d5. Okay, interesting. He's got that in. e4, king h8, knight b4. I think Divya doesn't have much to worry about here, right? Her pieces are well positioned.
Yeah.
Knight on b4, she might be able to even play.
The only thing is that white has 2 bishops.
Right, and this bishop is coming here for sure.
Yeah, we know how dangerous they can be.
Right. So, looks around equal. If we look, by the way, did you know this features on our screen? All these bars.
I noticed them yesterday.
Yeah, so if you look at the left side, you will see that Vantika, maybe small edge, that's blue. India is blue. But older has a big edge as yellow. But we saw that it was that King's Indian position with Rook on f4, so we can't be sure.
It's double-edged.
Yeah, and Sinitsina, very slightly better, and Divya is around equal. So we can say that this match is right now well poised, maybe slightly in the favor of Estonia, very slightly.
Yes.
And while we see on the screen, on the right hand side, we have different colors. So the green color is for some team of India which is better. So you will see that team 1 is slightly better.
So you have different
overall.
colors for different evaluations.
Yes. So if the team overall is doing worse, then it's red color. But if the team overall is doing better, it's green. So you will see that women 3, that's your team, right now is reddish because Sahiti has lost 1 game and maybe the other positions are also not favorable. While women 2, women 1 doing pretty well, greenish. Men 3 may be in some trouble. And men 2, men 1 are around equal. I mean greenish. So
So green is the best, then yellow, then red.
Yes, green means that team is better. If it's yellow, it's around equal. Red means you're going worse.
Got it.
So let's go quickly to the games of.
Before I go, can we take a look at women 3?
Women 3, yes, for sure. So let's have a look at your team. And let's go first with Isha's game. Ooh, it seems like Isha's position didn't turn out so well for her, right? Because I thought after knight, we saw till here, she went knight e4, takes. Why did she exchange the rook is a big question. Yeah, here.
She could have waited.
Well, firstly, I think she did not like that after bishop e4. Some tactics here. Check.
Yeah.
Because if queen d7,
Rook
there
is
is rook
going.
here, and b5, I can just take.
Yes.
Check, queen here, and mate. Oh, that would be brutal. So that's the reason why she played this. But if she had taken this way, it could have been possible because after check, there is bishop d7. And if you take here, I take with the queen, you take a pawn, but then my queen enters. So that's not working out. So maybe that was good, but she went takes, bishop e2, queen a5, and they changed pieces. e6, king c3, okay. King d7. Well, she could have played bishop e7.
Yeah.
Castle maybe.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but she went here.
First, maybe at least before king d7, developing the bishop would have been better.
Here bishop e7, huh?
Yeah.
But she thought let's go here, and then but this bishop g5 now stops the bishop from developing.
Yeah.
And also if you put your bishop here, then the problem is b4. And if you put your bishop here, all of a sudden I think that this bishop can come from here.
Yeah. That would not be nice.
So I think Isha in under some pressure here.
Under some pressure, yeah.
Let's go to Nandida's game. Nandida versus Batsyashvili, because this was the game where we thought that Indian team has a chance.
Yes.
And I guess that's the case, because let's say after bishop g2, bishop c6, castles, bishop b4, bd2, take, knight c6, a3, take, knight e4.
She didn't take the bishop, huh?
She didn't take it here because I think she felt that after take, knight c5 coming in, it's going to be big pressure. So take, knight f6, bishop b6, knight d7. This looks, if let's say I give a check and you take, I take, I'm attacking here.
Yeah.
What do you do? Rook a b8, then I thought
Knight, yeah.
knight a6, but knight a6, ba6, rook c6,
Rook b2, rook
Rook
a6, rook e2.
Yeah, I don't think we should get into this for now, but just strengthen the position further.
Yeah.
And if here
We can
take,
yeah.
if you take here, then this
So
is
then it's
hanging.
going.
Taking here, check, and then
Now
try
we
to
can enter.
So yeah, this is the chance here on this
Yeah,
board.
this is-
While Sahiti has lost here, let's go to Pratyusha's game. She just took the knight on b4. I think we looked at until this point somewhere.
Yeah. Until a5 was played, I think.
Yeah, a5, rook d1, take, now take, cb.
Black has IQP.
Yeah, this pawn looks weak, but also this is weak.
Yeah.
But it doesn't look so bad for white, right? I mean, I'll just put my knight on d4. The other knight can come to c5. Let's say I go back queen f2 defending this. This looks good for white. No?
Yeah. Yeah. If black is able to, black is not able to put pressure on pawn e3 somehow.
Yeah. Let's say maybe this and this is a plan.
Yeah.
Or just coming up here.
And then maybe bishop b8, bishop a7.
Yeah, so interesting position boiling up here, Vishwa, and I think your team is not yet out of this match because Pratyusha might be, she's a big fighter, she might be able to hold, and then
Nandida's position
Nandida,
looks good.
if she scores here with bishop, oh, she gives a check, she gives
She
it.
gave it. She played it.
Nandida, and if Isha manages to hold, because if Isha
Her position does not look so good.
because somehow the white pieces are just so active while the black ones passive.
Yeah.
Well, let's say I give a check. You go back, then bishop b6 might be. Yeah.
That's a nice idea.
Because
But then you give the e7 square
Yeah.
to black's bishop.
But otherwise, I was thinking there is this bishop b4 check and rook d8. So let's say h4 and check. King b4 takes. But this endgame is losing, huh? For
Yeah, the bishop on g6 is
dead.
like dead. Yeah.
And then this pawn might be lost somehow.
Yeah.
Okay, so that doesn't look great. I mean, so for Isha to even simplify this position is not going to be easy. But who knows, yeah, what will happen.
Yeah.
Will be very interesting to see. And Vishwa, it was a pleasure having you here.
Thank
I hope you
for
had a
having
good
me.
time.
Great time.
Yeah, and maybe we'll again have you at some point during this tournament. And maybe someday you'll win and then come for a post-game interview.
Hope
That
so.
would be amazing.
Hope so.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank
and
you.
see you soon.
See you.
Guys, that was Vishwa Vasnawala, one of India's brightest young talents in women, just 16-year-old, already 2300 plus, playing for India C team, third team of India. Today had a rest day and now had come to join us. Let's have a quick roundup of what's happening with Team India. Are you guys ready? Let's go. Please write in the chat ready so that we can quickly go through all the games and what is happening there. Firstly, let's go with the first team. Guys, ready? And we have a member, Anthony Lawrence. Thank you so much. Ready. Let's go. Okay, so firstly, let's go with the game number top board. Harikrishna जो है एकदम ही आराम से खेल रहा है. You know, Harikrishna is that kind of a guy when end game comes, he's like, this is my zone. Here I don't really blunder. Here I don't really fall to other players, especially in a classical game. And that's the reason why I have nothing at all to worry about in this position. We can see Harikrishna's cam here. If we can zoom in fully on him and show him, you will see that he is completely relaxed. If we had a heart rate of him, it might have been even 72. You know, he would be just very calm. Hari is that kind of a player, just doesn't emote much. Rugby, if I just come back, King C6. I think, guys, game is already ending in a draw. Let's see. King is back on C6. We have a bottle on in between us, so we can't see on the board. But check. Let's come back with our king C6. And guys, threefold repetition incoming perhaps. That means that here, yeah, he goes king C6. Maybe we have a result coming in. And you see the opponent looking at Hari. He might draw karna hai kya? Draw karte hai. And Harikrishna knows that now the draw is incoming again. Notice, guys, that Hari with the black pieces being extremely solid and playing really well. Just drinking his water there. I mean, Jules, come on, you can't. Oh, you can play rook a5, by the way, because if I take, you have this check here and you want to win this pawn. Of course, I don't want to get there. Maybe. Okay, let's quickly go to the next game. Shall we go to the Vidit game? Let's stay on this full screen. Go to Vidit's game now. We want to see how Vidit is looking on the screen. Can we go to board number 2? Yes, there we have Laurent Fressinet. Oh, under pressure, he's thinking, what is his time? 43 minutes. Vidit has 35 minutes on the clock. Vidit has played his king to f3. I don't know why he's bringing his king here. Maybe Vidit wants to put his knight on f4, and when the bishop takes, he wants to take with his king. That might be the idea in this position, but I have a feeling that right now, the position is quite pleasant for Vidit. Whether he will win or not is a big question. It's not so clear, but very, very much possible that he will press till the very end. That is bound to happen. And meanwhile, we have a guest of honor joining us, Mr. Biswa Kalyanrath, who's joined for exactly 1 second and made me regret my words, guest of honor. Just should have said guest, small guest. Yes, finally, because of my guest of honor. So, Biswa, Vidit Gujrathi, really putting pressure on this. If you see our screen, by the way, they could not see you because we had only the screen. Can we have our normal screen so that people can see Biswa also in the frame? And there we have Biswa Kalyanrath joining us in the studio. Biswa, how has your day been?
Our day has been great, yeah. It's an amazing day. And I see Vidit is also having a great day.
Vidit is pressing.
Yeah.
Because ये देखो ना ये सारे
king walk कर रहा हूँ.
अरे हाँ, if you take here, king takes king, maybe king here और फिर f3 खेल के knight को हटा के क्या पता?
हो सकता है. Possible.
Vidit's king might be the guy who might do the damage today, and then this is a strategy that our team is using very much. Stay steady with black pieces like Harikrishna here. Most likely game ending in a draw now. He takes on f4, he'll take on g6, 2 pawns, draw ho gaya. Arjun drew within 5 minutes. So there was 1-1, dono black game draw ho gaye. Now with white sort of pressing, thoda, dheere dheere, and SL Narayanan ka jo game hai, crazy game. I mean, kya chal raha hai? This was just, I can't even understand. What is this bishop here? Double pawns here. Ye pawn idhar hai. Ye bishop develop nahi hua. Ye khul gaya. Very unclear.
Normal है हमारे level.
But this, did you see this move d6?
Wow. Why?
Because if rook takes d6, game khatam. Check.
Oh wow.
King h8, rook takes, pawn takes, and rook f1 or either mate.
You go, that bishop can't move.
Yeah, this bishop. So d6 ko you can't take rook d6. So maybe you want to take e d6, and then Narayanan goes check. Now you again can't go king h8 because I come rook f1. You are just underdeveloped and in trouble. Next move I can hit your knight again. So you must give up a pawn. I take. I think white is much better. मतलब black का ये position देख के ऐसा लगता है कि कुछ develop ही नहीं हुआ है.
I think it's equal.
Engine agrees with you.
Hey man, engine is my friend.
But if there was no engine, I would be super scared. Can we have a look at Narayanan's opponent? Can we go to the next cam? Cam number 4 that we had, like cam 16. Yes, there we can we zoom in on him. Look at this guy, Biswa. Just how easily you said it's equal. But look at him. He's perspiring there. He's going into the board. He's 26-31 and he's biting his nails.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's wow.
He's under stress. That is for sure. Because Narayanan has also put a psychological thing on him that he's left his table. And when you leave your table and walk around, it's like you say to your opponent, I know that I'm better. I think this game, Maxime Lagarde has to find many only moves in order to save himself. We will come back here, but India looking very, very dominant in this match. Let's go to the women's board. Biswa, thank you so much for joining. मतलब आपको बैठना है तो आप बोले 2 मिनट ही बैठोगे ना इसके नहीं
ठीक मैं नहीं आ रहा मैं जाऊं
अरे उन्होंने ही बोला 2 मिनट तो मैं बोला आपका टाइम वेस्ट नहीं होगा करके
Thank you so much, Sagar.
Thank you, Biswa. By the way, guys, ये जो वीडियो प्ले किया in between the stream, that was the idea of Biswa. He told me some ideas to improve the stream quality, and we played it, and Biswa, everyone loved it. So that was a very good thing.
Awesome, thank you.
And by the way, let's quickly go to the women's board. And women's board mein, let's have a look at the game of Humpy Ji. Can we have Humpy's camera on the screen? Because, there we have Humpy. And can we zoom in on her and see what is happening there between her and Hong Tan Trang? There we have Humpy, really very calm, composed. I mean, when you see Humpy, guys, don't you see a picture of complete focus, completely, that willpower in her, that she wants to play well. That is always on show when Humpy Ji is playing. And right now, she is playing a great position because, see, ऐसा हो गया ना कि black said, I have money. Money means in this position space. He says, I'll build up my pawn structure. I will push my this pawn. I'll push my this pawn. Now, when you spend a lot of money, when you gain a lot of space, it is natural that at the end of it, you will have weaknesses. You will be in some trouble. And now the white pieces are like, he knight bol raha hai, mere liye to must square hai, e5 pe, very nice square on g5, e6 is weak, d5 is weak, bishop is just waiting for it to come here, queen wants to go to b2 and attack here. Do you see that? that the king also is slightly exposed, and that's the reason why Humpy has a real advantage on this board. And Humpy's position is very, very nice. I think Humpy is going to strike today, because if Humpy strikes, that would mean that they would be 1.5-half. If you look at the scores on the right, we already have first four matches, all scores half-half, because in the women's board, Harika drew in 13 moves with the black pieces, just what the doctor ordered, because Harika, was black. She was like, okay, fine, I don't have any trouble. But let's go to Vaishali's game and see what is up with her. Since the opening, I have not been a big fan of Vaishali's position. Let's have Vaishali on the camera and let's have her see her what is up with her, and also see her body language as to whether she is confident about her position or not. Yes, there we have Vaishali. She is thinking, okay, pretty relaxed, not much. Akshay Natuji, thank you for becoming backer of Indian chess there. Now, this game does remind me of this game of Capablanca, where he managed to, take this AB6, double the pawns, and later on the bishop from F5 went back to D7 and all of that stuff. It was a very interesting game. I think it was Capablanca, Janowski Capablanca. You can look at it. It's on Chess Classics, you must know, on ChessBase India. Right now, the B2 pawn is under pressure and you really can't take this, because if you take it, DC4 unleashes an attack on the knight. We can't take it. So that's the reason why right now Vaishali has to be careful. She has to make sure that she doesn't overstretch and go into a difficult position. She also has the white pieces. Let's go to Tanya Sachdev's game and let's change our camera. There we have Tanya Sachdev against Gal Zoska. I really like how Tanya's playing this tournament. She is showing her class, guys. A lot of people had been saying that, Tanya, excellent commentator, brilliant at, commentary, maybe one of the best in the world, but when it comes to chess, maybe she should not be playing for the Indian team and all of that. Well, guys, that's not the case. You can clearly see she's one of the strongest players in India. She's showing that with her moves here, and what amazing play she's showing, because even for yesterday, she was better. She drew her game. In the first round, we saw her grind it out for 6 hours. And today, against a 2300 opponent, right out of the opening, she has a very good position. I think where her opponent went wrong was by taking this with a pawn. She should have taken with the knight, and white is slightly better. But after pawn takes castle C4, Tanya took Queen C2 and she broke instantly with C5. That was an important move. Then she took on the C5 with the bishop. Knight came out. You can see all her pieces are excellently developed. Queen C4, Rook B8, and now Queen E7, Knight C3, Rook C8. By the way, Akshay Natu says a little late to the party, but kudos to CBI and team. Thank you so much, Akshay Natu, for always supporting chess. Bishop C6, attacking the rook. And Gal Zoska plays Rook H4. भाई साहब, rook को क्या ही swing किया है. Gets the rook here, and Gal Zoska is saying to Tanya, I'm going all out for the attack. But Tanya is like, भाई अकेला rook क्या करेगा? But he's not alone. The bishop is here. The queen is ready to move in. But there is a very nice maneuver at Tanya's disposal. Guys, can you find it in the chat? Let me see who are ready to find this move. Black to play. Black to move here. What is the move for black? Come on, guys. Can you find? Knight F8, Shabad Jot, Satyajit, Maverick GG, Chess is more than fun, Sid KM, Chetan, very good, guys. Knight F8, the knight goes to G6 and the rook will be trapped there. That would be really very bothersome for Gal Zoska. I don't know if Tanya will find this move, Knight F8, but it does look interesting. Also, another good move is E5 with the idea of E4, just pushing the knight away from the center. I like Tanya's position here, and guys, you will see on the left, and here we have Samay Raina joining us.
SL Narayanan's game.
Yes, we were looking at it. What happened then?
क्या बिशप उन्होंने फंसा के रखा है, देखो भाई
ये हो गया ED6,
ED हो गया, बिशप C4 चेक भी हो गया.
Can we go to the camera 16? Bishop C4.
You cannot push. You have to push D5. So you push D5. You took it and you can't take it back. Can you tell me why, Sagar?
But if you take it back, Bishop D5.
That's it. So what do you play here?
So he played B5.
Yes, and now you have to go back with the bishop.
But where? Here?
B3, where else?
But if you go here, c5 with the idea of c4.
Ah, so you have to come back maybe.
Oh my god, this, by the way, Lagarde, Maxime found the only moves, huh?
But look at what Nikhilesh ji was saying there, ki bhai, SL Narayanan ji is a great positional player and he has made sure this bishop is as good as a pawn.
Yes, but the thing is that next move, he can get it out with d6.
But then this knight is pinned to the rook.
Yeah.
Rook will come to f1.
So let's say I go back here. First, should I take? This happened.
And now you go
let's
back.
say I go back, I attack here. Actually, you can't go d6, right? Because if you go d6, I have rook f1 attacking here. If you defend it with bishop g4,
Rook d3.
and you can't go with your rook here because bishop controls it. So that's the reason why here after bishop e2, black has to again find the only move.
What's the only move?
I have no clue, but maybe just move the knight away. Knight e5 and then rook f1. Looks very strong. Looks very strong here. Man, Samay, I get a feeling that here somewhere Lagarde Maxime is going to go wrong. But also, like this attacks the bishop, and maybe then later on he goes d6 and gets his bishop out.
But like you have the bishop advantage here, right?
I know, but you are a pawn down, and then already this is coming out, so it doesn't look great.
True. I think somehow SL Narayanan ji will fight it. Here you can come bishop e4, can you?
Where?
That position. And if pawn takes, you go bishop d5.
You mean?
Oh no.
This is hanging, no?
Yeah, sorry.
So I have a feeling that SL Narayanan, opponent is so focused here, and his moves are so forced that he's able to find one good move after the other. But also, somebody look at this: take. I can make a queen, but at the end, after take, it seems like black was just happy to give up his bishop. Well, IPW Law, thank you for gifting 5 memberships.
Can we go to some other games, Sagar?
I just want to quickly take a small glimpse at Caruana versus Abdusattorov, because Caruana is one of the best in the world and Abdusattorov is the current world rapid champion. But looks around equal.
Maybe if he can bring it down to 15 plus 30, he'll do great.
Yeah. Then the rapid game starts.
Round up, please. Let's go, Sagar bhai. Bhai, we were discussing how there is a nice heart on the board. The king is sitting in the heart. This is Sagar Shah inside our hearts, guys.
भाई उधर कुछ commentary होती है कि नहीं?
होती है बीच में, but it's like 6 hours, right? So you have to make it fun in the middle. So we have fun. But then commentary comes back. But yeah, observation. Right?
But this is really a heart.
है ना?
This is a beautiful
It is a
one.
beautiful heart, यार.
Yeah. Okay. So can we go to the second? So ये वाला जो मैच है ना, इसमें हरी ड्रॉ, अर्जुन ड्रॉ,
Vidit slightly
pushing and Narayanan unclear. So India को अभी तो we can say is a small edge.
Small edge for sure.
And also in the women's board, na, board number 1, which we were looking at. Wow, guys, Tanya has found knight f8. Tanya has played amazingly well. She's actually now winning with knight g6. She's playing really well. I would say that Tanya has been one of the most consistent players in her tournament, in this tournament. Yesterday also she was completely winning, and then she messed it up and it ended in a draw. But even today, she has to play carefully now. Let's see.
But Sagar, why is it winning? Like the material is equal, right?
Rook is just completely out of the game, and just knight g6. Look at these rooks. Maybe the queen will swing over here, put pressure here. मतलब white के pieces में कोई harmony नहीं है. There's no harmony in the white pieces. So this is definitely a great game. Vaishali, I believe, should be able to hold a draw, but she's worse. She's definitely worse as white, because black has a great knight here, also a very nice pawn structure.
Do you think she can double up on the c5 and then go knight takes c4?
She can, but the moment you take, this knight hangs. So that's the reason why she's unable to even take right now.
Maybe she goes knight h4 then.
Yes, but then b5, I'll keep that knight here. I won't just let it go. So small edge for black. And let's look at Humpy's game, because Humpy is totally better. Humpy is playing also a great game today. And now knight g5 could be an idea here. Put pressure on this entire center. As I said, black has overextended herself.
Yes, the king is very weak.
So Samay, women A team
Looking very strong.
definitely going to win this one, it seems, for now. But can we go to the youngsters of India, the B team of India, the second team, Gukesh versus Vocaturo? Let's not start the engine. Let's think on our own. It looks really good position for
white.
Why?
Because the bishop and the queen are coordinated. The rook is also attacking. There's so much attack on the f7 pawn. The knight is going to join in soon. Rook c8, one is going to come. The bishop has to go back. So many reasons why. But the only problem for white, though, I feel, is white's king is very weak.
Yeah, so I have a feeling that this position, as you mentioned, looks pretty good for white. But at the same time, king has to be taken care of. Can we have the cameras of these youngsters? It's, I think, camera number 9. क्या करेंगे? मतलब यहाँ पे ये बिशप मर रहा है. The last move was rook f5 here, because you couldn't take the bishop, knight d5, and this is pinned. So that's the reason why rook f5.
But rook f5 is not threatening to win that pawn, right? Because it's defended thrice. So do you have to even worry about it? Maybe you can go rook c5, Sagar?
Rook c5?
Yeah.
You mean here?
Exchange that rook.
But I take.
Take it back.
And I take here.
And the bishop is also hanging.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
Maybe can we go bishop f6? Just, I was thinking, like, just put the bishop back.
Yeah, I think this is the easiest, right?
But here, if we just start to think, can white launch an attack like this?
King is already very weak, yeah.
But कैसे attack करोगे वो भी एक सवाल है ना, मतलब okay, maybe you have queen e4 attacking here. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I think bishop f6 and looks okay. Should we look at the evaluation?
Yes.
The evaluation here says
one move back you should go.
That bishop f6 was a bad move because of rook b5 attacking here and here. But I feel this is a very human move to play.
What is the engine saying?
Engine is saying play queen d7 hit here.
Oh, okay.
And then if you go g4, then queen c7. No, this is not easy to play. This is this way of playing, like take.
Take an a3 it is saying.
a3. Because
ये तो नहीं हो सकता है.
नहीं, ये नहीं कोई ढूंढ सकता. Knight a6.
तो क्या कह सकते हैं इस पोजीशन के बारे में हम सागर? Equal, but little dangerous for white.
सोचो knight a6 को क्या मूव? अच्छा rook c1 यहाँ से मार के. I think personally Gukesh looks the one who is really putting pressure here, because मेरे को तो black के लिए जब सबसे natural move मैंने ढूंढा, it was getting him a bad position.
Okay, let's have a look at Nihal Sarin's game, guys. Oh, Nihal is completely winning.
भाई Nihal Sarin is showing in this tournament कि सब लोग जो बोल रहे थे Nihal has slowed down and everything, nothing like that.
Bhai, we were discussing with Arjun ji, and he was saying कि look at Team B, Nihal is their oldest player.
Really?
He said that.
No, Adiban.
Yeah, but in the youngsters.
Yeah. Yes. Because, it's very interesting. Nihal 2004 born, Praggnanandhaa and Laurent 2005 born, Gukesh 2006 born.
Yeah, so he is the oldest there.
Yeah, very well.
Here there's a discovery idea on the rook. I think the rook will have to move, Sagar.
Kaun sa?
A1 pe rook, right?
Yeah, this is hanging first of all. Then, as you said, there's a discovered attack here. Then there's a pin here.
तो ये तो बहुत ही खत्म हो गई है white की position.
बहुत ही tough है.
बहुत tough.
बहुत tough.
Castle भी नहीं कर सकते, right?
Maybe we can have something like Nihal might be winning now.
Game के बीच में बुला लेंगे फिर.
नहीं. We can see because यहाँ पे से if you see the camera, they are all like looking very far off. And also Samay, if you see on the left, can we zoom in on the camera? ये देखना जो left में है, he is Grandmaster. Can we zoom in on the camera? On this view. This is Grandmaster RB Ramesh.
Guys, Vidit has drawn his game here.
Huh?
Did they agree to a draw, Sagar?
Yeah.
No, they repeated here.
Can we have Vidit on full screen mode? Let's just look at what Vidit is saying to his opponent. Oh my god. This is a big result. Because I had a feeling that Vidit will continue playing till the very end.
But I think यहाँ पे और क्या करते हैं ना सागर भाई? And such a good place for the king to be in while the game is over.
Don't tell me that heart wala thing, yeah.
Imagine like this king also the pick and put here.
Yeah.
Beauty. But I think what does that mean for top one board, Sagar? What does it mean? Like we have two draws.
It means that everything now.
Arjun
three
is
draws.
draw, and
three
so
draws.
it's all depending on SL Narayanan's game.
Yes. And by the way, he's played Bishop E2 on the board. And look at Vidit there discussing with his opponent.
Sundar Pichai.
No, but he's just discussing here that there was nothing much. In the end, both are happy with the draw. And perhaps Vidit could have tried a little more.
But I think now that puts a lot of pressure on SL Narayanji, who has to now play for a win. Otherwise, a draw on top board, yeah?
Yeah, if he draws, then it will be a draw in the entire match. Let's have Narayanan on the screen. The 16th camera. Can we have 16th camera on the screen? Samay, and can we zoom in? I really want you to tell me what is Maxime Lagarde's feelings here. Can we zoom in on Maxime?
Maybe if we could have the heart rate, we would know.
Because 32 minutes for him, he has to make 18 moves. Narayanan has only 17 minutes to make 18 moves. This game is going to be the most critical one.
I think, Sagar, tell me one thing. There's only one move possible here, right? Because the knight is attacked. You have to retreat. There's no good squares for the knight. The only square here is knight e5.
Yeah.
Baki, everything is losing. So in such position, why does the chess player calculate?
Because it is obvious to us that this is because we have an engine there. But for them,
like यहाँ पे bishop attacked है ना, तो bishop knight attacked है, तो knight has to go back.
They think of other possibilities, like they think, can I get my rook somehow like this? Can I get this my bishop to defend? You know, they are calculating, and in the end, they get stuck somewhere in some variation like d6, rook f1, bg4, rook d3, and they are thinking, if there's anything here, can I give a check here? Is there some discourse I can give? And then that, because this is the best variation they want. Because bishop is out.
Right now, SL Narayanji is thoda sa piche on time. The more his opponent calculates, I think the more even he can take some time to calculate.
Yeah.
17 minutes. Do you think it's good enough to hold for a draw?
I think this game can go either way, Samay. This is a very tense encounter. And if SL Narayanan does not find the best moves, even there could be an upset.
Let's have a look at the imbalances in this position. There's double pawns over here for white, which is not a good thing. Meanwhile, there are double pawns here also. And there's a bishop pair advantage here. And this bishop is not developed. So who do you think the imbalances favor in this position?
For now, definitely it's white who has the short-term edge. But if this game, black manages to play just two more moves, d6 and bishop f5, I think black is better. So it's a question of whether white can strike now. And that's why Narayanan has got his rook here. he's angling for some bishop b5 tricks with rook e5 in the air. So you must protect this knight.
How do you
right?
protect it?
Knight f7 is one try. Also d6 is what you want to do. क्योंकि एक तो knight बच रहा है, bishop भी खुल रहा है. But look at this Samay. Now I go bishop g5.
Oh, the rook is attacked. So maybe rook to the last file, f2.
Rook. If you go here, then bishop e7 I take here. So rook f7.
F7 or f2 either.
You want to go here?
Yeah, rook belongs on the last rank, right?
Yeah, that's interesting because I take.
We take back with the pawn.
And I take d6.
I didn't see this.
Yes, but still it's not so clear.
Bishop f5.
Look at this. Black has everything under control. All pieces nicely positioned. So I have a feeling that SL Narayanan might be right now not in the best of situations. Rook h1. What does Maxime do? By the way, guys, this is not Maxime Washier Lagrave. This is Maxime Lagarde.
Guys, so this is a top board. Let's have a quick look at the women's board. Let's see how Humpy Ji is doing.
Yeah. h6 played. Oh, suddenly Humpy's advantage has minimized. I don't know. Like here, king h2 she played. Perhaps was not the best move.
So these the opponents are giving a tough fight today. But what went wrong with king h2, Sagar?
Well, I think that the best move was to take. So take, let's say take, and then maybe playing something like queen d2 with the idea of going queen a5, putting pressure here and here. But in the game, after this, let's say h6, now if I take, and let's say I go queen d2, the same idea. Now g5, and all of a sudden the king on h2 is not so well placed. f2 under pressure.
But what do you think would have been the reason to put the king on h2?
So here when...
What do you think she was worried about with the king?
I don't know. Maybe she wanted to do this f3 business. That's what I think. Like she wants to play here, say for example,
and she wants
to
protect the g3 pawn.
And maybe she wanted to do something here like this. I don't know. But yeah, protecting g3 was perhaps her plan.
Okay, let's see how Harika ji's game is draw here. Vaishali ji, like Sagar said, was in trouble. So Sagar, if Humpy ji draws here, we have another draw. Vaishali in trouble. Tanya is pressing for a win.
Tanya should win this. This is really important today. I think if Tanya can win this game, she will really ease out the pressure on the entire team then.
Let's quickly have a look, guys,
at
the men 2.
Men 2, yeah.
नीचे
Gukesh.
निहाल जी की गेम में देखते हैं. यहाँ से शुरू करते हैं. गुकेश.
Oh, he played bishop f6. See, I told you.
He did.
He played it. That was the most human move. Daniele Vocaturo.
And you said it's wrong now.
Now Gukesh needs to find rook b5 with the idea of taking that knight and the b7 pawn.
I think he's going to find this move. Can we have a look at Gukesh's board, please?
Yeah, here's it. This is the best camera we have for Gukesh. By the way, Samay, today we also had a very nice clip that was put on our channel, and in between we are showing our viewers some clip like we showed with Anish Giri. So should we look at another clip before moving forward? So, Director Saab, can we play the other clip on the screen, which is a short one? And then our viewers are enjoying that. And then we come back to this game and analyze in depth, because Gukesh is slightly better perhaps here with rook b5. Let's go for it.
Hola, me llamo Bárbara, árbitro final.
She has found Rook B5. Let's go.
Gukesh attacking the knight and now also the pawn, and Daniel Vocaturo has to give up a pawn with A5. So then Gukesh can take, just so that his knight is distracted, because B7 pawn is very important. And then Gukesh will be a pawn up.
In this position, Sagar, can't we push the knight away?
You mean A3?
Yes.
Yeah, possible. That's a very nice move. But then, yeah, actually. And then I take this.
And now the knight is also hanging.
And you must take.
You can take the knight.
No, but then bishop takes rook. So you have to take this back. And then maybe black has compensation here for the pawn because of the opposite colored bishops.
Also, the rook is looking out of place there.
So the question is, why not knight a6 directly? Because then you can do the same variation. But the main issue is that after take here, rook takes f7. I'm not able to understand it fully, because now if you take here, I'll take here and then take back.
Or if you take the bishop?
Yeah, if you take the bishop here, then take on f8, king f8, ab3. So the question again, we just quickly go back after a5, a3, knight a6, takes. Why can't we do this? Because this time after take, there's no ab3 at the end. So that's a subtle point. And by the way, Vocaturo has played a5. So he is a really strong player. You know, he's finding all the good moves.
I think Gukesh should just chop off that one pawn on a5. It's a free pawn. And then the material, Sagar, will be better for our Gukesh.
Yeah.
Just a pawn up, simply.
Pawn up, he'll be pressing. So let's go quickly. Nihal, as we saw, is totally pressing here. He should be able to win this Samai, because pressure here, बहुत सारा pressure है ये position में. And mainly, you don't have a good way to defend it. If you go king f1 trying to defend this, already the rook is hanging. तो सब कुछ कहाँ से बचा है? इसको सब कुछ नहीं बच सकता. So
मुझे लगा एनर्जी देने वाले हो.
हाँ, मतलब जिंदगी में सब कुछ तो नहीं बच सकता ना. कभी कभी you have to choose someone, like how I'm choosing right now, commentating with you, rather than being there out and covering with my wife. Oh, hello, Amrita.
Let's quickly look at Praggnanandhaa ji, what he is doing. And here, Sagar, material is equal. The rook is a little better for Prag.
No. Right now, c5 has been played.
Should we take that pawn? I don't think so, right? Because the knight will jump in.
Yeah.
Should we push d5? We shouldn't. So what should we do?
I think you have to go rook d3 and then hope that he takes, and the knight comes here. Oh, but there is knight e5. No, there's bishop g2. Well, knight e5 attacking here, and then queen b7 check and f3 So I think careful here. Maybe take with the rook here, and white is slightly better because ये अच्छा structure है. b5 थोड़ा weak है. So I like this position, but actually Prag sacrifices a pawn here. Wow.
ED?
Actually, it's not a pawn sacrifice. ED has been taken. Rook e8 and knight e8 will happen, I guess. Knight d5, bishop d5, cd5, and then knight d6. I guess black is doing okay because he's blockaded the passer. So I don't think Prag is better here after d5. We'll see. So actually this match is going well for India. Gukesh winning, not winning, sorry, slightly better. Nihal winning and Prag equal. And Raunak has already drawn. So can we go and look at the third Indian team, Samay? Because
Can
third
we
Indian...
just have a glimpse at SL Narayanji's game? If any development has happened, then maybe we can go to the third board.
Yeah, sure. That's a good suggestion. Can we go also to Cam 16 for SL Narayan after Rook E1, D6 was played, and Samay, what we analyzed has happened. Rook F2, DC, BC, Rook D6 has happened. And now we are waiting for black to go Bishop F5. That seems like the most natural move. And it seems like this match is ending in a draw. Right now, this is...
So a draw on this board as well would mean all draws.
All draws and the match would be drawn.
Okay, let's quickly go through the third board, Sagar bhai.
Third Indian team, that is Surya Ganguly against Alexei Shirov. They drew the game. And then Setu Raman versus Vallejo Pods, they also drew. So that's a good result for Setu because he was black. And now Abhijit Gupta here. Oof. Abhijit Gupta, with the white pieces. Under some pressure, Hero Sabai, because firstly, it seems like the bishop on G2 is closed. ये bishop यहाँ से नहीं निकल सकता. यहाँ से भी it's closed. And this A pawn is a pretty strong pawn. Protected by the rook perhaps behind. So I think Abhijit would do well to hold this game.
उस pawn को हम कैसे मारे लेकिन? Can we go B6 and exchange that pawn for this pawn?
So right now it's black to play. Let's say if I go F5 and you go B6, it's a very logical suggestion. A4, maybe rook A5.
Thank you, Srinivasan ji. Oh, bishop defends that pawn. These backward moves are so difficult to find, यार.
ये एक बार बचा लिया फिर ये मर जाएगा.
तो नहीं इसको आगे ले लेंगे ना हम rook A6.
हाँ, but then maybe bishop B5.
अरे बाप रे.
फिर ये भी मरेगा. So this does not
Has
work.
to be very careful. And what is Karthikeyan Murli up to?
Yeah, let's have a look at Karthikeyan. He's playing Santos Latasha Jaime Santos Latasha. Pawn down hai, but he's active enough, I think, to hold a draw here.
So that again means that Abhijit Gupta's board is the most crucial one.
I think
थोड़ा मुश्किल लग रहा है आज टीम इंडिया के लिए यार.
ये वाला जो मैच है उसमें अभिजीत को तो पहले काफी माइनस पोजीशन बचानी है and Karthikeyan has to save this slightly minus position. So Spanish players, which clearly one of the top teams because they have Shiro, Vallejo Pods, both very strong players, and then you have Anton Guyaro who's very good, and also Jaime Santos Latasa who's youngster. So
Sagar bhai, that weakness on E4 now, like you'll push F3 and you'll put the knight over there.
I don't want to push the pawn because E3 goes weak. Why not go King D3 and put it?
True.
So that even if you give a check here to me, I can block it with C3.
Also, if you have a look at his time, guys, 2 minutes 37 seconds to make so many decisions. Now you'll have to make 7 more moves to get the time, extra 30 minutes. So Karthikeyan Murliji has to be a little careful here.
Yeah. So I think India's C team, India's third team, in definite pressure. Can we look at women's second team that is playing against today? 33. Vantika ji, we had seen Vantika's position. She was better. क्या लग रहा है समय? अभी check
बहुत
दिया
कम
है.
moves, सिर्फ 15 moves हुए हैं.
हाँ, because very complicated game. We had seen until Bishop C4 here.
Maybe Rook E1.
Here. This happened, and then this happened. Yeah, you're saying, but first a check. So G6 तो खेलेंगे मेरे हिसाब से यहाँ पर.
G6 के बाद I think you have to defend the knight with Queen H4 only moves, Sagar.
Or Queen H6.
Queen H6.
I like Vantika's position, so at least
the king is in the center. The opponent is going to have a lot of trouble defending that king. And Rook is going to come to E1 soon. I think she must be much better in this position.
Yeah,
also, opponent has less time and has to make 15 moves to get the extra time.
Yeah.
I think this game we are completely going to crush.
No, but this game, yeah, sure, this much must be in our favor for now. but actually it's not such a huge advantage. For example, if you go queen g6, which I wanted to do, then knight e5 attacks the bishop, and you don't have time now. Let's say b3, I can already play bishop f8 and try to trap
So
your queen.
should we go queen h4 then?
G6, queen h4 possible, but then again knight e5
Wow.
attacks the bishop. If you play b3,
So is that knight simply lost? How do you defend that knight then?
you win here after
Yeah.
g6.
Yeah. Oh, counter attack is the best defense.
Absolutely. So that is the best move here. And then if you castle, then rook e1, and by the way, the knight is protected, so there's nothing much to worry about there.
So hold on, the knight is protected from. फिर तो कोई issue नहीं. Why are we trying to defend the knight then?
नहीं, वो queen trap हो रही है almost उधर.
ठीक है. So I think Vantika ji is better here, also considering opponent's time. Let's go to the next game. Padmini Raut.
Okay.
Okay.
I love how Padmini has kept her rook here, so that if you take, she takes back and opens up her bishop.
Vishy Anand recently in some game had sacrificed his rook for the fiancé road bishop, right?
Yeah, that is a very common thing, Samay, to open up your bishop here, to give up some material, कि भाई ले लो, थोड़े पैसे ले लो, but मेरा काम हो जाए. You know, so that way, rook f4 is the move. And here, I would say, although the engines clearly prefer white, I'm not so sure.
Let's see what happens after takes. Does the engine still like it?
No, it does not. So, I mean, clearly black is doing pretty fine.
Soumya ji over here playing an endgame, and it's a complicated one because there are 3 minor pieces involved.
Yeah, this one looks actually better for white because materially is doing pretty well, but somehow the rook can come here and attack this pawn. It won't be easy to defend. Also, the knights are not really the best friends of each other. They are just treading on each other's shoes. So I think Samay, this is not going in our favor here. This position is around equal or maybe slightly worse for white.
And what about Divya Deshmukh, Sagar? Is she trying to attack?
And Divya's position does look pretty promising because she has her pawn on e3. By the way, the number of pawns in the position is equal, but this one is a strong pawn. Or फिर idea also is to take this, but she goes rook d e1.
And now what, Sagar?
Well, maybe just save this pawn. Yeah, it's defended. How about we can go like rook e8, then rook e6. Oh, sorry, rook d6, and then try to win this pawn. Because एक बार समय ये बच गया तो ये बहुत ही strong pawn है. It's an extremely strong pawn. So this last move by white was not so great. By the way, also if you look at her rating, it's 1996. So she's clearly not as strong as Divya Deshmukh, and that is being shown here.
Okay, let's quickly go to. I think
ये match में समय, if we look,
we are winning.
Vantika better slightly with queen f3. She has to find it.
Padmini is also better. No,
well,
has pressure on her.
I don't know what is happening here, but it should be okay. Soumya Swaminathan under some pressure, but Divya leading from the front.
So maybe 2.5 we can say.
Possible, or 2-2. Let's go to
board 3 women.
Board 3 of women, and I think this is where the real problem does lie, because bishop c5, bishop a5, h5, gh. By the way, Samay, a question for you. If you take here, what's the problem?
There's a mate on rook d6.
Absolutely right. This is a checkmate on the back rack. Somebody does not miss them. Bishop f5, bishop b4, bishop b6, and I think this game is not going in black's favor, because after b4, a4, I mean, it's just easy to play as white. Black does not have any counterplay. So maybe here we are going down in the first game against Isha, and then Nandita, by the way, is the one who's fighting really hard, and she's got a great position. She has got the rooks in the center. Her knight is well placed. You can't kick it away because of knight takes a6. So I like how Dadida has conducted this.
But how do you improve here? Like you can't do anything if like what do you do as white?
Samay, now I want you to learn the art of creating a second weakness here. How do you create it?
By calling Biswa.
Who's the first?
Me. King F3. But how, no. But how do you create? Like, what do you do?
Sorry.
How do you create a second weakness?
You must figure out, like, this one here is weak somehow. Like rook can come here. What is the other way?
Do you go for a pawn break? H4, H5, H6?
Exactly. G4, H4, H5. If you are able to get these pawns rolling, then already this position is much better, because this would get weak or this would get weak. Something. It's called a minority attack once again.
Ah, okay.
By the way, we already know that Savita Shri had lost. So let's go to Pratyusha Bodda if she has managed to save it. But unfortunately not. She is losing her game to Salome Melia. It means that Salome Melia winning. We also have Nana Zagnidze winning against Isha. So that would be that this team might stare at their first defeat.
Yeah, I mean, Saidi Ji's game was very sharp in the opening itself, and we lost that because of that incredibly difficult tactic. So I think today not a great day for women 3.
By the way, Bishop F5 was played and Rook D2 also played. So this is drawish in nature.
Sir, as the pieces exchange, like let's say the rooks are taken off the board, do you think that position is going to be bad for white, considering the weakness on C2 is going to be not be able to, like we can't defend it after the knight and bishop attack it twice?
Yeah.
So do you think SL should just keep his rooks instead of exchanging them?
He has kept his rooks.
But let's say the knight comes to C4 and then the knight comes to E3. And now they're attacking the C2 pawn and the rooks are not there. What do you do?
Yeah, true. For now, your bishop is controlling these squares. But you are absolutely right. Right now, SL Narayanan is long term worse. But short term, he has all these tricky ideas like check and take the rook. So if he plays king G7, he will then go and attack it again. If he goes like rook H2, he will attack it again like this and this. So overall, you can see that SL Narayanan is just playing move by move. He's not going too deep here.
Let's have a look again at which games are Nihal's game, I think.
Women's board.
Women's board. Is Tanya still pressing? Oh, completely winning.
Totally.
But again, yesterday also it was completely winning. So let's see if there are some tricks that white can go for.
I'll go to the restroom and
okay. Amrita ji, you can come here maybe. क्या लगता है अमृता?
Hi, Samay. Samay, by the way, Gukesh is winning, right?
Gukesh is I am not, I don't remember. एक बार लगाओ यहाँ पे.
I will put the game because no, it's somewhere here.
ऊपर ऊपर ऊपर. नीचे गया.
नीचे गया.
हाँ, यहाँ आएगा. है ना ऊपर अभिजीत गुप्ता है और.
नहीं, Gukesh.
दिखाओ.
Samay thinks he's going to find it faster than me, but guys, I bet he's not going to.
ये देखो ना. ये है ना अपने.
Ganguly है वो. Samay. Gukesh.
अरे यहीं तो थे. रुक जा.
Guys, confidence देखो. नहीं ये women's है. यहाँ पे रहेगा exactly. नहीं ये तो गांगुली का था. ये रहेगा round 4.
देखना यहाँ पे अगर टीम बोर्ड 3 है, यहाँ पे बोर्ड 1 है, तो बोर्ड 2 कहाँ है?
बोर्ड 2
नीचे.
हाँ नीचे नीचे ये देख. अभी गुकेश.
भाई तब से शायद गुकेश का ही बोर्ड था रे.
Gukesh is white. Oh wow, he's got a great. In fact, Savai, isn't it very surprising that the king is in the center? Black's major pieces are almost so close to the king, and this position white is clearly better. That's how it is.
पर ऐसा क्यों है?
Materially, first of all, let's not forget Gukesh is 2 pawns.
हाँ इसीलिए.
नहीं, but the third thing is this knight is, you can say, almost trapped. Yeah, I mean doing nothing. Only worry is rook c2 check. But that's what last move was played by black. Queen c5 with the threat of rook c2.
तो क्या हम बिशप ला सकते हैं e4 पे?
Okay, that's a very natural suggestion here. Bishop a4, it's possible. Black will continue. Rook a3, इसको डिफेंड किया, इस पे अटैक किया है somehow. If I get one pawn ना, which is a pawn, then it's 4 versus 3 with the king in the center. Not so easy.
So basically, white wants to exchange everything.
White would be happy to exchange the queens. Yes, then it is over. So bishop e4 को ये, he played rook d1, which is a good move because now if you give this check, the king goes to f1 and it is an artificial castle.
गांगुली का ड्रॉ हुआ श्याम भाई.
Yeah, so king f1 जाके, this is fine. So this is rook d1 is a classy move.
Okay.
Suggest something, Samay. कुछ भी, because you know we need more.
I mean, rook. Bring the other rook.
किधर?
c8.
Threat है, threat कुछ भी नहीं है अभी के लिए. ये खेला. इसको अटैक.
तो एक काम करो, rook c8 की जगह rook d8 ले आओ फिर.
Threat क्या है तुम्हारी?
बिशप मारेंगे ना.
Pin. So I am going to try to exchange the pieces. Rook c2 check ko, king f1, nothing to worry, there is no check. So this Gukesh is safe. Let's check Nihal's game. Nihal is black and Nihal is also winning. That is a great news for India.
And Ronak already draw हो चुका है तो भाई we have
ये तो these are like crushing Italy.
भाई India B team तो भाई मैं उनकी खतरनाक है यार.
Total खतरनाक.
प्रज्ञानंदा की गेम में कुछ हुआ?
It's going on. Before that, why is this winning, Samay?
Why is this winning?
हाँ, मतलब why do you think black is having such a huge advantage?
Nihal is +2, right? Nihal has a rook for a bishop.
Rook for a bishop. Okay, exchange up.
Exchange up.
So materially exchange up तो है. White does not have any compensation.
And वो rook, I think बस वही है यार, कोई compensation नहीं है.
That's true. Exchange up के बाद opponent को कोई compensation नहीं. So going to Praggnanandhaa's game here.
It's a nice bishop, but it's aiming nowhere. But I think still Prag will win this.
It's a bishop with a lot of dreams.
We have a guest joining us.
Yes. Your spectacles were forgotten.
अच्छा, his spectacles were forgotten. मुझे लगा there's a guest joining us. Sorry, chat.
No. That's
not Nicole is also here, guys. Whose specs were forgotten. Ron Goldman is gonna go and give it to her, if you know what I mean. All right, let's go back to Team 1, जहाँ पे SL Narayanan is fighting for the senior board. ये रहा दोस्तों वो गेम जिसपे सब की आंखें टिकी हुई है, क्योंकि अगर ये गेम हम जीतते हैं दोस्तों तो हम बोर्ड 1 पे जीत रहे हैं. नाइट टू f3 has been played. Let's go. अगर हम सिंपली ले लेंगे तो क्या होगा चैट? ले लिया. I think then maybe king will come in and draw लग रही है. और अगर ये गेम ड्रॉ हो गई दोस्तों तो the top board is drawn. Yes, Vidit has drawn. All the other games are drawn, guys. This is the only game that is going on. Harikrishna ji has drawn. Vidit has drawn. Arjun ji has drawn. Only SLG is playing here. Amrita ji, what do you think?
Ooh, that knight on f3, what a fork मारना तो है ही, of course. Takes. Opposite colored bishop है ये. But yeah, ये weak है. But ये king, if I
think अब ये ड्रॉ लग रहा है ना, क्योंकि अब c2 की वीकनेस को तुम कैसे अटैक करोगे?
It should end in a draw, but if they continue playing and the chances of missing something, are there any? That's the question. Because opposite colored bishop dead draw is like a usual thing, and then there is one miss many times which you do something like that. Then opponent wins.
Hello Amrita ji and Samay bhai, अगर George king g8 खेलते हैं instead of king h8, would Magnus have accepted the draw at that moment? पता नहीं, मैंने तो follow किया नहीं Magnus की game. Maybe you can check in the engine.
Yes, I was also not following.
बंदरा यार इंडियन गेम को follow करते ना, यहाँ पे stress high stress position में है यार हम. Come on, Yes, King B2 has been played. Let's go. It was a top move by the engine.
KR Pawan Super Chasson says, but opposition has created beautiful pawn habs on the right side now. Easy to penetrate the king. कौन सा game?
Yes,
कौन सा
KRG,
game
which
रहेगा?
game?
इसके
Are you
पहले
talking
का
about this game?
रहेगा, the game before this it will
He's
be.
probably saying कि यहाँ से ऐसे करके रुक लाएंगे. Maybe.
Samay,
हाँ जी.
if India B wins in such a smooth way, are we going to have the match between India
Bro, I am so excited for
A
that
and
match.
B very soon?
We might have. We really might have. But for that, I think India A needs to win today. No.
Yes, that SL Narayanan's game is important.
It's very important,
Yes.
guys. This game will keep a close
But
eye on this game.
that's why I think Narayanan will try to fight. He will try to fight because his chances of black going wrong might be more if you compare the whole game.
Okay, यहाँ पे थोड़ा जो अपना edge था, यहाँ पे +5 का था, थोड़ा सा कम हो गया है.
Okay, why? Why has it reduced?
क्योंकि the top move it was
13.
saying कि rook takes b2, queen takes b2, and then knight e5. But what does this do?
यहाँ पे एक check दिया समय अगर queen b8 check, what are you planning to do? You cannot go queen f8 or queen e8 because you lose the
Rook. So maybe knight e8.
Yes, which could be a little passive. Rook d1 now.
I think this is just a disgusting engine line.
Yes.
है ना?
So, मतलब समय knows that this is an engine line. समय का charm जा रहा है guys. समय
अरे
का
but this is a disgusting engine line, right? This rook takes b2.
Rook takes b2. Oh.
That was I was saying. कि this is like
अच्छा, this-
disgusting engine line मतलब वो line जो भाई सिर्फ engine देख सकता है.
Oh, 1 second. Q. This exchange sack, I'm sure Tanya would. Oops, sorry. Tanya will see it because she is a very aggressive player and generally she would not miss sacrifices as much as I know her.
But I don't
So there is a
understand.
reason she has not taken this. Takes and 95. She has not liked this position for sure.
But
Queen
Amrita, there
B8
was
के
an
बाद.
intermediate move, no?
कहाँ पे?
Rook b2, knight g6.
Knight g6.
Because queen is hanging.
Oh, guys. समय
हाँ.
यहाँ पे black to play. What will you play? Guys in the chat, black to play.
Knight मारो.
Knight मारा तो rook मर जाएगा ना, फिर rook exchange down हो गया.
First you take this, then you lose the rook.
Okay.
विघ्नेश, चिन्मय,
no
अभिराज,
Bishop f2
खुश,
or what?
क्या ही बात.
क्या है
This is not at all easy. Bishop
Okay,
f2.
Firstly,
Firstly,
king
tell.
f2 doesn't work because of maybe queen c5 check. Very, I mean, it's just bad, yeah, now.
Yeah, if you go king g2, then एक check और दे दिया and यहाँ पे no, this is not easy and this is not even very
No, rook
possible
c2
to
with
find.
the idea of
Rook
take,
c2
yeah.
with the
And
idea
then
of
take
take.
on
This is
g6.
also hanging. This is also hanging.
बाप रे.
So you
But
get
he'll take with the
no.
rook.
But what if knight e5 and attacking your queen again?
Queen c5 check.
This queen c5, queen c6 is काफी
But what
nice.
about rook f2? That is the main.
Yes.
Yeah.
Still the same idea, queen c5. No?
No, again you have to find. No, I think this is impossible. Come on, queen b4.
Oh my goodness. So
No.
so that rook b2, as Samay rightly said, was completely a
Yeah, rook b2
disgusting
cannot be played.
line.
मैंने तो भाई पहले ही कहा था यार. So let's see what she did. She took with the knight instead, and after bishop takes, bishop comes back to d6.
Yeah, because this was a skewer. Bishop d4. Oh, nice move, rook b5. Because now she wants to maybe swing over the rook. Rook here. And also a5 पे थोड़ा pressure बना है.
And only 5 minutes, but like she has.
Yeah.
She has to play well.
15 moves in 5
Can
minutes
we
for
have
Tanya.
Tanya's board on
And-
the screen, guys? And
But-
also on the left, can we have Tanya's bars? Like
Yes.
80.
And by the way, maybe Nihal has won. That's what people are saying. I'm not sure about it 100%. But
Look at Gukesh's bar.
yes,
पूरा blue.
he
हो
is
गया.
also winning. Nihal
Is
is
this the
also
first time we're
I
seeing a
need to
red
go.
on the bars?
I need to go right now. Can I
Women
go?
3, yes,
Yeah.
please.
Yes.
Women 3, I think we have seen bars, but red, but not this red. बहुत ही ज़्यादा red है. So I think women 3 is definitely out of looking very tough here.
Like we said, guys, the tournament is heating up, and now the जितने तुम्हारे points होते हैं तुम उतने ही difficult opponents से खेल रहे हो और वो हो रहा है धीरे-धीरे. आज काफी टफ मुकाबला even on top board. Let's go back and have a look quickly and come back to this game.
SL Narayanan. Let's go to
जी
India A team.
क्या
SL
हुआ
Narayanan
इसके
board
बाद?
4.
King G7.
नहीं ये नहीं हुआ. Knight F3 खेला उन्होंने.
Knight F3. The Knight F3 इस position में we saw guys he came back and Knight F3 खेला गया इधर. Like Sagar ji said, Bishop takes, Rook takes, King ऊपर आया था and Bishop H से. This is the last move. Draw लग रहा है.
Because opposite colored bishops. So I think India A team will draw, but somehow India B team will win.
So India B team is gonna
India
go
B team
बहुत
तो
आगे.
भाई ऊपर मुझे तो लगता है कल India B versus USA ही हो जाएगा.
भाई India B team लेकिन भाई कितने स्मूथली जीत रहा है.
हाँ ना और मतलब ये देखो ना can we quickly तुमने गुकेश का गेम देख लिया?
हाँ देख रहे हैं ना
आप लोगों ने.
हाँ हमने लगा के भी रखा है ऊपर इधर है कहीं तो.
हाँ बट ये सेकंड
नीचे वो
Gukesh, can we go to that board of Gukesh and go?
And यहाँ पे सागर भाई in this position like
sorry Gukesh was white.
Here
तो
look
क्या हुआ था
King
मतलब?
यहाँ पे फिर भी अपने इतना बैठा है और अब तो चलो King पूरा ही सेफ हो गया भाई.
भाई गुकेश क्या खेलता है यार मेरे को कुछ समझ में नहीं आता यार वो कैसे जीतता है.
कुछ आइडिया नहीं है भाई मेरे को.
भाई how does he win it man? Okay we saw till rook takes a5 right ये मारा.
हाँ.
Then we were thinking अच्छा ये उसने थोड़ा गलती किया फिर यहाँ आया फिर bd5 knight a7 he fights all the best मतलब सर एग्जिट खा के बैठा है क्या. rook d1 what a play by Gukesh. Now again he will play rook b8 मतलब लिख के ले लो दोस्तों. what a player.
I think our future is in like bright hands Sagar.
Absolutely. I mean Gukesh has been such a amazing player in these last few months. यार मैं ऐसे सोचता हूँ कि नहीं देखो normally I'm doing commentary for a long time. I see players missing moves back and forth. बस Gukesh का accuracy level off the charts है.
He has been one of the quickest risers, right?
Yeah. And Nihal, has he maintained his? Yeah, totally. But they are going to win 3-1. If Praggnanandhaa like always.
मैं कह रहा हूँ Praggnanandhaa भी जीत जाएगा भाई.
Praggnanandhaa.
देखना अब याद रखना है मेरी बात.
Time pressure में.
ओ देखना opponent will choke.
And do you see like in this ऐसे जो view है उसमें तीनों बच्चे ऐसे बैठे हैं. I think for India B team USA match will be very fun क्योंकि वहां पे they'll face real challenge. तो USA drew. भाई लोग क्या बोल रहे हैं USA drew कैसे मतलब ये देखो याकुबोएव ड्रॉ कर दिया अरोनियन के साथ. वेस्ली सोले तो हरा दिया जावोकिर सिंदारो को. दैट्स अ बिग रिजल्ट.
पर सैम शैंकलैंड का गेम चल रहा है ना अभी भी.
हाँ सैम शैंकलैंड ड्रॉ होगा मेरे ख्याल. नहीं जीत रहा है.
नहीं सैम हार
जहांगीर वाकी तो जीत रहे हैं. सैम शैंकलैंड हार रहा है. So as always, you know that fourth board is creating problems. And what about Fabi?
पर सैम कैसे हार रहा है भाई 200 रेट मतलब
सैम शैंकलैंड की पोजीशन ही पूरी गॉन है. अगर आप देखोगे यहाँ पे तो उसका रुक ऐसे खराब है. यहाँ पे ये रुक आके ये सब पॉड्स वीक है. किंग एक्टिव है. ये डबल्ड पॉड्स है.
हाँ खत्म.
तो देखो इफ यूएसए गोज बैक ड्रॉ हो जाता है. इंडिया गोज बैक इंडिया ए तो इंडिया बी तो भाई sole leader
भाई sole leader. And I think it will be such a great motivational boost for all these players, you know, and they're already in such a great form. वो boost के बाद तो भाई I think सीधे candidates में मिलेंगे हमें चारों. I think ये candidates हो गए इसमें सारे Indian players ही होंगे भाई.
But people are saying Abdul Sataro will win, but I don't think he will be able to win this against Caruana because the king is a little exposed. तो most likely draw होगा ये game.
So can we go back to SL Narayanan because it's a very important board, and also let's keep an eye on Praggnanandhaa's game because he might flip it at any point.
Correct. Let's look at SL Narayanan and also on the left let's have SL Narayanan अपना team 1 के. But समय यहाँ पर मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि ये pawn के ऊपर उन्होंने आक्रमण तो किया है पर rook c8 के बाद I don't see how you will continue.
Yeah, because we can't go rook e6. There's a bishop on h3.
Correct.
So is there a way to push that bishop away? There is no way to push that.
Can we go rook e7, 7th heaven?
Oh yeah.
And then hope to get something, but he will.
But then can he go rook f5 and no he's
or just rook f7 ना exchange कर दो.
How about bishop f5 and rook f2? Just attack. I want to attack that c2 weakness.
हाँ, you want to. अच्छा, आप सामने ही जा रहे हो.
हाँ, मैं कह रहा हूँ आप भी अटैक करो, हम भी अटैक करते हैं.
अच्छा,
Yeah, like
बढ़िया.
this.
Check.
तो चलो लेफ्ट.
Take.
Let's take.
Take. कौन
And you're
ज्यादा
saying-
डेंजर में? ये मुझे लगता है ये किंग. This king is more danger. By the way, people are saying that Netherlands is losing.
Okay.
Netherlands मतलब अपना
अनीश
गिरी का
ऊपर
टीम.
गया. Yeah.
Because Anish equal with black looks equalish, although he's pawn up. Van Forest equal. Ilyas Mirin totally winning against Erwin Lamy. And Max Warmerdam equal. Oh my god.
तो वो कौन से टीम का प्लेयर थे? स्मिरलिन.
वो इजराइल.
अच्छा, तो वो जीत रहे हैं.
Israel is beating Netherlands.
Just because of one board.
One board, बाकी सब equal.
I think this is where Indian boards are, have the advantage कि हमारे चारों boards बहुत ही ज़्यादा strong है. हमारा कोई ऐसा weak board नहीं है. Like
A game या B?
Like I'm talking about B team.
B team, yeah.
Even A team is very strong, but B team is just fearless. एक से बढ़कर एक ऐसा कोई भी board नहीं है जिससे हमें डरें.
मैं तो हमेशा मेरे जो मतलब जो लोग हमारे टीम में काम करते हैं उनको बोलता हूँ कि जब वो एंटर होते हैं ना, these kids when they enter, just take their shots and put that music like full ऐसे एकदम ऐसे aggressive 4 lions entering type of a scene.
But if you talk to them, right, they're the most ऐसे एकदम sweet and soft spoken people, but on the board it's completely different story.
Agreed.
I think all the aggression has just comes on the board.
Exactly. पूरा बच्चा के रखते हैं. खाना वाना भी थोड़ा बहुत ही खाते हैं.
But all right, let's go back to the game. SL Narayanan is still trying to fight for the first board, trying to score a win. Not going to be easy. It's looking very drawish.
Yeah.
But you never know.
So my team 1 will 2-2. Team 2 will most likely win.
4-0, I'm telling you.
4th ने अभी एक तो draw हो गया है.
प्रज्ञानंदा draw होगा?
नहीं, रौनक.
That's team 3, no?
Team 2.
अच्छा, team 2 में. Okay, हाँ.
रौनक का draw हो गया है. And he goes रुक. तुम्हारा आइडिया ले रहा है वो. यहाँ से he wants to attack.
And that leaves us with 2 wins. Nihal and
Gukesh win. Prag draw most likely, and Raunak draw. 3-1. And then we go to the game of the third team. So यहाँ पर we have seen that in the third team, Ganguly drew with Shiro, Vallejo Pons drew with Setu Raman, Abhijit Gupta, who was worse. Has his position improved? Do you think, Samay? Like, if we see black, in fact, black looks even better.
Black is better because of that pawn on A4, Saga. That's just going to
बहुत ही
queen.
strong है और ये bishop देखो ना कैसे अटक गया है.
Yeah, like let's say even if you go up behind that pawn on rook E5 and you try to win it, it's already too late. The A.
No, this will just go here and push. But how about I go like this and try to, because rook end games will be drawish.
Yeah, has to be very careful. In the end game, you try to keep the pawn, keep your rook behind the pawn. Currently, Abhijit's rook is definitely behind his pawn. The moment that goes away, tries to push it, I think it's gonna be over.
Right.
So Sagar, how about you go bishop B5 here?
But then I'll take this, no?
I think the king has to enter already.
So king F7, king. Okay. Oh, he played rook B5.
What's his plan?
Oh my god.
What's his idea?
He's saying that I'll take your pawn if you are not careful, and if you
if you exchange, then to my pawn is unstoppable.
No, I have this check. There is a very key move here, I think.
Are you saying king F8?
King F8, BD5. Trying to stop.
Are you saying bishop C4?
I think so.
Oh, nice.
And then just you go A3, A2 and win.
And you can't stop it.
Yeah.
Oh, but you're going to go bishop B1.
Yes, but A3, A2, at least you'll lose the bishop.
But like you'll sacrifice it, right?
That's winning because
that's
now
winning?
2 pawns. Yeah. So rook B5 seems like the move that, rook B5 gives black a clear edge.
Okay. Let's quickly have a look back at women board number 1. Is Tanya still winning that end game?
Can we just last look at Santos Latasa here? Acha, ye to draw hi chal raha hai. So I think if Abhijit can hold somehow, this will be 2-2. Otherwise, India's C team might lose. Okay, let's go to the women board now. Can we get... Oh, Tanya is on the screen.
Position has simplified a little bit, but let's see if we still have the advantage.
No, but she's exchange up. See, 2 rooks.
Oh, beautiful.
But opponent has a strong knight.
And let's
see, she's better.
Okay. Thoda advantage hai apne paas abhi bhi.
Rook D1. Now I think she should go G6 and F5.
H5, you
H5,
mean? Okay,
yeah.
okay, great. Let's quickly look at Humpy G's game.
Oh my god. Oh my god. But Humpy has to find the only move or something.
What's the move? Let's think.
Yeah, that's... Because if she takes here, knight is hanging with the check. She finds it. Bishop F3. What a move. Because if you take here, it's a mate. So you can't take it. So that bishop now comes here. And she's also threatening maybe somewhere here. Rook takes d5 is also a threat. They go rook takes, bishop takes, pin, queen takes, ko mate.
Khatanak. Harika ji already has drawn a game. So Vaishali ji is the one who's still playing.
Equal.
And it's equal. Great.
But rook e7? Acha, ye mara.
Aren't we losing that pawn on b2?
But she's taking here.
And then you have a passer again on...
So let's say I take here. Then
you have to take it first.
Take king g3.
Rook b6. You're a pawn up now, Sagar.
And he says that, okay, you can't make progress.
H5 check. King takes. Or solo g takes. And you're saying this one pawn up, it's not able to convert.
It's too active. The rook
is it because it's the Lucina?
No, it will happen.
Lucina
will not happen. That's why it's a draw. Lucina hota to jeet jata tha.
But a pawn up in a rook endgame, you're saying is...
Yeah, the main thing is activity. You see the active white pieces that compensates for one pawn.
Acha, ठीक है. Let's quickly go and have a look at SL Narayanan ji. Has he been able to make any progress in his endgame?
Oh, ये move बढ़िया अकेला black में. So SL Narayanan got a pawn, and now his opponent played bd3 so that he can plonk the bishop on c4.
Oh, and attack the a2 pawn, Sagar.
Yeah, but then he'll just go a3. I think Narayanan now has a right to kind of play on because he's pawn up.
He's pawn up, he's time up, and he's rating up also. Okay, great. Who else?
People are saying Fabi is losing. Fabiano karunga na? No. Not losing, guys. But yeah, he was worse. But he's going to fight back. Guys, this king is a little too exposed. I don't think that will work out. Okay, Samay, we haven't been checking their T2 games of women. Can we just have a look at that? Because we have all the 4 games going on. Vantika Agrawal, look at this game. Crazy game.
Only 27 seconds for the opponent.
And Vantika totally winning. Queen h5 hanging. Just to show you, after queen h5 check, g6, she went queen f3, found the best move, played g4. Now h6 would have been the best move, but knight e5 again found the best move, threatening a mate. h5 took the bishop, b3 again found the best move. Wow, Vantika Agrawal, what a game. Queen here, bishop g5 again best move, f4 again best move, fg6. Man, she's played one best move after another.
And I think she'll find queen h5 as well.
I think Vantika Agrawal is the find of the tournament for me until now. She has won all 3 games. उसने सबसे highest rated players खेले हैं यहाँ तक, and she's just been playing tremendous chess.
Sagar, you said queen h5 here.
Yeah.
But after that, isn't you just take bishop g5?
Bishop g5? Can I not? Oh, she finds again the best.
Acha, you're saying in the knight
just
g5.
Take knight g5. This is hanging.
I was thinking you're saying queen h7 mate.
No, this is there. Exactly. But I'll then go rook f7 next.
So you can just go knight e6, right?
Oh, yes, that's also big move. So, wow, Vantika better. What about Padmini Raut here? I think Padmini ने इतना मतलब opponent को ऐसे पकड़ के रखा है ये position पे. If you see, it's been going on since almost 20 moves. Back and forth. I think she will draw this game.
Yeah, I think there's no way for the white to open up the king, right? Like the bishops are stuck. The rooks are definitely on the correct squares, but there's nothing to do in front. There's g5 pawn. The worst way to get blocked is by your own pawn, they say, right?
But if you go queen d2, rook f1 and f4, this could be the idea. But the main problem is after takes, ye khul jayega. So it's a risky decision, which I think Olde Margaret has to take based on other games. Agar uski team haar rahi hai, she has to take that decision.
I think there's no attack coming from the king side. It looks dangerous, but there's no attack coming.
And here, Soumya Swaminathan playing with white has somehow managed to build up a draw here. Because king has to go back, then knight g6 check, king comes up, knight f8 check. So draw ho jayega, which is a good result. I think Soumya drawing this game is a perfect result.
Divya Deshmukh?
Let's look at Divya's game. Divya is equal, which means Vantika will once again lead from the front and give her team a very important win. Wow, what a game. People are saying that Tanya's game pe jana hai. Let's go quickly to Tanya's game. What is up with Tanya? Has she made any error, or is everything okay? No, everything's fine, guys. She's played knight takes d4, rook c5, rook d1, g6, which we spoke about, a6, and put her queen on e5.
Sagar, but only 1 minute for Tanya.
Yeah, let's zoom in on her board and let's go closer and try to figure out कि क्या चल क्या रहा है, player emotions कैसे है. Right now, we see that her opponent Gal Zoska has more time, 5 minutes, and Tanya generally does go wrong under time pressure. But today, will she be able to keep her nerves?
I'm a little scared. I'm a little scared for her in this position, Sagar, because there's no way to directly attack the king.
Yeah. I think you can just try to exchange this knight off somehow if you can with your knight. It's not easy. They're at a distance of 1 square diagonally. Goes rook b1. She plays rook b1. Very, very smart move, Samay, because now threatening here some problems. But it seems like Tanya has some tactical stuff in her hand. But what is it?
Can we just have a quick sneak at Praggnanandhaa's game? Has he done any miracle in that position?
Okay.
And then let's come back to this game. Because there's only 1 minute here.
Not yet.
Not yet? Okay, let's come back.
It's around equal. And just very quickly checking Nihal's game.
Still
Nihal
winning,
is exchange up, totally better. And Gukesh, totally winning. My God, Gukesh is the first one who will win now. He's threatening a mate. There's just no way to stop the mate.
You have to give up the queen then.
Yes, because if you go here, look at this beautiful move.
Rook b7?
Because if you take...
Oh, queen e8. Beauty.
Beautiful. I think Gukesh is going to win. Let's go back to Tanya's board because she's going to make her move now. She's going to play her move.
45 seconds, guys.
Queen e4. Oh man,
Okay.
I'm a little scared about this diagonal here with the king coming up, but she's played it and it's all good. Samay, she needs to make another 8 moves. That's a lot of moves considering that you have only 1 minute left.
On every move, you get 30 seconds though, guys.
Actually, on Tanya's shoulders is not too much of a risk because I think Humpy is winning. So even if Tanya holds a draw, her team wins.
True.
By the way, she has a big threat now, Samay. Queen takes b1, rook c1. Exchanging of the most important pieces. But I think her opponent will spot it and maybe instantly go rook b8 check. But then rook b8, king g7.
Very interesting. Let's stick around this game for a bit. Let's just come back to this game. Let's quickly have a sneak peek at SL Narayanan's game because that is another crucial game.
Yeah, let's
on
go
board
SL,
1.
And if we can change the camera and go to SL Narayanan here. SL Narayanan.
This is not SL Narayanan.
No, this is not SL Narayanan. This is SL Narayanan.
Okay. What has happened, Sagar?
Oh man, SL Narayanan has swung his bishop over yahan pe to e3, then to d4, and then played a3. And he's telling his opponent that yes, you might win this pawn, but with my rook here, with my other rook here, if I am able to penetrate, like maybe some h5 here, give up, bring your rook here, and then get into this position. That could be some huge thing. Can we just zoom into this position here? Time pressure might not play a big role because it's a relatively simplified position, but still, it looks. Look at SL Narayan. I think he will play h5. What do you think, Samay? Will he open? No, he goes first rook c7.
Okay. I have a feeling that SL might win this game. Yes. Let's not jinx it. I mean, the commentators curse. Let's go back to Tanya's game and see what's happening. That position had only 1 minute.
But rook h1, rook h4. Yeah, check. King f8. Maybe here rook e1. It looks scary.
Yeah, those 2 rooks are coming on the 7th rank, right?
Okay, going back to Tanya. Can we change the camera and go to Tanya's game because her opponent is down to 3 minutes now. Tanya is thinking here. Look at, and let's zoom into Tanya's camp because her opponent is about to make her move. Yeah, there we have it. Gal Zoska. What does she play now?
2 minutes 45 seconds versus 1 minute. You have to make 8 moves each to get the extra 30 minutes time, after which I think the players will take like a 2-minute break.
Absolutely. They'll just relax a bit because there's a lot of stress. But this time 40 moves thing is becoming too hot to handle because so many players are away. By the way, I like Tanya's coolness. She's very cool and calm on the board, but I'm sure she's quite worried. Humpy has lost her advantage. Is that true? Oh my God, Humpy made an error. Can we just quickly check Humpy's camera? What has happened? Because after bishop takes f3, she was winning here totally. H takes g5 and somehow this is the move which we had told about, because if you take queen is pinned and queen g7 mate. Humpy did play it. Rook g6 came. Humpy took here. How the hell did she go wrong here? She's completely winning. Oh, she gave a check, which was an error. She forgot about bishop e6.
But what was she supposed to do there?
She can just take this and she's just winning totally.
She thought she didn't see that intermezzo.
No, I guess she thought that maybe this position is not good for her, but her king is safe. Like maybe rook h6 if there is rook f8, king f8.
Rook f8 is not easy to spot, Sagar.
Possible. She must have been afraid of this attack, and so she gave a check here.
Also, you have to consider she has only 1 minute 28 seconds to make these calculations. In that calculation,
but now Tanya's game becomes again very important.
Very important.
If guys, this is going back and forth. Queen takes c5 played by Humpy. She had very little time on the clock. 1 second on the clock, Samay. Did you see that? She's now 31. She had 1 second. 1 second on the clock. Whoa, man, nerves of steel takes on c5. Now queen h5. I think Humpy is in trouble here.
Saga, can we see the other boards? SL Narayanan,
Tanya or SL Narayanan?
Oh, let's have a look at Tanya's game.
Okay, let's go to Tanya's game very quickly. Check. No, she went rook d1, by the way, and now knight to b3. Actually, so the thing is, Samay, if Humpy draws, Tanya must win. If Humpy loses, still Tanya must win. If Humpy wins, Tanya can draw. So actually, guys, India's fate today lies on the shoulders of these two women. On board 1, Humpy, and on board 4, Tanya. That's how important this chess this is. And by the way, after knight b3, Tanya has played rook b5. Again, a good move. Tanya making one good move after another, but let's see how many moves can she keep it up, because she has to make 6 more moves before time pressure, before the time control. And by the way, now Gal Zoska also down to 1 minute 35 seconds. And guys, let's zoom in on Samay's camera because he's looking tremendously tensed right now. Samay, क्या चल रहा है? धक-धक हो रहा है?
बहुत धक-धक हो रहा है सागर भाई, कुछ भी हो सकता है इस मोमेंट पे.
Very tensed is Samay Raina. And guys, chess is really brutal. We all know that. We also saw in the death match how high Vidit's pulse rate went.
Okay,
94. Now the knight is attacked here. I think rook b6, just वापस आ जाओ, ये pawn के ऊपर नजरें रख लो. By the way, Gukesh has won. That's the news that is coming. So that's 1 point there. Can we update that? Yes, they have updated it already, guys. 1.5. Nodwin ji, एकदम ही perfect बता रहे हैं सब कुछ. And by the way, what has happened? Rook f8. This is SL Narayanan's game.
Okay, nothing much. Just rook f8 has happened.
Rook f8, rook f1. Pressure here. And guys, joining us is Biswa Kalyanrat. Biswa, what a round this is turning out to be. सब कुछ time pressure में decide होने वाला ऐसा लग रहा है. And that is
32 seconds for Tanya Sachdev here, guys. She has to make a move. And she plays rook c5. Sagar, what do you think about this?
Rook b6 was more stable, I thought. But rook c5 also looks good.
Let's have the full screen, Nodwin.
Yeah. Of Tanya and her opponent. If we can go full screen. I think it is full screen now. It is full screen. And Tanya goes after knight b3. Her opponent wants to repeat. Tanya goes rook c3. She's like, I don't want to repeat. I'm going in. Attacks the knight here. But white बहुत irritating तरीके से, the knight is very well placed on d4. But with every move, Samay, they are moving closer to the 40th move mark.
That's great. Just 4 more moves and we get 30 minutes and then आराम से हम लोग सोच के खेल सकते हैं क्योंकि हम एक exchange up है सागर.
Correct. But can we quickly check Humpy what is happening there?
Yes, please.
Let's go to Humpy's game because there after Queen takes C5, Queen takes H5 happened. We can have Humpy on full screen. King G1, Queen F3, and now Queen E5. So with this move, now this, I don't know, it's just controlling these two squares. What do you think, Biswa?
सब जीतेंगे हम लोग.
सब जीतेंगे बिस्वा. Oh man, Gukesh has become world number 30. But
Wow.
right now, all eyes on India women A team, guys. That is the main thing. We have Humpy on full screen mode here right now, and that's where Queen E5 has been played. Okay, let's go back to Tanya's game. Let's go back to Tanya and just see because Humpy, I think, may be able to hold this. So Tanya has to win.
34 seconds. Now we have the last 20.
She goes Rook D3.
Okay.
Rook D3. And Tanya badly wants to trade. You know, if she's able to trade something, pressure is gone.
But Sagar, even after the trade, that knight on D4 is a monster. We
Right.
need to trade that
No,
knight
but
off,
even,
right?
even if you can trade a rook and queen, then this other rook can go and win this A6 pawn. Because A6 pawn is weak. But yeah, I agree with you. She goes Rook E1.
Okay, she doesn't want to exchange this. 2 more moves, guys. I think now we're going to get the increment anyway, right?
Yeah, unless something happens, you know, you have to be careful.
SL winning. SL winning. Is it true, guys? Is it true? What? Wow. Wow.
SL is better, but how? What happened? Oh, I get it, Samay. He wants to play Rook D7 and then BD6, remove the rook from here and win this bishop.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So that means we might win on the top board, Sagar.
That's huge. That's huge. Look at SL Narayanan there. Fully focused. Can he find Rook D7 here? Is he going to find that move? And it's very important to play Rook D7 because if you play Rook B7, then Rook C6 stops BD6. But from Rook D7, you are not stopping BD6, but Bishop D6 will anyway come, and I'm sure SL Narayanan will find it. He has 2 minutes on the clock. He plays, no, he's not played Rook C4. By the way, the last move was a big mistake because after Bishop E5, he shouldn't have gone Rook C4.
Guys, we have lost on women 3 board today. Unfortunately, it's a score 3-0 against us.
Georgia was a very strong team.
Yeah, kudos to Georgia, guys. They played very, very well. Right now, SL Narayanan fighting for the top men's board. And I think he should be able to do it, Sagar. What do you think?
Well, but it's his move and he's down to 1 minute now. Biswa Rook D7 मिलेगा क्या 40th move है, last move before time trouble.
Of course मिलेगा.
Biswa super optimistic here.
ऐसे थोड़े मानते हैं 2600. मतलब मैं नहीं वो.
Let's quickly.
अरे समय वो Rook D7 ढूंढ रहा है कि नहीं वो तो देख लेते हैं.
हम्पी जी की गेम में क्या हो रहा है देखना था मेरे को.
टाइम तो बढ़ गया 3 minutes हो गया.
हाँ खेला भी. Oh, he plays Rook B7. He didn't play it. He wanted to win this pawn. Okay, fine.
Tanya winning. Tanya winning.
Okay, let's go to that game because women's board is the key. Let's go to Tanya's game first. Oh, she blundered. By the way, her opponent played Bishop F5. She thought that if you take, there would be Knight F5 with a fork. But instead, she missed Rook A3 and the A6 pawn, which was a thorn in the neck of Black's position, is now gone. With that, Tanya can pick up the A6 pawn, get 30 minutes, get a winning position,
beautiful.
and then just go and relax a bit. That would be a great thing. So Tanya Sachdev on course to victory here. But what about Humpy? Can we go on Humpy's camera? Oh, there also 40th move is done. Humpy is a
4,
piece
3,
down.
2.
No, that's piece. It's done. 40 moves are done. Humpy is a piece down, but she has 3 pawns.
She's not a piece.
Is that a good enough compensation in this position, Sagar?
Yeah, because if next she plays, I was thinking queen f4, then queen takes and pawn takes, and then because if you move the queen f8 knight hangs, so let's say queen f4, there's rook f6, unfortunately you can't exchange it. It's not clear, but I think Humpy can just put her rook here and here, and she should be fine. So if Humpy draws, Tanya wins, Indian team goes through, wins that. But what about SL Narayanan? Should we go on that board because his opponent goes rook c6?
Is he still winning?
Who, SL Narayanan? Not sure if he's winning now, but he's better for sure. He can pick up the b5 pawn. He will be then pawn up. But on the other hand, these two pawns are still there and these pawns are weak. So it's not a huge thing. And you will see both the players have left their chairs and gone because...
So much stress.
Yeah.
So much pressure. So I guess they'll go to the washroom now.
Proud of you. सबका 40th move हो गया क्या?
हाँ, सबका 40th move एक साथ ही हो.
बड़ा गजब है. Stress relax.
हाँ, अभी ना अपने को चिल लग रहा है, अभी अच्छा लग रहा है थोड़ा.
एक सेकंड, can we go and check what happened with Abhijit Gupta? Oh, Abhijit is losing because bishop b1 and a2. So Abhijit is losing this game. bd3.
His board, his team.
His team C, India 3, and here draw. So India 3 will lose to Spain because Abhijit will lose, Karthikeyan will hold. पहले दो board draw हो चुके हैं, so it will be 2.5, 1.5. India 2, by the way, has been amazing, Biswa, because Gukesh won, Raunak drew, and now Nihal Sarin, by the way, is winning here.
Do you think Prag is also doing well?
Let's look at Prag's game. Samay always, when he opens Prag's game, he's like a change हुआ ही रहेगा evaluation.
I always feel.
Because Prag is such a player.
Pragmatic.
Prag the thug. And now this is a draw, but I think Prag today doesn't even have to try so hard because
he didn't have to even yesterday, right?
Yeah, but Nihal is just doing it.
I think Prag will still fight.
अभी इसमें क्या fight करेगा?
अरे करेगा वो, कोई डालेगा अभी A8 कुछ ना कुछ करेगा, देखना वो नहीं छोड़ेगा ऐसे.
अब बच्चों में बड़ी ताकत होती है क्योंकि दिल में सच्चाई होता है.
ये कौन सा स्टोरी लाइन बोल रहे हो आप?
आपको नहीं पता? आप जब बच्चे थे आपके दिल में सच्चाई नहीं थी?
मेरे में दम ही नहीं था, बच्चा था तब, थक जाता था मैं.
आस्मा.
सागर भाई, Queen takes f6. Queen takes. Knight d5.
King से मारेंगे.
और
King से मारेंगे ना, that's the problem.
हाँ. मैं देख लिया था.
Oh, ये देखो, Mr. Big news, US team in trouble. Please show games. Okay, let's look at US team very quickly because it's the top seed. Caruana taking on Nadirbek. Okay, firstly, this is a bad position for Fabi, who's white, because Nadirbek's king on h6 is okay, and he's a pawn down, maybe even 2 pawns down. But the big result is that Wakido Jahangir is totally winning against Sam Shanklin.
मैं आता हूँ हिंदी चेस बेस इंडिया में भी थोड़ा. अब तो 30 मिनट है ना अपने पास. आता हूँ मैं 10-15 मिनट में.
हाँ. So समय बिस्वा,
हाँ?
ऐसा लग रहा है कि यूएसए आज जीत तो नहीं पाएगा. Like it will be a 2-2 draw.
Yes.
And that means that our India B team will make it to the top.
Wow.
Because all 4 wins, which is the youngster team. But also a very big thing is that if SL Narayanan can win this, he would get the point home because India is 1.5 year.
तो इंडिया ए वर्सेस बी हो जाएगा कल.
It's possible. It is very possible. But right now, Narayanan's last move, which was rook b7, was a slightly careless move. He could have gone rook d7, and actually here I don't know how his opponent would have stopped bd6 with this bishop hanging.
ठीक है, time pressure.
I'm just trying to figure out, maybe he didn't like rook c8, and then bd6, there was bishop e6. He didn't like this. And then he has to anyway move, and then that's fine. But I think what he missed here was c4. B takes c4, bishop c3. Acha, actually it was not so clear again. It was not at all clear.
इसलिए उन्होंने नहीं खेला.
इसलिए उसने रुक यहाँ पे ही खेला b7, and now rook c6 was a very good defensive move, stopping bd6. ये पोजीशन को एक बार अपन ध्यान से देखते हैं फबियानो करुआना का. He's gone king g2. He wants to go rook h1 and mate. यहाँ पे मतलब he wants to mate somehow down that. तो कितना रिस्क ले सकते हो आप? Like queen g7 I thought looks good. ये draw होगा पर this Caruana will hold a draw, I think, because it's the black king is just too weak. And Jahangir Wakhidov, ये पोजीशन में मतलब देखो ना, this is so bad that the white king is just आराम से सब कुछ, और ये pawn को भी push कर रहा है.
क्या structure बनाया है भाई.
If we can get a camera of the second board of the US team, we will see Sam Shankland would be totally distraught here. I think he would very upset. The second board, if we can get that screen. Don't know if we have. Sam Shankland, but I don't know why they decided to play Shankland when Dominguez could also play, so I have no clue. Norway lost again. Magnus का team.
Magnus खेला था, Magnus won.
I don't know Magnus का क्या हुआ. Let's quickly check. So if we can just quickly check Magnus. Yeah, he won. But Gundava, Bayer, Sakin here, Aryan Tari is losing totally, and John Ludwig Hammer draw, and then again here Gan Erden Sugar is winning against Urkedal. मतलब आप समझ सकते हो कि मैग्नस कार्लसन को काफी फ्रस्ट्रेशन होता रहेगा, because while he's doing quite okay, his team is unable to win. And the world champion would definitely not like to play against teams like, which have the top board who is 2500, 2400. So that's the reason why he avoids Olympiads. And also, I mean, what's the fun? At the end you want to win. You don't want to play in some second hall or, in the faraway hall. So, by the way, can we go to this is going to be a draw, because Santos Latasa Jaime versus Karthikeyan Murli, our India 3 team playing against Spain. Yeah, this is
India B का results हो गया?
India B का let's just check. Praggnanandhaa goes queen a8, just like how Samay had predicted. And let's quickly see Nihal Sarin's game.
Yeah, I'm winning.
But, is this easy?
Yeah.
Because this knight cannot be moved. This knight protects the pawn. In order to win this pawn, you need to get another attack like this. But then the bishop will come and protect it. So, not sure how trivial it is, but maybe it is. Just go like knight e8, knight d6, attack here. When the bishop comes here, play king f6 and knight f5 check, exchange of the knights, and then you are done. Once the knights are traded, it's very easy. Shall we go and look at Tanya's game?
Sure.
Because Tanya Sachdev, we have to see. By the way, Humpy. First, let's quickly stop over at Humpy to realize if Humpy's draw is easy or does she have to struggle a lot. And I think Humpy should be able to hold this because 3 pawns is a lot, and if she exchanges the queens, it's a sure shot draw. Let's then look at Tanya. Oh, look at her opponent. She goes g4. But now Tanya has many ways to win this. Really, she can go easy. The bishop threatens nothing. The knight threatens nothing. She can go rook b6, then queen c5, push the pawn to a5 slowly and steadily. Just move forward. But her idea is g5 actually. Yeah, Tanya has 30 minutes more, guys. Oh, Vantika won. Oh, Vantika won. Let's go to women's 2 board. Women's 2. Vantika won the game. And Biswa, I can tell you that for me, really, this girl, Vantika Agrawal, has been playing some unbelievable chess here in this event. Board 1, she's just 19 years old and she's just showing that she can just handle herself against the best in the world. And here she managed to win without too many complications and she won the game. Padmini Raut game now is very important because if Padmini manages to hold this, then her team wins because Soumya drew, Divya drew. So Padmini has to somehow hold this game. What do you think here? मतलब पूरा ऐसा cramped position है black का. White has more space, but it seems like white cannot make progress because you need pawn breaks to make progress.
Correct.
And f4 is the only pawn break. When you play it, the bishop opens up. So although the engine says plus 1.5, 1.6, it's not clear how. And the Indian C team actually has lost. Oh, by the way, huge result. Nandita beats Batsiashvili. So that's a big result because Nandita, Batsiashvili is a GM, rook e6, b6. Oh, she just blundered under time pressure. So
Wow.
she got both her pawns in and she was winning because here there was a chance to defend after take. At least some hope, but she just played b6 and lost the pawn. She blundered big time. Katyusha Bodda lost to Salome Melia and Isha lost to Nana Zagnidze. So 3-1 is the score here for Georgia. So our first team has lost today to Georgia. Third team in women. Third team in men will lose to Spain. Second team in men will win against Italy. Second team in women will win today. They are taking Estonia, taking on Estonia. First team of men is now not so sure because SL Narayanan might draw this or win.
Vidit का draw हो गया.
Vidit draw. This looks like a draw also because now SL Narayanan is a pawn down. And Harikrishna drew.
But that pawn is hanging.
Which one?
Hanging नहीं है, bishop hanging.
But you can take here. And if he takes here, you can give check, then take this. But in the end, it won't be enough. Like take, check, king f8, takes, threatening mate, king g8. How do you win? King f8. It's not at all easy. I can give a check. I can go back, but you will come back. And I can't take this pawn because this is hanging. So this is a draw and then 2-2. And for the women's section, Tanya Sachdev will deliver and women will win. Can we have Tanya on the screen? She goes rook b6 now. Biswa, overall, how do you find the atmosphere over here at the Olympiad? You are outside sometimes at the media room.
It's very nice, very interesting. बहुत सारे लोग आते हैं हर दिन and a lot of kids come with the parents. अभी right now I saw Swams Mishra, he was outside and सारे बच्चे के photographs ले रहे थे, autographs ले रहे थे. So yeah, I didn't know there was such a huge culture of chess in Chennai and in India also. तो काफी interesting है बाहर. मतलब also inside the hall it's like some 1,000 people were fully quiet. 1,000 people and players and arbiters and
Spectators.
And hall 1 is still small. Hall 2 is so big and it's very quiet.
Did you walk inside hall too?
Yeah. Yeah, tomorrow we'll show video also to people.
Acha. And Biswa, have you told our viewers your project?
No.
Will you tell?
Not now.
Not
Eventually.
now. Yeah. Oh, guys, Biswa's secret project.
Secret project. अरे हम जब announcement करते हैं तो फिर दमदार करते हैं.
मतलब डायरेक्टली अभी तो मुझे ऐसे लग रहा है कि with the way in which things are happening here, it looks like the project will be
Success. मैं समय से शादी कर रहा हूँ guys. That is the project.
लोग बोल रहे फोमो. चेक नेदरलैंड्स कह रहे हैं.
FOMO shots please. My bro Prague.
तानिया ने देखो कितना शांत मूव खेला किंग G8 कि अब अगर ये खेलोगे तो I'll move my knight, there is no attack.
Bishop खा जाए हम नाइट आ जाए बहुत
लोगों का लेकिन दिमाग अच्छा चल रहा है. पीपल सब अलग अलग चीज बोल रहे हैं. एक जन बोला जूनियर बिस्वा कल्याण रथ. अभी इसमें क्या इधर ओलंपियाड में आके प्रोजेक्ट जूनियर बिस्वा सीक्रेट
जूनियर शाह.
Okay, let's check this. First of all, Tanya is now totally winning, guys. I don't see Tanya botching this up because a5, her pawn is going to go through. And you know that feeling कि भाई मैंने टीम को जिताया is such a powerful one that it sets you up for the entire tournament. मतलब आप पूरा ऐसे confident feel करते हो about yourself.
आपको क्या लगता है यूएस टीम में the players are not originally from US? Does it affect them? मतलब कि are they less likely to push?
There is one thing कि for them they are all good players. It's not an Olympiad for playing for US. It's just playing their best chess. So there's no feeling like अरे मेरे बाजू में करुआना बैठा है, उसके बाजू में Wesley, so we are all together. I mean, Aronian does try to bring in some bit of team camaraderie by at the start some fist pumps and all of that, but I don't see that they get inspired by having each other in the team. While I would think in Indian team that happens. They do the training camps, they sit together, they work. At least India B team, I think, is very well knit up right now with Gukesh, Ramesh, who is the coach of the team, and so on. And actually US result also shows that maybe they are not in the best of forms. Like every morning, if you see at the breakfast table, you will see that Shankland is having his breakfast alone, while you will see other US players having alone.
आप रशियन स्पाई हो गया?
नहीं, मैं वही होटल में हूँ ना.
ये क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन है?
No, this is true.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, at the same time, if they are having, suppose if you are having at different times, then you would sit at different tables. I mean, of course, because they are not there. But when the team is there, why would then?
I am coming tomorrow. Any help from Chennai?
KR पवन जी कह रहे हैं विश्वा आपको कुछ चाहिए चेन्नई से?
जो चाहिए वो पिघल जाएगा यार. मेरे को आइस्ड कॉफी चाहिए था लेकिन वो पिघल जाएगा यहाँ तक आते आते.
आइस्ड कॉफी? तो फिर वो लेके आएंगे, फिर आप इधर डाल दो ना फ्रिज में.
पिघल जाएगा यार. वो उतना टाइम नहीं रहता. एनीवेज
KR पवन जी आपको पता है क्या?
नहीं मत ट्राई करो. मैं ढूंढ लूंगा. क्या हो गया सारे? कोविड?
नहीं, अरे थोड़ा सर्दी है, सिर्फ एक ही चीज.
ऐसे बोलते हैं सब लोग, बाद में कोविड निकलता है.
अरे
अभी अगर नाइट से वो पॉन मूव तो करना ही पड़ेगा. नाइट टेक्स G4 तो
बिशप टेक्स
क्वीन G5.
हाँ, true. So yeah, maybe that's a threat. So for example, if I play rook d1, you can think about take,
पूरा evaluation चेंज हो जाएगा.
take, queen g5, king h1, queen g4.
Your Sagar bhai, any big developments apart from the draw on SL Narayanan's board?
ड्रॉ हो गया क्या?
ड्रॉ ही हो रहा है वहां पे, और क्या
हो ही जाएगा.
वो दोनों रुक्स लास्ट रैंक पे आ चुके हैं.
Yeah, I think SL Narayanan draw will mean that 2-2 score on A board. Prag is winning there से. No, Prag drew.
He drew?
हाँ, Prag का draw हो गया शायद.
अच्छा.
आप लोग का ड्रॉ हो गया.
भाई Prag draw कर दिया.
क्या भाई?
ठीक है.
समय क्या है
भाई? अपन जीत तो गए हम.
By the way, ये देखा ना, ये जो उसने आइडिया पुट डिस्कस किया, he has done it.
या वो निहाल है भाई, जो बोले सो.
Nihal, Sarin and Gukesh won, so it will be 3-1 there. And I think Tanya is winning. Humpy will draw, so that will be 2.5, 1.5. And US का team is not doing so well.
हार क्यों नहीं जाते वो लोग? घर चले जाएं.
अच्छा सागर भाई, there's not going to be any knockouts in the end, can?
No.
Just a round robin. That's great.
Not round robin, Swiss league.
I mean, just a Swiss league.
Sagar bhai, don't forget Adiban. He lends much in terms of Olympiad experience. Gokul कह रहे. For sure, Adiban ने तो अभी तक तो उसका काम perfectly किया. He won his games, and also I'm sure he's guiding these youngsters in terms of preparation and many other things. So for sure.
भाई देखा ना आपने कौन कर रहा है? तब से कर रहा है निखिलेश भाई के साथ ये. भाई निखिलेश भाई मेरे को डाल रहे हैं. Why are we looking at Caruana's game, Sagar?
क्योंकि करोना ने थोड़ा अभी तो ठीक हो गया.
ये तो जीत रहा है. US का मतलब US might lose or draw.
अच्छा वो देख लें एक बार.
ये देखो US का.
हाँ ये गेम.
Sunshine.
ये तो ड्रॉ हो गई ना सागर भाई?
ये तो ड्रॉ है.
Why is Naka not playing? Naka doesn't want to play.
Yes, Nakamura doesn't have any motivations to play because first of all.
What if Alireza is in the opponent?
Huh?
What if Alireza is in the opponent?
Yeah, then maybe. But ऐसा कुछ नहीं. Nakamura I think takes streaming as his full-time career, and if he cannot find time for streaming, he doesn't want to go and play. Candidates was a big exception, but otherwise he doesn't want.
In between that also he was streaming, right?
हाँ. He was making roundups. Should we look at Tanya's game?
Okay, let's see.
Rook d1. अरे जो move opponent बोला वही खेला यार. Amazing.
Crazy है हम लोग.
Fenzo, thank you for becoming backer of Indian chess. सब लोग washroom OP क्यों बोल रहे हैं?
क्या खेला जाए यहाँ पे?
मैं बिस्वा ने एक अच्छा आइडिया बताया. टेक.
बढ़िया आइडिया है.
टेक एंड क्वीन g5.
अरे बढ़िया. बट अगर आप वो बचा लें उसको एक पॉन अप करके
h3 h5.
ओह स्टिल.
बट यहाँ पे ये मूव बहुत ही उम्दा मूव है. किंग h1. And after take, can you find a great move for white? I'll ask the chat. Chat, white to play, which spoils the win for black.
Knight f5.
What? Good eyesight, bhai.
Huh?
Did you
आंखें
find
तेज
it?
है अभी.
हाँ, I found it.
Yeah.
Amazing.
छोटा छोटा भी लिखा हुआ दिखता है उनको यार.
नहीं मैं सच में rook d8 mate है.
And if I take queen takes, rook d8. And if
Yeah.
I take g takes, still rook d8.
Yeah.
Wow.
मानना पड़ेगा यार, वो चश्मे में है भाई बढ़िया पावर.
अरे नहीं रे, ये फालतू मूव से दिखता है.
बढ़िया मूव है ये.
मैं तो क्योंकि नाइट मर रहा है इसलिए मेरे को दिखा. But tell me, okay, mate threat है ना, so he has to take.
But no, he can't take. Now he has to play like check, king g1, check, king here, check, king here, maybe f6. Draw. I mean, this is still winning for black, but not as much. ऐसा लगता है ना कि आप लोग स्कूल में आए हो और आप लोगों को
भाई बिस्वाई कर रहा है तब से यार, मैं कुछ नहीं किया ऐसा.
Sagar bhai looks like Gukesh will overtake Vidit by the look of things. Gukesh is at 2708, Vidit at 2712. Yeah, quite possible.
2712. 27 दिसंबर मेरा बर्थडे.
हाँ.
परसों मंगल.
अच्छा.
Do you think Gukesh can reach 2800 by the end of the stream?
Stream?
I mean, by the end of this year.
Event.
2800. बहुत ज़्यादा है भाई.
नहीं भाई. The thing is, the natural thing is that they need to first play super GMs, and Gukesh has not played many, so he has to play them.
ठीक है, कल खेलता हूँ एक मैच उनके साथ.
Tomorrow Gukesh will play against definitely some strong player, so he might need your advice.
Sagar, who else is leading right now apart from India? B.
Let's just look at.
Can we just name it India 18 now?
B wala. See, India, if we look at the pairing, then France and India 2-2 draw होगा. USA, Uzbekistan 2-2 draw. Spain is leading. Poland, Romania क्या हुआ वो देखना पड़ेगा, but most likely हाँ Spain beat ना India 3. So Poland is also, I think, might have won because they have Duda, Wojciech. They have a good team. And Azerbaijan, ये पता नहीं. By the way, Netherlands were losing against Israel, but they might have drawn. So there are not many teams, yeah, which are on full points. Sachin
Tsunami
says,
coming in 2 days.
Chess tsunami
Achha,
coming
chess tsunami.
to India. Death match, Olympiad, young guns firing, and comedians are taking Indian chess to different level. Chess India, okay, thank you. Rahul says, can we have a look at games of various influencers, ones who make the Olympiad global in their own ways? Chess Bra, David Howell, Anna Kramling, probably getting them alongside you. Good idea. I think I'll ask them. Today I have asked some coach of Indian team to, give their viewpoints after the game.
Who?
Srinath.
Very nice.
And also I'll ask Ramesh ji if he has time. कि मतलब क्या हो रहा है after that roundup type of their team.
How is Taimur performing? I think he's growing up pretty quickly, यार. अभी वो मिस कर रहे थे फटाफट जो हो रहा था ना.
हाँ.
अभी आराम से लोग खेल रहे हैं.
हाँ. तो अभी वो वाला ये वाला क्या लगता है आपको एंड गेम 2 versus 1 है.
ये तो विनिंग है ना वाइट के लिए.
विन हो गया क्या?
विन होगा ना ये तो.
भाई विन हो गया क्या? एसएल नारायणन
भाई विनी है ये तो.
ये खेला
स्टॉक इज ऑन ब्रो. ये विनिंग है भाई.
स्टॉक भी ऑन करो, विश्व बताएगा बेस्ट मूव क्या है.
हाँ फट
नहीं ये विन नहीं होगा. क्यों पता है? लाइक लेट्स से किंग हियर खेलो
A4 8-5 King B3. Let's push.
Yes.
No. King
C4.
C4.
No, let's just push. Okay, so King C4. King D4.
अच्छा पॉन के पास आ रहे हो?
आ जाओ. King आपका कट ऑफ हो गया. You can't take back now. King E3. F2. G1. Hey, wait. Now.
ले लेना.
हाँ G1. नहीं G1.
किंग खा, वो पॉन खा ले.
हाँ खा जाओ चलो.
पॉन खा ले, चेक ले ले.
ये चेक और फिर रुक पीछे, ये ड्रॉ हो जाएगा. Maybe play this move.
Yeah, I guess rook B2.
Because if I want to go rook C5, you will go rook A2.
हाँ. एक बार on करो. I think it's winning for.
ये win हो गया शायद. ये मैंने गलत वो खेला ना last.
नहीं. Win नहीं हुआ भाई. King G1.
ये king
पुश करो A6. कट ऑफ है ना बगिंग, लेकिन करो पुश. ये हुआ ना.
रुक B8 सॉरी.
ऐसे ही होता है.
आप करो पुश C3 या C4 कर दो चलो. हाँ, अब my point is I'll take that pawn and I'll win with this pawn. अब आपको king end game अच्छे से आनी चाहिए to win this.
हाँ.
रुक G2. Take and king G. And now I take that. And now ये तो हम जीत जाएंगे ना.
अरे तो ये इसका की स्क्वायर्स क्या है? ये पॉन का.
की स्क्वायर यार.
कौन सा है?
वो 4 स्क्वायर जो है B5, C5, D5, D6.
बस इतना ही है. So if the king comes here on either of the squares, you are winning.
यार लेकिन this doesn't work always. Yesterday my king was on the key square, but I still lost. आपने के पास क्वीन भी थी. Congrats to you, credited 1500 rupees.
अरे भाई फुल बॉडी टेस्ट बोल रहे हो.
फुल बॉडी मसाज बोल रहे हो भाई.
भाई नाइस शॉट था मैसेज आया था.
वो Nihal won.
बढ़िया.
Because after this he played knight f5, take, king f3. ये पॉन मर रहा है. खत्म.
ग्रेट. तो क्या वो टीम जीत गया?
हाँ जीत गए 3-1.
अरे बढ़िया.
ग्रेट. इंडिया ए वर्सेस इंडिया बी हो जाए, मजा आ जाए.
बहुत मजा आएगा यार.
क्यों मजा आएगा?
अरे फन होगा ना यार.
आपको सौम्य रंजन मिश्रा जी बोल रहे बिस्वा भाई ओपी.
सौम्य रंजन मिश्रा भाई ओपी.
मुझे नहीं लगता है मजा आएगा, बिकॉज एट द एंड ऑफ इट वन ऑफ द टीम्स विल सफर.
नहीं, बट बोथ टीम्स विल, अपने में से एक टीम और आगे जाएगी ना.
तो क्या चेस में बाकी लोग जो खेलते हैं वो सफर नहीं करते?
नहीं वो तो है, बट इंडिया का क्यों मैच करना है?
अरे मजा आ जाएगा यार,
क्योंकि इंडिया विंस इज द आईपीएल कॉन्सेप्ट.
आपको लेकिन इंडिया विन वाला नहीं है. यू आर लाइक कि यंगस्टर्स जीतेंगे या पीपल हु आर एक्सपीरियंस है ना. मेरे
को ये है कि ललित मोदी ने बोला था आईपीएल इज अ सक्सेस बिकॉज़ एवरी डे इंडिया विंस. So that day cannot be bad, and also very good for content.
Yeah, that's the another thing.
हाँ, तो तुम लोग इधर कंटेंट नहीं बना रहे हो ना, तुम लोग एकदम दूरदर्शन चला रहे हो इधर.
अच्छा, आप भी मतलब तब आपको मिलेगा ना जो आपका मतलब मेन एम है.
मेरा मेन एम है कि सागर भाई मेरे को जूनियर सागर शाह पैदा करना है.
आपको जूनियर सागर शाह पैदा करना है. Okay, let's go back to the game, I guess.
I want to be pregnant with Sagar's baby.
No, yeah, you sound even wrong. Okay, Sagar Shah, can we please check out Biswa's mental condition?
चलो.
भाई, SL Narayanan has drawn his game.
हो गया?
हाँ.
Aditya, what's the update outside?
Nihal just won.
Nihal won.
लिया? क्या ला रहा है?
What happened with team 3?
Team 3 women we lost.
All lost. Both lost.
And with men also we lost.
आप धीरे-धीरे बोल रहे हो ऐसे कि जैसे 6000 लोगों को सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है, 9000 लोगों को सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है.
नहीं हार गए मतलब. ये पद्मिनी ने ड्रॉ किया. पद्मिनी
वाह.
ड्रू. अरे उसके ओपोनेंट ने क्यों रिस्क नहीं
अरे
लिया?
इरिटेट हो गया ना पोजीशन में.
अरे पर तो मस्ट विन था ना क्योंकि वंतिका जीत गई थी. वंतिका had won, so at least Olda had to win. She just ऐसे करके ड्रॉ ले लिया उसने.
लंच में आज बिरयानी बनाई है.
लंच
तो वो
डिनर
डिनर में तो वो जल्दी खत्म हो जाती है. तो अभी 7 बज गए तो 7:30 तक वहां पहुंच के जाओगे तो 8 बजे तक खत्म हो जाती है. वो इसलिए आई थिंक.
अरे पर बिरयानी खाने आए हो क्या इंडिया में? एस्टोनिया से थोड़ी ना कोई बिरयानी खाने आया है. तो that means India B team and India B team women have won.
True.
They are on 8 out of 8.
Beautiful.
और कुछ लगाओ ना. क्रिकेट भाई क्रिकेट स्ट्रीम करेगा एक दिन. अच्छा समय 2 मिनट के लिए 12 में.
अच्छा.
पिसवा का दिमाग अलग ही चल रहा है. अरे ड्रॉ हो गया नारायणन का. तो इंडिया 2-2 हो गया.
Yes. हम्पी जी देखो. They were saying हम्पी जी is in trouble.
क्या बात कर रहे हो? Oh, let's go to Humpy's board. Let's have Humpy full screen. Humpy full screen. If we can. Women and men. Director Saab, can we have Humpy full screen so that we can see her determination here to hold this position. She has played rook to d4.
तो बिस्वा ने बाहर जाके मुझे ऐसे जोक सुनाए कि I just took him to the therapist and I think he has left us now.
क्या बोले वो?
कुछ तो खराब जोक मारे भाई. Okay. Sagar Shah, is she in trouble?
Not yet.
What do you mean not yet?
It looks scary.
I mean queen b2 is coming if the rook moves.
Yeah, exactly. Let's say if you play here some check and then rook h6 loses the queen. Maybe there's rook f7.
Okay, what are all the games that are going on?
अभी इंडिया का सिर्फ यही है. A team women बस.
अच्छा, तो वहाँ स्कोर अपडेट नहीं हुआ शायद ना?
क्यों?
Women 1. अच्छा, Women 1 हुआ है?
सब हो गया ना?
अच्छा, हो गया.
Wow, Nordwin guys, just give a shout out to Nordwin for some amazing work that they have done to bring you this.
Sagar, why do you say that Humpy ji might be in trouble?
Because somehow ऐसे moves लग रहा है. जैसे for example you go rook यहाँ पर check आ रहा है. मतलब it's not clear path नहीं है draw के लिए. And also Hoang Tan Trang sees that Tanya is winning. So she will not be like draw करना है. She will be like I have to win.
अगर हम king h3 जाएं सागर भाई and then go rook g4 and force an exchange of the rooks, do you think that's great? King h3.
भाई king h3 में तो ये queen मर जाएगी ना इधर.
पर हम पहले check नहीं आ रहा हमारे पास.
कौन सा?
rook g4 check.
rook g4.
हाँ.
Sorry, king h7. rook h6 के बाद.
ठीक है, let's have a look at
Arco races. Can you please explain the format of the Olympiad? ये format बहुत लोगों को सवाल है.
yes.
So it's
guys, there's
seriously
4 people in each team, one reserve, and one of the people can take a drop. The matches are classical, and after the entire, how many minutes we get in the beginning? 90 minutes. After 90 minutes, guys, you get 30 minutes more. Every move you get 30 seconds extra, and your team has to win minimum of 2.5 points to score a win.
अमेरिका से सागर और अमृता के लिए गिफ्ट आए हुए हैं. तो स्ट्रीम पे दिखा दें भाई इसको.
Okay, guys, we have a slight surprise in the middle by Chessbase India Hindi.
No भाई अमेरिका से आए.
Not even if we can show the face.
मागेश ने भी भेजे.
मगेश 2 जने भेजे हैं भाई.
मागेश ओलंपिक ग्रैंड मास्टर.
How many rounds? The last day is 11th of August, guys. So it's a Swiss league. So not everybody will play everybody, but let's say अगर there are 10 teams in Swiss, how it works is दो में divide कर लेंगे 1 to 5, 6 to 10. Then 1 will play 5, 2 will play 4, 3 will just be there as the next match. 6 will play 10, 7 will play 9 and 8 will be there and then वैसे होगा. तो जो जितने भी 187 teams थे उनका Swiss format हुआ. Can you explain the Swiss table? उनको कैसे half divide करके ऐसे खेलते हैं वो?
हाँ. Swiss में मतलब start में when there were 188 teams, they cut it into half into 94 teams, and then the first seed played 95, second seed played 96. But then when the first round was over, then they will do कि what point पे कौन है और कौन zero पे. So they will pair the same point teams. As you keep going further and further, the same point teams keep playing each other, and those who lose also keep playing each other. So it's always similar level that you will find.
तो क्या लाया है आपके लिए गिफ्ट? The cat in a hat.
Dr. Seuss.
What the hell is this?
Dr. Seuss is a very famous cartoon character for comic books. They've sent us a lot of nice clothing, I think.
Oh, is there anything in double XL?
This one gap.
Ah. Wire. दोस्तों ये अमृता और सागर के बीच में
ये अमृता की.
अच्छा, why have they given you इतना छोटा सा बट? Is it like prophylaxis?
Prophylaxis. By prophylaxis तो कुछ है नहीं. अमृता. We got a gift from Anuprita and Magesh.
For whom?
For
It's prophylactical move for you guys.
No. This is for this is not ours. This is Hari's gift.
Hari.
Yeah. Hari's sorry, Arya's guy's daughter Maya.
Oh, Harikrishna की बेटी के लिए.
अच्छा.
So तुमने उसका पैक खोला
मैंने खोल दिया क्योंकि वो बोले दोनों एक सागर एक अमृता के लिए है.
I thought it was सागर शाह जूनियर.
ये ले लो.
तो चेस बेस इंडिया को पहनाना पड़ेगा.
Oh.
Yep.
Guys, last 11 minutes here.
Were you really opening the gifts in front of the camera?
They brought here. I thought it was something related to chess. Oh, but this match is getting tense, Samay. We cannot take it lightly because a motivated opponent who knows that winning is must and is a piece up can be a dangerous thing. Meanwhile, Tanya जितनी देर तक जीतेगी नहीं, उतनी देर तक ओपोनेंट मतलब oh look, by the way, तान्या ने बोला उसके ओपोनेंट को कि भाई देख अभी तू मेरे को फ्री पीस देगी तो मैं ले लूंगी. Now there is nothing much happening, but गाल जोस्का says देखो भाई फोर्क तो है इधर.
भाई do you think थोड़ा डर लगने की बात है ये तान्या की पोजीशन में? क्योंकि ये गेम कल की तरह ड्रॉ ना हो जाए. Even though we have a passer, I think, which is why we are better here on the A5.
Rook up.
Oh, फिर तो कुछ नहीं होगा, हम जीत रहे हैं.
पर Queen 4 क्या ना, आप कहाँ पे Queen लोगे? What is your first thought that comes to mind? My mind first thought
Queen
comes
D7.
Queen E6.
Queen D7 आता है मेरे दिमाग में.
अच्छा.
Queen D7 खराब चाल है क्या?
ये भी ठीक ही है.
पर अपना नाइट नहीं मर रहा है.
अगर पहली first thought that comes to your mind and is okay, which means the position is okay.
Okay.
It's easy to play. By the way, Tanya also played what you thought, Queen D7. Same move.
Let's go to Humpy's game.
So if Humpy loses, Tanya wins, it will be 2-2. So Humpy has to draw.
I think just one queen exchange move and we are great. And I also know the fact that Humpy Ji is great when it comes to time trouble. We saw in the Armageddon in the Untitled Olympiad. So I think जितना time नीचे जा रहा है, her experience will definitely take over because her opponent is rated 2300. I'm sure that she will not be able to control her nerves as good as Humpy Ji.
But if I'm not mistaken, Hong Thang Trang is very experienced. Unka rating I think was about 2500 at some point. So I think this rating is not a right representation of her strength.
Got it.
But yeah, we are slowly moving towards time trouble.
Yeah. This is the calm before
can
the
we
storm.
ask chat how they find this format of classical chess? उनको exciting लगता है क्या दोस्तों? Because you guys have been following rapid blitz. This is classical. It goes on for nearly 6 hours. There are like ऐसे पहले स्लो रहता है, फिर सडनली टाइम प्रेशर आता है, फिर वापस स्लो होता है.
I realized शुरू में सब जोक्स करने के, लास्ट में सीरियस रखने का.
हाँ.
आज मैं वही किया. If you noticed.
Right. And that was smooth.
It was fun.
Yeah?
It was smooth.
I
felt personally it was very smooth. Otherwise हम शुरू से वो रहते हैं ना, पूरा सीरियस में रहते हैं, तो by the end it gets very headache हो जाता है फिर उतना कैलकुलेशन देख के.
नहीं, आपने अपना कोटा जो आपका जोक्स था वो पहले ही कर
लिया. भाई लास्ट में सीरियस हो जाएगा तो मजा भी आएगा फिर.
ये देखो लोग
Classical is also how many people are here from the start? Very few people I think, right?
बट बहुत लोगों को बेस्ट लगता है. बहुत लोग बोलते हैं एक्साइटिंग, थोड़े लोग बोलते हैं इट्स वेस्ट ऑफ टाइम, थोड़े लोग बोल रहे हैं मजा आ रहा है. सबसे कि दिस इज बेटर.
How many people were there from the start, guys? Be honest. There were a few people here. So many people here.
बाप रे बहुत सारे.
What do you guys do like when you're watching this commentary? On the side, I'm sure you must be doing something else, right? You must not be only watching this. What are you doing otherwise? Like, are you studying? Are you preparing? Are you also playing chess? Studying. I'm working. Office. Eating. भाई 8 घंटे खाया क्या तुमने? Studying. Mostly studying, right?
Studying.
Office. Gym. Watching Commonwealth. अरे बढ़िया. Playing chess. That's great. Hey, draw हो गया.
Huh?
Boom.
Oh, she took a draw.
Yes.
But why? What are these players doing? I don't understand, man. At least you should try,
You
right?
should try for a win here. I mean, your other board is losing.
Yeah, your motherboard में रुक down है. I don't know how. Can we have Humpy on the screen, guys? Humpy wala. Can we have that camera? Because I'm really surprised.
By the way, Tanya's parents are also here.
Really?
Yes.
Can we have them in the room?
I'll try.
Maybe we can watch with them the final moments.
True.
हम्पी का वीडियो नहीं है क्या? Not in समय. No, हम्पी का वीडियो फुल स्क्रीन. Yeah, I'm very surprised here that Hong Tan Trang took a draw here. Okay, she's also not particularly happy, but I think she did see that her other player was losing. Let's go to Tanya's game full screen and see what is up there. Let's go to Tanya's game. दिव्येश वशिष्ठ सागर भाई तबीयत का ध्यान रखो. समय कैसा फील हो रहा है इतने हाई लेवल टूर्नामेंट में? थैंक यू दिव्येश. समय को पूछता हूँ जब वो आता है. रुक B1 खेला गया है and now Tanya is thinking what to do. क्योंकि there is a check threat, very big check threat here, which should be taken care of. And I think Tanya would do well to play just rook b7. Offer a trade, take, queen takes, knight d6. Oh, knight d6 आ रहेगा. अच्छा, rook b7, rook b7, rook d1 check. King G2, Rook A1, Rook D7, Knight D7. Acha, that is how it's really. Tanya. Actually, Tanya has been really an important sort of MVP for her team. Yeah, here. By the way, guys, if you see overall, A team drew 2-2 men में, B team won 3-1, C team lost 2.5. So एक win, एक draw, एक loss. In women, we will win 2 and lose 1 if Tanya converts this. I think she should be able to, because, and you know what happens generally in such positions is that you stop calculating. When you stop calculating, you are in trouble. जैसे for example rook b7 move, if you think कि take at knight d6, अरे यार I lost my rook back, then you won't play it. But if you think like take check, king here, and now of course you can take here, but also rook a1 takes knight d7, this is winning. So also rook a1, rook b8, there is knight e8 or queen e8. So you have to keep calculating, that is very important. भाई इतना हार्ट्स क्यों है यार चैट में? इतने हार्ट्स अच्छा लग रहा है, मतलब इट्स गुड, सो मेनी हार्ट्स, लुकिंग नाइस. आर्यन तारी का गेम, अच्छा बहुत सारे गेम्स लोगों को देखने हैं, बट तानिया का गेम पे अभी फोकस रखते हैं ताकि जब तक वो जीत जाए, एंड देन यू नो वी कैन गो टू अदर गेम्स आल्सो. फैबी का गेम देखना है लोगों को, लेट्स गो एंड चेक फैबीज गेम. इफ वी कैन आल्सो हैव द कैमरा ऑफ द अमेरिकन टीम, दैट वुड बी नाइस. लेट्स सी. Whoa, Fabiano Caruana is totally lost. My God, अब्दू सतारो क्या ही बंदा है यार, क्या ही बंदा है. मतलब भाई कैसे अपन यहाँ पर यू नो वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट निहाल, गुकेश, प्रग, वहां पर अब्दू सतारो इज लाइक भाई लोग डोंट फॉरगेट मी, आई एम आल्सो कमिंग, आई एम आल्सो गुड इनफ. And of course he is. Look at him. Oh my God. And meanwhile, Sam Shankland, oh, he's able to hold. Bhai Sahab, from my completely lost position, Samuel Shankland ने ये वाले पोजीशन में टोटली हार रहे थे. AB4 बार के AB4 रुक चेक और रुक B6 करके he would have won this game, but he played A4, B3 check, यहाँ पे आए B2, somehow now he's not able to win. Oh no. But that's like, you know, it's nothing but things have just changed a little bit. Fabi was drawing, Sam was winning, losing. Now Sam is drawing, Fabi is losing. Why men 3 game is not shown red? Yeah, it could be. It just shows कि मतलब they have not lost in a big margin. They have lost with a smaller margin. It's a slight red. But yeah, a good change could be that if the score is 2.5, 1.5, or 3-1 or whatever, it can be totally red. क्योंकि फाइनली तो रिजल्ट तो वही है ना कि हार गए. And I can also tell you what are the results of some other matches. Romania and Poland drew 2-2. Then, oh my God, Azerbaijan lost, it seems, because Sanal Wahab beat Gadir Gusenov. But there is still one game going on, which is Durar Bailey Wasif. If he wins, it will be 2-2. Meanwhile, Ilyas Mirin has won. Now Warmerdam has to win. but it seems like the position is equal. So that means that Netherlands might lose their game to Israel. Sama is back.
They're not here, but they must be around somewhere. But anyway, what's up in the position, Sagar?
Nothing much. Tanya is playing carefully. सब ध्यान से खेल रही है वो.
Simply a rook up.
एक पीस अप होगा मतलब, क्योंकि ये मारने के बाद she'll be piece up. Also g5 is not possible because queen f5. मतलब समय she can resign actually now.
Galji, no? But that other board resigning was completely like, समझा नहीं मेरे को कैसे उसने draw accept लिया.
Arcore, there will be no quarters, semis. It will be straight 11 rounds. Play all 11 rounds. The team which scores most number of points wins. Did you know Fabiano Caruana is losing?
अच्छा that I know Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah.
And मेरा फोन चार्जिंग पे लगा था ना ये रहा.
भाई आपका चार्जर रखा था इधर, ले लिया आपने? मतलब I had given you the charger.
हाँ कल रखा था ना.
अभी
रखा था, अभी नहीं लिया, कल लिया था मैंने. Okay, check आया, but nothing to worry. I think anywhere the king goes, it's fine, guys.
Lightning charger है.
King f8 has been played.
Yeah, that's the correct move. क्योंकि किंग जी साइड को वापस चेक किया था. समय मैं किस में आपका टेस्ट लेता हूँ.
Okay.
एवरी टाइम दैट तानिया का मूव आता है, यू हैव टू गेस द मूव.
ठीक है.
कि आप भी उस लेवल पे खेल सकते हो क्या.
ठीक है.
भाई आई हैड वो चार्जर व्हाइट वाला, वो आपका.
कोई नहीं रहने दो, बैठ जाओ.
क्योंकि ये वाला जो है वो
चलेगा बैठ जाओ.
अंडर पिन रहता है ना क्या, लाइटनिंग पिन. भाई बुखार कहाँ है, कुछ भी बोल रहे हो. बुखार है
थोड़ा तो हॉट लग रहा है. Sagar sir, do you know Nerda?
He is also a chess streamer. He convinces random people to play chess in super flashing way.
Why? Is he here?
Fenza, thank you for your super chat. I don't know him.
Nerd TV.
G5 सब
Controversy OP क्यों चल रहा है?
अब बोलो.
Okay, G5. Now it's on Tanya, right? I think she'll just play knight G1. I mean G8.
बराबर बोला था.
कसम से, because I thought if she goes up, the queen will come and give a check.
अच्छा तो अब बोलो queen h8 को क्या करोगे?
Queen h8 को she'll go king e7.
भाई देखो कॉम्प्लिकेट कर रहे हो ना आप.
चलो ठीक है, फिर मैं बताता हूँ. रुक टेक्स मार देंगे. रुक टेक्स h6.
वही तो. That is the right move.
US controversy, क्या हो गया US controversy?
USA controversial decision. What happened? Can
Cam
we have
controversy,
the camera?
Cam controversy.
Can we have the
Camera हो जाए भाई. सिद्धार्थ जी, thank you so much for the super chat.
Camera on US team. I think it must be second board पे जो अमृता, what is the
controversy? अरे US में controversy हो गया, कैमरा लेके जाओ. क्या भागी है भाई अमृता. फ्लैश से भी तेज.
कंट्रोवर्सी कुछ भी नहीं रहेगा, अपना चैट कुछ भी बोल रहे हैं. हाँ यही है कैमरा. और नहीं है क्या?
Watch the streams while doing my office work. Love it so far with Samar's witty humor being entertaining and Sagar says commentary. Make it classic match. Feel like bullet. Great job. Thank you so much, Ashutosh ji. We try our best, yaar.
Thank you, Ashutosh.
Okay, let's come back. I think
भाई एक मिनट, ये क्या कुछ तो नहीं दिख रहा है
कुछ
इसमें
नहीं हो रहा
controversy?
कंट्रोवर्सी यार. चैट
यार
पे बस यूएस का गेम देखना था शायद. Can we please focus again on Tanya Sachdev's game here? Knight G8 has been played. Opponent is thinking.
भाई ये देखो, अगर आप थोड़े भी अच्छे प्लेयर रहते ना तो आप मुझे बोलते ये वो कर रहा है.
अरे यार, आपने लेकिन बोला कि वो सही था रुकेश.
वो बढ़िया था, वो आप ओके प्लेयर हो गए उधर. अच्छे प्लेयर ये वो बताएंगे.
और आप कौन सा बताते हैं?
मुझे तो पता है. या मेट एक्चुअली कैसा होता है, कभी कभी विनिंग पोजीशन. भाई ठीक हो?
अभी तक तो सुबह तक तो ठीक था सागर भाई. ये क्या दे दिया है आपने मुझे?
भाई सबको प्रॉब्लम होता है, मेरे से ही थोड़ी ना होता है. नो कंट्रोवर्सी नो
सागर भाई,
खाली फुकट भरा है.
सॉरी.
Can we all agree that Sagar is a sick commentator, guys?
Another bag is playing.
अरे अमृता,
amazing and he's
अमृता
winning.
सैम वन ऑन टाइम दे आर सेइंग. एक मिनट अभी रुको. दे आर सेइंग सैम वन ऑन टाइम.
आपको जब भी अमृता को भगाना होता है यही सब कर रहे हो क्या?
नहीं भाई चैट बोल रहा है, देखो ना. सैम
अच्छा,
वन ऑन टाइम 1010.
1010. If you wanna eat Chennai chaats, try Murugulu sandwich. Okay, Murugu sandwich. We'll try. सागर भाई क्या देख रहे हैं हम ये?
सॉरी. ओ खेली वो क्वीन एच8. अब देखते हैं समय. विल तानिया प्ले दिस मूव और योर मूव?
I think she'll probably play Rook D1 only यार.
दोनों ही विनिंग है, बट ये है मेहनत वाला मूव. ये है जिस फील्ड पे भी कर सकते हो.
देखो मेरे को लगता है वो करेंगी Rook H6, Pawn takes, Queen G4 check and Queen G7.
भाई पॉन है ना इधर, ऐसे कैसे?
अच्छा ये तो फिर नहीं करेंगे.
पर क्वीन G6 तक ला सकते हो.
G6 तक ला सकते हैं बिल्कुल.
सो टेक.
She has played Rook D1 there, सागर भाई.
अरे भाई प्रोफेशनल प्लेयर ओपी.
There's something like Tanya just wants to play long games, I think, you know. She's been playing the longest games so far. I'm new to chess, used to randomly play Rapid and Bullet. Really enjoying classical and learning a lot. By the way, preparing for CA final.
अरे
फिर तो हो गया भाई आपसे CA. If you're watching classical matches and enjoying.
हो जाएगा CA, क्लियर हो जाएगा.
हो जाएगा? Okay.
CA.
Hi Sagar, I'm a big fan of chess and I'm from Chennai. I want to come to the Olympiad to get COVID from you. And can I come on 6th? When is a good time?
You need tickets, Siddharth. Otherwise, it will be very difficult. बहुत लोग आते हैं and then they are sent back from the gate.
Go to So Carpet in Chennai for solid street food. सागर भाई तबीयत का ध्यान रखो. समय कैसा फील हो रहा है इतने हाई लेवल टूर्नामेंट में? What the dog doing? वैसा फील हो रहा है मेरे को दिव्येश भाई, पर बहुत मजा आ रहा है यार.
क्या
you know?
क्या? What the?
एक मीम है जिसमें 3 लोग ऐसे हाथ करते हैं, फिर एक कुत्ता आगे हाथ रखता है. तो what the dog doing? कैसे मैं अकेला यहाँ पे अजीब से.
भाई ऐसे थोड़ी ना है. सब लोग तो आपको इतने रिस्पेक्ट कर रहे हैं.
अरे जस्ट जोक है.
आज तो वो आए थे विश्वा जी.
हाँ.
I asked her, do you follow Savai's commentary? She's like, I enjoyed so much.
अरे थैंक यू सो मच यार. I try यार. विष्णु रमेश को मैं बैन ही मार देता हूँ ना. एक बहुत टाइम से मारा नहीं किसी को मैंने. बैन ही हो जाइए भाई. गया भाई विष्णु रमेश. ठीक है, क्या खेले यहाँ पे भाई? ये तो रुक टेक्स मारना ही पड़ेगा ना. आई थिंक रिजाइन करने वाले हैं ओपोनेंट.
कैन वी मेक फुल स्क्रीन तानियास फुल स्क्रीन प्लीज. और एक ऐसा कर सकते क्या सब भाई, फुल स्क्रीन करके.
हाँ,
लाइक फॉर टुमारो वी कैन डू दिस इम्प्रूवमेंट कि चेस बोर्ड तो है. डायरेक्टर साहब कैन वी डू तानिया फुल स्क्रीन?
हार्ट रेट मॉनिटर भी लगा देते हैं क्या?
नहीं डायरेक्टर साहब कैन वी डू तानिया फुल स्क्रीन?
अरे तानिया जी को ने काफी वेट पुट ऑन कर लिया आई थिंक यहाँ पे. अच्छा ओके. मैंने यहाँ की बिरयानी बहुत बढ़िया थी तो आई थॉट तानिया जी माइट हैव ईटन अ लॉट टुडे. क्या हो गया?
मैं क्या बोल रहा था, यहाँ पे अपने भी चेहरे डाल सकते हैं साइड में.
बिल्कुल. एटलीस्ट सम वे वी विल बी प्लेइंग नियर द ओलंपियाड.
नहीं मतलब लोगों को पूछते रहा ये फुल स्क्रीन में अपने चेहरे मिस हो रहे क्या?
नहीं, आई थिंक इसका अपना वाइब है, अपनी वॉइस है. सागर भाई, आपका एक टेस्ट लूं क्या मैं?
हाँ.
कोविड टेस्ट. Guys, just jokes. सागर भाई को एलर्जी हुई है. Is what he's saying.
भाई अभी कैलकुलेट करो कि कहाँ जा
देखो,
सकता है.
अभी यहाँ से जब हम बाहर जाएंगे तो 4 प्लेयर को कोविड होगा, फिर वो 8 को देंगे एंड फिर 16 से 32 is what I feel.
भाई अब बोलो ना.
अच्छा.
F3 एक वो है, किक G3 एक वो है, किक H3 एक वो है.
You know what rhymes with बोलो ना? Corona.
E4.
Okay, just kidding. Queen G5 check is gonna come now, and or maybe even Queen E4 check. Sagar, what do you think?
Queen G5.
निकालो भाई. I'm coming tomorrow. Can I get you best biryani समय? No, भाई, just jokes. I'm trying to eat healthy, भाई. क्या हो गया?
I'm trying to eat healthy. क्या पका रहे हो? कौन से एंगल से? अरे क्वीन ये मार दो.
I'm trying to eat healthy. I'm not being able to, but I'm trying.
लुगड़ी वन को क्वीन H5 चेक और मार दिया. चलो भाई गाल जी. अबे अभी तो रिजाइनेबल है ना पोजीशन.
Resignable है, but I think she just wants to play on. Maybe
रुक भी मार दिया.
Maybe she wants some stalemating ideas. Oh, she resigns. So Tanya OP in the chat. Can we have her lion emojis there? Abhijit Kunte hugs her for playing this long, brutal end game. And look at the professional player still writing down the moves, not celebrating it.
Result rekha.
Beautiful, guys. Tanya OP in the chat. Sign दोनों पे किया उन्होंने.
हाँ, opponent के भी उस पे.
Very happy with this result, guys.
Amazing.
Wow, man. आज कुछ भी गलती नहीं हुई पूरे टाइम से, जब से उनके पास एडवांटेज आया नहीं छोड़ा उन्होंने.
अच्छा खेला.
Last
Tanya
तक बना गया
played really well, and I think she was the reason why Team India won today A group, because बहुत सारे games fluctuate हुए, especially Humpy's game, but Tanya was the one who made sure that Team India takes home full 2 points and is on 8 out of 8 in the lead. तो ये एक अलग ही फीलिंग अच्छी होती है. I think this is going to boost her confidence for the rest of the event, and maybe you never know, that she might win more games for Team India. So
I think so far she has been a very important asset in the team, like apart from yesterday's draw, she's been winning everything. Her parents are here, they must be very proud. Will be a good dinner, I guess, with, for them. All right, can we give a roundup of today?
Sure. So the roundup for today is that A teams पे जाते हैं पहले. Men A team very close to victory, but could not win because SL Narayanan was very close. I thought he was better.
What do you think about Vidit's draw, Sagar?
I thought Vidit might have.
What Vidit might?
नहीं मतलब मैं कुछ और ही सोच रहा था. I think Vidit could have fought on in that position, which is a critical, I think, aspect, क्योंकि position इतनी भी drawish नहीं थी.
Can we have a look at that position?
Yeah. But maybe Vidit would disagree with me, of course, if he made that decision, because, but I mean, there is still play here. ऐसा नहीं है कि कुछ नहीं, जैसे यहाँ जाओ knight को f4 पे लेके आओ. There are many things that could have happened.
But I think it's looking like draw. But हाँ, I agree.
There is many things like a3 b4 break later on. आपके पास है options.
ठीक है.
So that was definitely playable. ऐसा नहीं है कि वो winning है. I think Hari and Arjun did their job because they were black. Narayanan also fought very hard till the end. In the end, it ended in a draw. So
overall, a good result for Team India.
They're very solid. They are just proving that they are a very solid team. Meanwhile, we were भाई दोस्तों आपने गलत इंफॉर्मेशन तो दिया ही था कि सैम शैकलेट टाइप पे जीता, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं हुआ है, ड्रॉ हो गया है. सो एक्चुअली यूएसए ड्रू विथ उज्बेकिस्तान. दैट्स अ बिग रिजल्ट.
Yeah.
Then
Even Uzbekistan, like Niklesh Jian was saying, is full of youngsters.
Youngsters.
And that's where the
Sindarov hai, who is just 14 or 15, who is 15 years old. Then there is Nodirbek, who is 16 years old. So very young team. फिर विबेट्स बोर्ड पे जाते हैं, विबेट्स ए में. तो वहां पे तानिया played really well and she was the reason why team won. Rest 3 boards drew. Humpy could have won as well. This is showing a bit repetitively that Humpy is getting into good positions but not
able to
converting.
convert. Yeah. Harika did draw again, but that was like pura game and draw. There was no way she was winning.
Yeah. And Vaishali rock solid. Thoda minus tha, but she held the draw. I think the big result was B team, women ki. Estonia mein they beat 2.5, 1.5. Vantika Agarwal winning on board 1. Baki ke 3 player draw. And in the men's B team, open B team, these kids.
Gukesh, man, what a game.
Gukesh king को center में रखते हुए attacked brutally, and Nihal just doing really well from the start. Praggnanandhaa solid, Raudak solid. मतलब कोई डर ही नहीं था, कोई भी माइनस नहीं था.
डर तो तब लगेगा जब आप उनके सामने जाओगे उनको.
वो तो है. आज रात को आई एम थिंकिंग ऑफ इंटरव्यूइंग देम, देखते हैं. And then C teams, I think women's C team did play so well. They lost 4-0 to Georgia. Georgian team really showed their class. And the men's C team, they fought well. 3 draws. Surya drew with Alexei Shirov. We also had a draw by Francisco Vallejo Pons on board 2. He drew against Sethu Raman. But the loss came for Abhijit Gupta on board 3, and also Kartikeya drew on board 4. So there India lost. So today we have had 3 wins. 3 wins, right?
3 wins, yes.
3 wins, 2 losses and 1 draw.
3-1.
Still wins are more.
Yeah, I think so far, again, like we said, right, the Indian B team is looking unstoppable, Sagar. What do you think will happen tomorrow? Will the competition become even stronger?
Very much. And actually it will be much stronger. Yes, tomorrow maybe India A and USA might face off against each other because they are on two.
Will be fun. Guys, again, requesting everybody to write good things about the players in the comments, whatever you felt like in our comments, and do send your wishes and luck to all the players in their DMs. And with that said, I am signing off with Sagar Shah. Bye bye. Take care. Take rest. Stay safe. Stay away from Sagar Shah.